EG knows that this is going to be a difficult task for them to accomplish, but on the other side, you have the Sentinels who have been there and done that. This is a squad that looks ready for the prime time. But for EG on the other side, they have an opportunity here to upset the world ender and maybe even pull off something magnificent.
Look, I don't want to oversell you, but EG, they looked like they were having a good time when I passed them in the halls this morning. They were keeping it light, smiles on their face. They're coming in. I think they're playing loose.
Yeah, they only have 2 games left in the season. Making playoffs is unlikely. I think they really need to just focus on improving, playing as close as you can. Last week was a tragedy. Way too many advantages let slip away. If those same mistakes are happening here, Sentinels is going to destroy them.
Look at them. They're still having fun up there.
I mean, we heard Kaplan talk about how Potter is just so good at anti-stratting, and we've heard about her ways of making sure the team gets the reps and the team works on those fundamentals. So as long as they play their game, I'm sure it'll be close.
Yeah, and you know, Coach Kaplan in the piece beforehand had even mentioned that they're not going to come into this, you know, playing like their standard. They don't want to approach every game like that. That is the right way to do this, honestly. You can't treat every opponent like, you know, oh yeah, we're going to walk all over them. You can't do that, especially non-Americans.
Absolutely. I mean, Sentinels have definitely learned that. They already had a loss this season, and they came back so much stronger off that one. I know that this is a team who is going to respect everyone, as we should with EG. The players on this team, we've seen greatness before. It's not working yet, but it's a project and it takes time.
Yeah, and honestly, like in terms of first map here, I think EG are going to be very happy with getting Lotus into the mix, all things considered. Even though they have had losses on the map, this is a map where I think we've seen Apot's lurks really shine through. Nature defensively has looked strong. I think their macro generally good as well. It's weird because I usually have positive things to say about like some of the bigger decisions EG make, but it's the mid rounds and when the rounds get dirty where things do start to slip away, and that's where I want to see that improvement.
Yeah, they're certainly going to need to have to clean those points up. As you had mentioned before in that telestrator, right? Like all of those advantages that they were able to get in that crew matchup, and they gave it away so many times.
And look, Potter said it, you know, like EG are going to be on watch when they have numbers. Yeah. Like Potter's not going to let any round slip away. The question is, though, is that if they do have numbers in that instance and the same situation still happen again,
then you have the cope that it's against the best team in the world.
That's perfectly fair.
That's a decent cope.
It is a good cope.
I like what you're selling.
I mean, I'm going to add some more copium. I think EG does a great job at playing to win versus playing not to lose, because even though they are in those situations where they're so clearly about to win the round, they still aren't scared to be aggressive and play the way that they normally play. Yes, it doesn't go well a lot of the time. However, copium, they can still be aggressive.
I disagree with you somewhat here. On their Lotus against Crew in particular, once they started losing those advantages, I saw them really start to, especially on their attack sides, shelter down, play full off-site and post, tuck in together while not actually being set up to trade each other. I want to actually see more of that proactivity, more of them not necessarily taking risks, but not playing scared if they're going to have a close game.
Yeah, I actually 100% agree with you, and I think that that's why if EG goes back to their fundamentals, they have a lot higher of a chance coming into this.
We don't expect really any surprises in Agent Select. This has been a pretty secure map. The one thing is that EG plays the Cypher here, where Apot has been great, especially on those lurks.
Yeah, especially like being able to use the cages to help him scale up front B in particular is something that he does look good at. And then on defense too, it sort of changes how you have to play your way into a site as well. I think attacking teams need to do a better job of like scouting out if there's any early aggressive cameras, and Sentinels of course are going to be primed and ready for that.
Yeah, I want to highlight on the other side the Sentinel who is Zelsis. He had a great match last week.
There's 5 of them.
Yeah, well, the one guy who's the Sentinel
Sentinel squared.
Ooh, he was great. They were doing an excellent job at taking a main control on their defensive side and constantly pressing MIBR to feel forced into these late round C hits where they were getting destroyed by John and Zelsis.
And where I get concerned for EG is that, you know, they were able to do that against MIBR, a team that we do hold in some pretty, you know, we're optimistic about, holding some decent regard.
I think they're in a similar position to EG.
And that's what I was saying. Yeah, so that's why I feel like I'm a little worried about EG in this particular instance because of exactly as you had mentioned.
I mean, the one thing that I really do like about the Cypher is being able to set up all your Utah on one site and also still being able to rotate away. And I feel like they can try to do so many more fake outs thought versus Sentinel.
And look, this is all fine and dandy, but we need to see the beast released. We need to get Jogamo back in the server and show up for Evil Geniuses.
And if he does that, who knows what's possible? They want won a world champion off the plays that he was making. Let's see what ends up happening here. We're ready for map 1. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters who have never, ever, ever been wrong about a prediction, ever. It's Brennan's Sideshow.
That's facts right there. That's facts.
That
I mean,
is.
never been wrong at all about any of these spreads. There's been a lot of trash talk, you know, swirling and circling around this match here, Josh.
I like it.
I mean, Potter as well talking, you know, all that smack about the never lost to QT, never lost to Kaplan,
As a
not going to
coach.
start. Now, as a coach,
I'll tell you what, I was taking a look. I don't want to leak anything, but I was taking a look at the lobby chat between these two teams.
Okay.
And Derek did say to the Sentinels players, I'll use the Sen Classic for 5 gifted.
Oh, okay.
So, listen, when we jump in, I'm going to need a little Derek check here to see what weapon he's using
What
to
is
open
he-
things up.
What is he using? He's going to go to him. He's going to be buying the ghost or something.
Because I don't know whether Sentinels approved that in the marketing budget.
Where is it?
Where is it?
He's got a knife out. Is this Derek PB? Yeah, it is. It's a Sen Classic.
Find you.
5 gifted. Straight to the account. And this
Derek's
is a
getting
team
something
push.
out
I
of it.
mean, he's being squeezed here, isolated on an island early on. He's been actually, you know, given a bit of a respite as EG reacts now into the A site. But there's a fast play from the rest of the Sentinels here, making sure the Snakebite goes out flying here for John QT to delay.
Celsius taking a little bit of space up towards front B. He's going to be in a position to hear anybody that would be running, pathing back towards C. So Celsius is going to be getting nice info and can tell the rest of his team to force stack A.
There's a lot of noise being made. Holding for the paranoia. All the angles watched for. Second Prowler now going to be used with a smoke propped up. Zekken absolutely decimates Nature. Good night. Nade rebounding. Now, Apov did find that kill into the front section of B main. Allows them to pivot into the B side if they so wish. Only have to really contest and tangle with one more player. That's up in heaven. That's going to be Sassy.
30 seconds.
He's going to be feeling that heat now with a satchel through. Breakneck pace. Be able to get that plant down.
Both fades using the Cs. Does Sentinels have enough utility to get back through this area that Derek's watching?
Risky angle to be taking that fight at. So
The Sen Classic, it won't betray its master.
it really won't. It truly will not. But how do they clear Superman? He's tucked onto that 90-degree angle, but wants to take the fight to them anyway with the right clicks. Okay, why not? Straight forward, John QT. Eventually going down here. Left clicks doing enough work here for a 1 versus 1. Sassy, the tap. The cam.
Camera taken out.
It's the confirmation that Sassy now actually sticking and missing onto the cam. Sassy! Not going to be able to get it all the way. That's EG taking the first pistol round here in our series.
Great round from Apov. What a start for EG there. I was highlighting the fact that Celsius had got himself into a good macro position, and Apov lurks his way up B while the rest of the team is doing this kind of pause play. And this is the kill here that turns the round for EG. Yes, it's a 4v4, but because Sen had gone for such a stack on A, it gave them access to the B site and allowed them to complete this post. And actually, the way that Sen are defending B was one of the biggest changes that I noticed between their Lotus previously, when Kaplan was saying it was a bit predictable on defense, and what they were doing now. Now, of course, they were also doing a lot of these mound contests on defense. Something we pointed out the last time we were casting the Sen game is that they weren't really coming up against a team that was using that more meta Omen smoke that you'll see the attackers throw kind of to the left of this first choke point that Jorg's at.
Something smells up here for EG.
Yeah, for sure.
They've sniffed it out.
They're just slowly making their way in towards A here. It doesn't look like there's too much danger.
Celsius using the wall to reposition. Is up. Close. Weaving in and out. He's got himself one, but surely not any more than that. It's not going to be cleaned up, though. He's really still staying alive, and they haven't cleaned him up. Eventually, though, through the box, damage being done with the guns, and Superman making sure that he contains that flank.
Nice cleanup. A few confidence kills for Jorg as well, who I would absolutely agree with the desk, has got to be the X factor for EG.
Yep.
Of course he does. He's the player that they retained from that championship winning roster. And it's not like Jorg was just some supportive element, like somebody getting carried throughout that champs run.
Oh, he's the tip of the spear.
He was going in there on a lot of the maps, especially all the ones where he was playing Raze.
and Demon 1 ended up being on smokes. And he was opening things up for that team. He was on fire in their big games, and it has been a slump recently for Jorg. Not over a long period of time, nothing that he can't shake off, but just something you don't want to make a pattern of, for sure.
Just the recent appearances. But for now, all those early kills going his way. One away now from the showstopper. Big ultimate to get online.
Yeah, it's the perfect beginning.
But this is John QT seeking to punish it. Look at this, off the orb tap. Just off that noise, sending a few stray bullets out, along with a snake bite.
There's a little bit of damage done there. Zelsis is now getting into the smoke.
Off the mark though. That's the second snake bite now going to be used. The paranoia will clear John QT out of there. Respect this one. Tree control going to be lost for them. Now the showstopper. From that orb, he's missing that.
Did he not see
Potentially
Zelsis?
an easy kill onto Zelsis, but he is going to be actually brought down and toppled, still holding until the end of the fuse.
He's gonna find John
Rebounding,
QT down.
will fall. 3 now left to stand here for Sentinels to make a good go of things, and Tens is only just rotating his way over towards the site.
This is a phenomenal opening for EG, but another 5v3 that they cannot afford to lose. Lighter weapons, but they have to convert rounds like this.
The advantages have been letting slip. Jorgamo, low on HP, might choose to take a timing right through this smoke. Zekken with the nade. Clearing out through, but right from behind, it's Jorgamo who strikes. Forward Zekken overwhelmed from every possible position there. So 3 in a row.
That's
now
a bonus
EG.
for IG.
Very, very strong position. And start for them. I mean, converting the bonus round, best as you can really hope for.
Yeah, that's an excellent beginning. Loading all of those kills early onto Jorgamo, you see what difference it makes. Yes, he does catch a glimpse. At least if Jorg wasn't paying attention, that will have come up on radar.
Enemy remaining.
You know, influence the fact that Zelsis ended up going down. On top of that, Jorg also gets the kill. Kaplan's not happy about it. Sen found it difficult to wake up in a couple of games ago.
Yeah, and
Playing a Lotus game against Leviathan.
it felt like in the MIBR match that fire was reignited. You know, the team definitely wanted to win.
But to be honest with you, I feel like they've been playing fairly well so far in this game. It's only 3 rounds in. But the way that they played there on the bonus, they still had a lot of good ideas. They knew to try to deny the orb from Jorg. They were spamming it. They didn't get the kill.
Damn.
Critical punish.
It makes such a difference if this guy is on.
Door open wide. So going to take the fight Jay straight through B main after losing control of this one. Apoth cleaning up. Straggler that is Tens. And yeah, it does make, massive difference to Jorgamo just playing lights out. That championship form that we know that, he's been at the peak of before. Hasn't quite delivered up to it. Again, my mind's kind of circling back to the beginning of this. Liz is doing all the interviews with Potter. And Potter was saying that it's Sentinels that are going to be feeling all the pressure in this.
Spike planted.
Win or lose, she said, we don't care. We don't care, win or lose, which is honestly a crazy statement to make. But with the position that they're at in terms of their table, in their group, in stage 1, it's got to that point, right, where, it feels like playoffs is a bit of a distant dream for this team.
Yes, EG are 0-3 playing against the Masters Madrid winners. They should be considered underdogs, even if you live and breathe evil geniuses. You got to admit it. But that doesn't mean they can't win or put up a fight and put the pressure onto Sen. And as for pressure, Sen's not a lock, having lost 1 game so far already. And another match up against Loud, which you never know what kind of Loud you're going to get. Maybe Loud could end up being really good at that point. Sen still need some of these wins to feel comfortable about their position, and also getting top seed in groups and stuff like that ends up being really important. Every game is worth a point. Yeah. These kind of things, they're going to add up. You can't let winnable games like this slip away from you.
And Sen are in quite a competitive group themselves, to be honest. Almost all the teams are really overperforming, exceeding that minimum 2-win threshold.
Very true.
It's an unusual format for them, but here we go. Some guns in the hands of the defensive players that are Sentinels to see if they can fight back and bounce back.
And I just want to point out, look at that, 2 away already from another showstopper from Jorg. Sen looking to try to dominate the A ult orb, and EG have brought it towards B.
Here we go, Paranoia actually missing that, but getting his sights.
Sassy.
And Gun locked onto the angle. Sassy, no match for it. Hearing that reload as well.
Zedsies, what the fuck are they doing, man?
Pure aggression on display. The Sentinels left reeling here. 10s in a 1v3. Spike being dropped down
Can
for
he
him.
do it? Oh, it's
Only
over.
one thing really to work for, and it's going to be faced down,
Oh.
isolating into the 1v1.
Oh my
Four
god,
left.
EG.
Touched him and revealed entirely. He's dodging, he's dancing. Tip tap at the toes. The snake bite narrowly avoided one single bullet. The reload. Call a pause into the round. Anything you like, really, at this point. Nate
Why doesn't he just
just mans up, finds
give
the
up
minerals,
the
and just take it
position
to him.
and remove the dart?
I'd be lying if I said.
Oh,
Like, he manages to sneak away and
We were talking
get
so
behind
much
a
about
wall.
EG closing out those rounds where they have a massive player advantage. The
You just
strat
keep
was amazing.
stinking,
Jorg goes
man.
in, looking fantastic. They carry on the aggression in the waterfall,
One enemy remaining.
and the 10s almost ripped it away from them. Composure from nature towards the end. 10s had many different ways of playing that too. He had teleports and ults that he could have tried to work with, but he was so confident in his aim. And nature ended up edging him out. Jorg is currently 12-2 and didn't even have to use his ultimate. He's up to his second ult. Could have used it in the prior round, but didn't need to, and had already got so deep on that B hit.
Okay, good pause for Sentinel.
And Sen have been,
Good
I think,
timeout.
struggling a little bit with that B exec, or rather dealing with the B defense.
You're gonna plan your next
There's a lot of
eco
teams that just
and
play B purely for retake.
your next gun arm.
Cloud9 actually looked phenomenal with their flood retakes of B. But Sen are worried about leaving it open for lurkers to get through in the mid round, I think. You saw that against MIBR. MIBR were trying to walk through the Viper wall in B and get good timings onto Sen. So they've posted up Sassy or somebody there to watch for that. And he just couldn't hold on. He was backpedaling against the utility, and Jorg got a favored fight, spraying Sassy, who was reeling through a smoke.
And what a turnaround for Jorg. I mean, that's kind of highlighting as well, but this guy has just been slumping recently. The fact that he turned up this next ult. Round 6 now. Timeout taken. On the other side of things here for Sentinels, you have to see a turnaround.
Okay, so they're playing this trap player here. If Apoth comes towards B, it's going to be a Prowler in his face and Zekken ulting to try to get a kill. This has worked against EG before, many times. Apoth has fallen to this fairly often. And now as it gets to about 120 on the clock, Sen are like, okay, we can't still commit 3 bodies to B. We're going to have to try to force the fight and then back.
Yeah.
So now Apoth filling in this space as Sen look to spread out elsewhere. But EG, with nature,
It's gonna get scam
into the
clear
right
though.
spots here. This is such a large hole in the defense right now over towards A. With everybody on Sen gambling that it would be a C hit.
John QT knows it. Look at his position. I mean, he has to hold essentially the 2 avenues and give up A entirely with the door opening. It's going to be a big indicator. Prowler getting broken though. I know that somebody's lurking.
Yeah, but
I don't know how many.
As soon as the plant goes down here, they're going to get a good idea that it's only Apoth.
Yeah.
EG love doing these 4-1 defaults. It's not normal that Apoth has somebody with him. I think at this point, Sen are going to have a good visualization of where people are, but that's less than half the battle.
I'm playing this post plant. Ult's online here for Zekken. He's going to be using this one to try and pave the way for the rest of his team to get into this site now. Through the back with the smokes. Cutting up these appropriate angles. Paranoia on top of it. Now being offloaded and let rip. But it's a rocket for a rocket and a kill for a kill. Drawing blood.
Oh my god.
How are you doing that? Ripping away the hopes and dreams of Sentinel. Second, again, last one left in time. Far too short to make anything of the round. It's a 6 on the board for EG. They are running over them.
Sen fans must be in shambles. They've watched Aspas set records against them, and then Jorg suddenly decided to wake up to put on this performance against them too. Zekken does what he can here, but this play from Jorg, what is that? It's so nice to deny the trade. And that level of constant middle of a team fight impact kills, he's so locked in.
There's an early kill that does go to ASN.
Opening pick off a rubble fight. EG have not been committing to these. The first time they do, get caught by it a little. And this is where the ult cycle starts to stack way more in favor of Sen. EG have been building those up unreal quick on Jorg. But now Sen have some of their own. They've used seconds to get back into the retake, and Zelsis one away.
Bit of a breather for them. Zelsis is in a bit of a one and done.
Yeah, very committed position here. Without utility to play off, but he's got Ten's paranoia to support.
Still in a dangerous spot. All things considered, sees nade towards the back pillar. Haunt in and through, smoke fading.
Excellent support from Tens. Breaks the Haunt and able to throw the paranoia. Might have been John actually breaking the Haunt from Waterfall. But either way, Zels is supported in that spot.
One of the first rounds where EG looking a little bit lost in terms of which direction to land in, because they don't have a control. Apop seeking to
Nice
take the
shot.
fight and actually ends up taking out Zekken.
Not many people are doing that to Zekken.
There's the confidence though, and that neural theft gives Jorgmo a good indication that Sassy is
He didn't commit,
repositioning up towards
and they know
Heaven.
now with the second
The straight
ping.
shots though from the vulnerability.
EG
Down low.
are finding this route towards towards A in the late round so often.
Right, full even committed here from Derek. I mean, that's not going to be getting too many tags, but Sassy going to be using one of his own. Let's give the peace of mind here. Apop could choose to play in a more forward angle, but it all comes onto a knife's edge of how these fights end up being taken. One bullet left, has to commit the reload. He will be falling, at least should be.
Oh my god, Tens!
Let's get away with bloody murder. And for Sentinels, it's all fallen to
I'm
pieces.
telling you, EG
That's
only
it,
has
that's the round
like
done.
only had Derek and
Destroyed
fucking
Zekken to
Apple.
give them an entry into A,
And now
and
that
then
like
somehow managed to pull
Jogmo
out another two in that spot.
You are joking.
fucking
He's
Walker.
got down these guns, he is.
I mean, he might
Now
die
they
from the
look
turret.
good.
He's not careful. Breaking it, hunting it, smelling it out. Okay, Zelsis puts a stop to it, but still won't be able to keep
Go
that gun
down
kicking into the next. This is 7 rounds in a row. Economy flourishing, the ideas are good.
Oh shit, Sam.
We have had some absolute rolls this week. And I was looking at this on paper, Bren,
On paper.
and I'm thinking, again, Madrid winners, one of the favorites for being the top teams in Americas against a team that's currently 0-3, doesn't look like they have the right amount of firepower. We might be in for a roll again today, Bren. And it's exactly the other direction.
The opposite direction.
What is Valorant?
You can't predict it. You can't predict it. Don't try and make sense of it.
Jorg and Apoth, though, are just... Apoth, especially in that round, just taking turns to dominate their opponents.
Heavy stack though with 3 of these players, including the close quarter angles. Near sighted up, and they are evening out these fights with these pistols.
That's a nice snake bite as well to give them an opportunity to go for a play like that. They should have all of that information. They heard 2 players running away there, Zekken and Sassy. They should know that Tens was over towards C. So EG are now going to have a really good idea of where people are on the map. Opening the door to allow the spike to reconnect on B. Like I said, they know that Zekken and Sassy ran away to fill that gap over on A.
Trouble is as well, they're too worried to grab these guns. I think Tens is considering it. He wants a rifle. It's been dropped down out towards Sand. He realizes now it's been cleared, takes that risk for them, and he's gonna be able to relink now and apply that pressure by opening this door.
Usually when he opens the door, though, he has a paranoia to work with. Not this time.
This time just raw aim and firepower. It's gonna persevere for him, but everybody drops and Topos 1v1 again. 10.
This one he wins. 7-1 Brazilian.
And puts that round on the board. Sorely needed for a team like Sentinels. You can feel it.
Thrifty.
The tension in the air. There's no celebrations. There's no cheers from the Sen side. Everybody's locked in.
Locked in, dude. 7-1 Brazil locked in.
Honestly, I'm amazed that refight works as well as it
Last
does
player
with the
standing.
lighter weaponry. But you saw as well Zelsis popping off motor mouth at the end of the round.
Oh yeah.
He's not just going to be trying to give them, the spirit to go for this game, but I think he's probably going to be talking about going for like re-clears around the map or something like that. It's clear that EG have a good understanding of the fact that they can get these late round executes towards A, and they're not getting Apoth punished by going for 2 aggressive lurks. This time, making it feel like it's only Apoth B and looking to try to punish Sassy. Again, Jorg, he's in.
It's all the way in. I mean, Sassy just can't really hold that one back. Not from the position he was in, but no casualties yet. Will be the...
This time, Brent, all of Sen set to flood defend. This is nowhere near like what it was last time.
Trying to fight their way into this one. I mean, it's a lockdown committed. The defender's side.
Oh my
just trying to
god.
evacuate out of this one here, but it's gonna be...
Oh, the fucking shit, man.
By EG right from behind. It's the backstabber Zelsis. Does claim 2. 1 player detained. There's definite chances here. Still 4 Sentinels and a 2 versus 3. Jorg forwards, but running and gunning. Zelsis gives him the old fade away. 2 versus 2 now. Cam broken. Unaware of where these players are. But
John QT win those.
John QT. Get that dirty work done.
And all that despite the fact that Jorg picked up 3.
Yeah.
His stat line's going to be absurd. Just getting 1 purely based off timing, expecting someone to follow up. Lovely shots, and Sen had it all to do. Zelsis did a phenomenal job. But this time, the macro element from Sen did recognize that. They didn't allow Sassy to get punished at the start of the round defending B, despite what EG were doing
And an
there.
EG timeout.
And then the whole of Sen has set up the flood retake and did a great job getting in, even though Nature used Pit. That, you have to be very decisive to get through a pit quickly enough to still get on top of that post-plant team.
I think that's what I've noticed, I think, from Sen on the other end of their timeout, is that they are just increasing the tempo. Making sure that they make those decisions a lot faster.
Yeah, I think they can outpace EG, and usually I would say they can out-aim EG too. But when Jorg is 18-5 and Apot's 11-4, that's a strength you maybe can't rely on today, or at least not right now.
He's earned himself another ult. I mean, it's a 3rd showstopper he's got.
Yeah, and it's not, I mean, yeah, sometimes people are getting showstoppers if they're like farming every orb and getting every plant, and then it's like round 12, oh, I have my 3rd ult. It's round 10. He's been annihilating people, and he's been able to use them to get space for his team every time.
EG feeling pressured enough, at least to take this time out now, realizing that they can't let this advantage slip that's for them. Sen could still make this a very respectable half.
This is an A rubble fight here, but not a super heavy committed one from Sentinels. They don't have enough people to go blow for blow with this, but they do have showstoppers on their side. So
Second's ult could make the difference here. Same could be said for Jorgamut. See how they end up taking it. Onto the boom bot, a slight reveal. They're not fast enough onto the line to be able to get that early kill. Sending it flying with a Seize nade.
I like that.
That's nice. A bit delayed, seeking to punish Nature, who's usually playing up.
It doesn't find anything, but Sen have managed to get posted on
Nice
the other
shot.
side. And there's Tens with his op. He said he was enjoying playing with it recently. It's been so difficult for Sen to build up the economy to get it into his hands this game.
Yeah.
But there it is. There's the value. That's the smoke we've been talking about as well. It's so cool. Sinks into the ground a little bit so that people can still support you from behind.
Make sure they can take those fights, but no fights necessary. Not when Tens gets that opening pick.
They have the
Sen are
cam
now
though.
re-exploring
They
over
know it
towards
if
A,
you see.
confidently re-clearing these areas, something they weren't doing as much in the first, what, 6 or 7 rounds?
Side by
Doing the
side
cam.
now.
I think that this is still
Narrow
going to come
wall
down to the
face
results,
them.
isn't it?
Really is. I mean, Jorgamut and Zekken are right there, waiting. Satchels plays, Rocket offloaded! The ult! Pinpoint accuracy onto Sassy, but they haven't cleared these players close, and now Zekken. Could be his time to strike. Fight to be taken, but he's paying the rest of his team, and he's really just biding his time and waiting it out. Still alive. 8 bullets left.
Saves it again.
Jorgamut! My goodness, how are you getting away with this? And Zekken, forced to unleash it at least, but let loose of the Rocket a little bit too early there. More than he was hoping for, and will
7
try
bullets.
to take the fight. He satchels forwards with a 1v2, doubled up, 3 bullets left. Backs away for the reload, and the plant is not good for these players still. But I think the advantage is here for EG, surely. TP, fake out, there's the trade.
Oh, Superman.
There's so much chaos in that round.
Yeah.
Jorg commits with his ult and doesn't get to clear the left-hand corner. I was expecting Zekken to counter-ult immediately to stop them taking that space, but he doesn't. He tucks, baits the team, as you said. Jorg just didn't clear it at all. But then the rest of Sen didn't think about Jorg continuing to push. They know that Jorg is on site somewhere, and yet these Sen players rotating, Zelsis and Tens, just assume he's going to be sat on site somewhere. No, he's a maniac. He's got 20 kills. He's going to be pushing you.
He's fighting that tempo with tempo. Takes a lot to catch Sentinels off guard. Some of these players, this kind of pace. 10 still with this operator though. He's got that B angle locked. Fully down with the crosshair. Cam though and Cage will push him away.
And Tens is just assuming that Apoth didn't see him there, because the cam looked in the opposite direction first. Uses the shorty to break the cam. And Sen, yeah, minute and 5, commit the pit over towards C.
It's a good time for it.
I mean, they've got such great control around the map here. They've got 2 players in a pit on C, 2 players set up in a bait and switch setup on A. B is really the only weakness, and Tens is going to be looking to grab one and then fall off, and they can flood retake. So defensive setups looking nice here for Sen.
Prowler, Nade, all combined in conjunction with one another, seeking see if they can clear out this pit. John QT not going to be removed from it. Still holding his ground, but Celsius will go down. So that slight pocket Jorgamo, the awareness off the bloody charts. Tens. Pot shot taken, and it's a freebie onto Nature, but they've got that power down into the post. Nade. The C is also missing, trying to take this in a rapid fashion. Sentinels not really slowing down that pace at all. Trying to take it with a tempo, but a slight pause is all it takes to overstay.
Yeah, you win those.
For EG trying to take
Oh
this
my
one.
god.
Derek,
It's not
last
planted
one
for him.
left, 1v2. Sassy, safety in numbers at least onto the defuse, and he's sticking it all the way with the smoke in his face. Gets off it, but he's brought himself that win con. Horns, not going to trigger it.
Oh my god. That's a defuse for Sen.
Both of those players are so cool in the clutch there, Sassy and Derek, playing with each other's expectations. I thought Sen had made the misstep when Celsius rotated away from the pit. And Jorg, again, with such excellent awareness of what's going on. Huge amounts of spam into the pit, pushes John into a tiny corner, and Jorg's like, yeah, I know exactly where you are. Jorgamo has twice as many kills as the next highest player, and Apoth is still having a really good game.
Honestly, if you start 0-7 and you manage to only lose the half like 8-4, it's an okay half.
Start.
Like 23 kills.
Records being
rounds?
broken again. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous.
The KPR's off the charts.
It's insanity. But one final round here to convert. Sen are going to be fighting with everything to see if they can get it on their side of things. 8-4, recoverable, arguably.
Yeah.
Yep.
Prowler through Apoth. Might be taking some bullets through the box if he's not careful. Hello, EG.
Attacker spawn.
They're the ones who are going to be fighting right back into them. 2 players dropping now from Sentinels on the defense side. Map this big, going to be lacking now a lot of that information. Bit of a scramble, wondering where EG could land.
In that fight, it's another situation where Apoth's duel is the one that matters. Zekken gets traded out, and there's a player there, you know, Tens versus Apoth. Apoth wins again. Today is just so good for Apoth and Jorg.
Time, John.
Good shot.
Just way out there, man. Way out there, but yeah, Apoth
30 seconds
fully
left.
deals with him. Another ult, by the way, for Jorgamo. I believe that's what, the fourth one?
The fourth
One in the half, using it to just clear out the site. So peace of mind granted for EG with a plant on top of it. And what a post plant it is to be just playing into this spot. Nightfall. Not going to be getting too many trails and connections from that one. Jorgamo though needs to rely on the rest of his team. The sensors are cut away. It's all going to be reaction times in his sights. Dropping down, he can't actually tell how these players are really assailing his position, but they do eventually remove him. 2 stand against the 3 of EG, still into it with the smoke dropped across, and they do cut out that triangle. 7 minutes left. Reload. 4, it's not covering! It's all
Dude,
mid-time,
Zeds
but
is...
EG secures
It's like the
back
3rd or 4th
Both
time he gets caught fucking reloading, weapon not in hand and shit. Like,
EG continue this dominant half that they've had. 9-3, sure, the attack side of Lotus, but the manner in which it was done. Jorgamo with 23. Apoth with 1 kill per round over. It's just been astoundingly good from EG.
Yeah, on an individual basis. I mean, it's led them to this 9-3 half against Sentinels. Madrid finalists and winners. Let's send it down to the desk to break it all down so far.
Well, you know, I don't think anyone had this one on their bingo cards coming into the Lotus game, but EG up 9-3, and we got to talk about the man who used to be a mustachio menace, no longer. He's just a clean-shaven menace. Jogamo is absolutely lighting up the server ender.
Yo, the stash might be gone, but the beast is back, baby. He is out in force. I mean, he was so good in so many of these rounds, fighting forward with the team. Really good calling around him on this EG team.
The thing is that EG's macro has been good on this map. They have a lot of nice ideas about how they play around Apoth's cages to scale into sites like B in the mid-round to condition these lurks, but now they're converting on it. The biggest difference I'm seeing is how proactive this team is, even when they're getting an advantage. Jaw is breaking timing, satcheling into spawn, pushing advantages, and really surprising Sentinels round after round, and that confidence has been missing for
What
so
is
damn
that
long.
number?
Up until this game, Jaw across the year was cumulatively -45. This
Holy
game,
shit.
542 ACS in the first half. It's a complete 180.
Absolutely nuts. You love to see it if you're an EG fan, if you're a Jogamo fan, most importantly, because this is the type of player that we knew has that kind of fragging potential.
Yes.
That's not a shocker. What is a shocker is that it wasn't happening at the beginning of the season.
Exactly. Now we've seen him be woke up, right? And that's great news for this EG team. But this is the caveat. It has still not been perfect. That was still an attacking half. Sentinels are
true.
not out of this just yet, and EG will have to close cleanly to make this a win.
Sen won 3 clutches in the late rounds on that first half to make this a winnable one. That's all 3 of their rounds coming down to heroics, but that puts them in a winnable position. They win this pistol, and EG's not out of the woods yet.
This is a massive half here for a very game Evil Geniuses. Can Sentinels manage to fight their way back into it? Let's send it back over to our casters.
That's a question, isn't it? I mean, Ender set this up quite nicely. This is the attack side of Lotus that Sentinels are going to be playing on. It's going to be the favored side for this map, but it has to start with a pistol around here. And when Jorgen's putting up numbers that looks like you've snuck a Radiant into an Iron lobby, I mean, it's difficult. If he keeps this up, this prowess, this firepower, I mean, one hell of a task for Sentinels.
It does seem almost silly to say it's got to start with the pistol, but actually, the attack side of Lotus is so momentum-based with the ults that I think you literally need the pistol to even begin the process of that snowball. It's not like you can drop the pistol and then come back from 11-3. It's way tougher. They've broken the trip, looking to try to pressure C, and EG are not home.
Not home at all. No one hard anchoring, of course, so it'll be that retake.
Yeah, they have Paranoia and Seize Nade, and the Seize Nade's ready to go.
Hello, there it is, Snakebite and a nade. That actually does all the work. On top of that, I believe it's a Seize as well.
Yeah.
It's going to collapse the spike out into the open. Fight needs to be taken out. Forward Shogamo again, leading the charge for his team. The nade rebounds with Sentinels. This time, pistols. Reigning supreme for them.
Okay.
So the first difficulty overcome.
And it did look difficult, because even though EG weren't there, that Seize Nade was wonderful.
Yeah.
Predicting the new meta plant spot on the stairs, and yet Sen able to group up and deal with that. Kind of put the onus on EG to push through these difficult crossfires. And Sen have stepped up. Man, I really do wish we had the coach interviews at the half sometimes too, because Kaplan went in, you know, if you remember, when they had another really one-sided Lotus game previously, it was like, we just didn't, what did he say? We were asleep for one of the halves or something?
Sleep, a disappointment.
Yeah, he was very stern about them. And in terms of their mentality, we have seen Sen bring things back from this kind of point before.
Got that experience. EG get ahead of themselves. At least Jogamo was.
Yeah,
His
Jorg
team can
wants to
follow up.
force it. When you have a hot hand like that, you want to feed it, but you also don't want to feed. And so on defense especially, it can tempt you into taking fights that are not set up very well.
So they're all going to be toppling here. They just don't quite have the guns for the job. As I say that. Okay, jumping right click, doing work.
It's actually, I think it's better for Sen if Zekken ends up getting this kill anyway.
Yeah.
Which is probably going to happen.
We saw how important those showstoppers were just to get that momentum going.
And they equal for Sen.
And if you've watched Lotus at all, you know.
And now they need the
in general,
bonus.
it's very snowbally map off the back of the ultimate. So second now 2 away.
And this is where, when the sides were flipped around, we saw EG go for a set play towards B. They didn't play for ult orbs and try to make sure they had a showstopper online, because that just takes too long. It's a bit too difficult. Instead, they went for a set execute.
Nice, boys. Get this Spectre. Good job, boys. Good job.
So they're making sure their economy's in a good spot. What does Sen have to show us? Are they going to pull one out of the strat book?
The vibes overall pretty good as well, just from the sneak peek of the comments from Zelsis.
The thing is, they have to be. Like, Sen have been in these kind of difficult positions before. They know they can win.
Oh, Zekin just being sent flying straight into the fray, but you're right, they have been in these spots before. They know they can win. Trip.
I think that should make it obvious as well. There's people ready to spam the normal plants.
Tap, yeah. So they're trying to bait it out. It's actually a Season 8 close instead. Tucking around the corner, you can avoid most of the damage that's coming your way. Saxy now going for the plant and going to be committing this one still.
Oh, it's gonna get killed.
Just for the wall. It's a wall bang angle.
That's a bit of a, it's a ridiculous one too, because Sassy was not planting in the normal spot. He was trying to plant as safe as he could. Still got punished.
Still rotating. Zapov seeking to apply that pressure now. While the rest of his team goes for this retake, but a lot of angles to clear, a lot of fights to take and win out. Sentinels. But a bonus round right now, it's a good beginning. Jump popped out. Rocket committed. Sentinels though on top.
Okay, that's the bonus for Sen.
Jorg popped ult in the middle of that to try to make sure they could win the anti-bonus. That's 1-0, 1 back. Take a look at this in the replay. What is that?
I mean...
What is that?
Okay.
That's ludicrous. But Tens is the difference maker here. With Shorty in hand and then getting value out of the Spectre playing inside his own smoke. But yeah, we didn't catch it in the replay either. But there's no showstopper available here for EG.
Wait,
this is gonna
he had the
big ult
Stinger
snowball to get
displayed
Sen
on the
back into
loadout.
It's massive.
Didn't have the
Kind of
Spectre
able to now,
displayed.
again, still 2 away.
You can't give this team openings.
You can't.
Nobody's going to remember, oh yeah, EG had an amazing attack half if they end up losing the map anyway.
Sentinel still firmly believing that they can win this one. Everybody making their way out through tree. Sliding in through the back of the side here. Looks like EG are looking to try and take a fight out towards Rubble. Satchel's movement. Jogo just getting caught all over the place, and Sentinel so fast to receive it.
Very good play by the rest of Sen, adapting to what EG were doing.
4-0.
Great round, honestly. That's an eco for EG, where they've got the idea. They know exactly where Zelsis is going to position himself.
So we should see a gun on, and if EG loses, yeah, we should see a timeout
But Jorg kind of
after
bails
that.
out of the movement halfway through. Might see this in the replay. But yeah, the whole of Sen then responds to that by opening the door. I love the game plan from both teams.
Nice, boys. Let's go. Hey, my squad's with me, boys. Let's go.
Oh, the vibes merchant, he is dishing it out.
Yeah, and it's all smiles on the face of Sentinels right now, because yes, they're down 2 rounds, but it's only 2 rounds.
So
was
they are
alive
gonna
for the
time out
half.
early.
They've won 4 in a row, and now they have the lockdown. They are 1 away from a showstopper, 1 away from Nightfall. They're in, it sounds bonkers, but they're in the driving seat now.
Yeah.
They're actually like favored to not just tie this up, but probably start building their own economy, start knocking EGs. It can swing in a moment, this game.
It's the case of Lotus as a map as well, but EG, it's so important they don't let this one slip. Advantages have been getting away from them in the rounds themselves, you know, losing those 5v4s, 5v3s. Was it 42% of 5v4s against crew? But this is a different scenario. This is where you have the lead, and you just can't let it slip down to the next half.
Yeah. It would have made an enormous difference for this round, which is an eco swing round for EG, where ults are getting online. It would have made such a difference for Jorg to still have that showstopper that he committed in round
And they're
15.
looking for like a fast beat.
EG are going to have to dig so deep. They've got to find the win from somewhere. Maybe that comes by forcing fights before Sen can get in position to use ult. They're going to fight for mound control at the beginning, while Sen path towards B.
Door opens up.
As soon as the door opens, though, you now know exactly what EG are playing for. You know that there's 2, maybe 3 players in mound. So Sen are going to try to clear that out.
Do have protocols in mind. Look at this, already holding for that util. But the space is going to be, oh, at least it looked like it was going to be given up. No, it's a deep smoke just dropped down. Prowler onto the left. Zekin out of the right still. At least with the snake bite, that will get the kill at the end.
Yeah, honestly, you'll take that. I mean, Zekin should be favored to clean up Superman anyway. but you've opened up a path now for Zelsis to use his lockdown.
Jorgen was going to go for it.
Well, Jorg has nade too that he could use to deny lockdown if it's committed towards C. And to be honest, Zelsis is not even getting close. They don't like the look of this.
No, they don't. Maybe a bit of a false read of things though, but we'll see what direction Sentinels end up going into. A side still being locked down. There's a massive gap towards the middle of the map here, which is B. It feels like the right read is now online here for Sentinels.
Yeah, the common positions for lockdown are in this corner or in this corner. And you might well see Zelsis just commit it. It's much more difficult to have Jorg break it in that spot. Zelsis could also save it for post-plant, but once they hit the trip, I think this is going to be obvious.
There it is. Sees. Hold down close here from Derek, but nades are going to be rebounding into them anyway. Locked forwards now. Sassy feeling like he has to commit that one with the Nightfall. He's getting a couple of tags, so he gets that acknowledgement and the information plant into the post.
And all of these players, with the audio denied, are not going to anticipate 10 sneaking around behind them.
Fast flank all the way through here, but the fight might just be one onto the side anyway.
Good
Crossfire all the way. 10's from the back.
You should save if you're a
G.
G.
EG here with only 2 left to stand. Pick
Yeah.
up those pieces. Has to be a save surely at this point.
And the crowd realize it, the G is coming through. EG have not won a round since the side swapped. Oh, the alarm bot's just giving away where they're playing.
Do fend off the first one though, looking to take away those weapons. 10's, of course, are going to try and go for it. Another shutdown.
I mean, he has his ultimate already, so...
It is necessary.
So that's going to provide a bit of a buffer there for EG to work with.
I don't know if
But
it's the right play
still
for Tens.
difficult for them. That's 5 rounds in a row. And now Sen still have Showstopper to work with. Second died early, didn't get a chance to use his ult, but now he has it for the next.
Feeling crispy, you know what I mean?
Joe, take my gun.
You hit out at the end. Joe, take my gun.
Yeah.
Empowering the player that's at the top of the scoreboard.
But 500 and whatever it was ACS in the first half. I mean, maybe remove a decimal point or something for this half. They haven't found the opportunities for Jorg or Apov to have that level of value.
Yeah, and it's much more difficult when you're on the defensive side. You're reacting a lot more. That's what the attack side's ended up doing. Can't play as fluidly. Sentinel's getting a bit of a read here that the A rubble fight, not even necessary. They can just contact all the way up and it's going to be easy ground game. Out of rocket. Oh no, a bit of a misstep. Superman, he's missing the rope there and still gets away with it.
Yeah, whistled past Superman's ear.
Dominating this heaven smoke though. Will actually fade now with the nade. Rebounding back and away. Sees forwards. A fight to be taken by EG up close with the Stingers. Anybody could have been favored. Second who wins it out. Still holding down that ground. EG looking to try and flood their way through this one, but again, the back positions here. It's this bait and switch setup that Sentinels, they're just so willing to just, okay, we'll give you a bit of that space. Now we're playing a crossfire setup and the doors are rotating. Too many angles to really watch for. Has to be raw firepower that sails them through it. But is it even possible for them? Apov is making a bloody good go of it. It's just one player.
9-9.
Against that. 9-9. Sentinels have brought this all the way back.
And that's 6-0 for Sentinel.
These rounds have been such blowouts, and Sen have managed this avalanche so well that EG, they haven't even had their first ults online for the half. Jorg, we talked about in round 15 using his. The other players are only just now getting, you know, Nightfall, Viper's Pit online. They're still one away.
Yeah.
Derek and Nature still don't have access to these huge tide-shifting ults to be able to play with. And here we go, into the round instantly. Sen looking to whack up the tempo.
Yeah. Quickening of the round right at the beginning here. See a lot of util being expended just to try and shake the positioning of these attacking players out. Sentinels though, we push back and away from it, so they're still going to get that plant down in through B, through heaven, and even the pit just laid out on top. How do you deal with this if you're EG? It's got to be perfect. Two players out through Hobbit, Prowler, connection there onto Zek, and a few bullets stray. Just going into him to deal a little bit of damage, but Jorgmo dealt with. It's your spearhead gone and out. Derek spraying and praying all about the nature. No chance for it.
Bren, the only hope here for EG
And that's
to right
the
ship
7-0.
is that Sen used ults now and have finally hit close to the end of their bank. But otherwise, Sen are wiping them away every single round. There's a game-turning advantage in their favor.
Yeah.
This time it's John's Pit that just makes the retake so much more difficult. And they don't anticipate the pace of the B exec. But the problem is the ult economy works in tandem with the financial economy. And EG are currently experiencing a 2008 housing crisis.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good.
They have
stuck.
3 ultimates though.
They have ults to work with, but now they don't want to invest them necessarily unless they start to get advantages because, you know, Sen have got such better weaponry. And if Zekken can use that gun advantage to build up to a showstopper, but this is how Lotus attack side snowballs away from you.
It gets out of hand. Maybe beginnings of potentially a round on the board here for EG on this defensive half with the Viper's Pit down.
Yeah, and
Should push Sen naturally over towards B, A.
Yeah, I think EG have been very good at coming up with ideas on their ecos of putting pressure. Normally, they're allowing Sen into A and then trying to squeeze them rubble on the retake. We've seen that twice now on EG's ecos. Similar pattern, perhaps?
Cool, calm, and collected. Sentinel's unwilling to really rush into much at all here. Knifefall is even being committed. That's Derek. Using it here. Doesn't get any tags at all. Might be giving a bit of false information, but now time to strike here for Sen. They're going to be using one of their own. Ults committed.
There's only 25 seconds.
Which way are they going into here? Pivot into B. Doubled up close. Corners into the action, and it doesn't matter. Taking rifles against the Stingers or whatever weaponry that EG might have. They just barrel over them.
EG were not ready for that. And they've just used...
10 seconds left.
Brent, they've just used all their ultimates
everything, right?
on an eco round. And it's looking Jova.
It's gonna be the same.
Zekken one away from his showstopper. They now have access to that to be able to work with in the next. Like, Senna's so good at being able to understand the wider picture. I'm not even talking the macro of like where people are positioned, but the idea that you can snowball games in this kind of way. 9-3 down, they've just looked like it doesn't matter. They could win every single round in this half.
They've never had any of that hesitation at the back of their minds. Like, you can just tell. I mean, you look at the replays, the reactions as soon as the round ends from the Sen players. I mean, the body language says it all.
Yeah.
Locked in, ready to win. They know what it takes. It's one round at a time, one step at a time. So far, they've done it. 2-round differential now between these two teams when they were down 6 against EG.
And here, Sen had 25 seconds to hit the A site. Paranoia had denied them from taking tree control, and 2 players with close range weapons were in Hobbit, and they weren't able to get a kill out of that. Apoth and Derek just folded.
Yeah.
You hope for more when you're in that spot. That's what your eco round is designed to funnel the players with better guns through tiny choke points where you have the advantage, and they just couldn't capitalize. How many did Jorg have at the half? 23?
Something like that. In the 20s, and since then it's just been a slip essentially from the initial few rounds.
Yeah, but it's not like, you know, he's not playing with a blindfold on. He just can't find opportunities to make the impact, and he's always up against an advantage for Sen. Here comes Zekken's showstopper.
Oh, we'll put that one back online with the auto orb. Zekken now probably going to be using this one to clear out through the side. And yeah, here it is. Offloaded. Let it rip. One target. One kill. It's a matter about a high ground position here. Jorg wants to go fast and rapid into his approach. Right into the back section. Strops into Pit. I mean, Sassy just deals with him. Superman, what is going on there? Intruder in the midst. It's up to 12 now for Sentinels, and one more round will do it. A resounding comeback.
And honestly, EG are going to be kicking themselves because this could have been such a different game if literally just the round 13 had gone the other way.
The pistol round.
Yeah.
Right?
And
See
EG,
it on their faces.
yeah, Potter can tell as well. All of that hype and adrenaline at the fact that you're beating the Madrid winners, the crash afterwards can be worse than the high.
They will be coming. One more round stands between Sentinels claiming their map pick. Jorgamo finally holds online.
I think this is the first time we've seen somewhat similar rifles and an ult advantage for EG.
But here it is. Second must just lead the charge forwards. Apoth, the stalwart protector of the site, and the vulnerability matters not for John QT. Still towards it. Tens with the trade rocket. Just catch him around the corner. Not too sure how that ends up happening, but the kills are flooding in this time in EG's direction. This is right in the nick of time. Sassy, though, might be trying to play spoiler 1v3, make it 1v2.
If a single bullet had hit Superman, this would have been a 1v1.
45 seconds left.
He's got so much time.
We know how smart Sassy can be in these particular spots.
Honestly, your instincts here are screaming go back to C. Because that's where all of the action was earlier. You know all three of them left C to pass
30
through
seconds
B.
left.
You know, in their heads, they'll be thinking, continue that momentum, head in the A direction. Sassy's going to get a free plant here. I think he's played it beautifully.
He has. Free plan with Superman on 5 HP. It just could be the death blow.
They are so far away. Sassy, whether he knows it or not, has got a good chance here of repositioning to catch one.
They have to walk because they don't know where Sassy's positioning is. And it all comes down to this. A fight to be taken. First one found. Where's the next? Derek shuts it down.
Okay.
Good trade from Derek. Very safe play from EG. Bunching up together. Yeah, they gave Sassy a lot of room.
First round for EG
But when it
in
came down to it,
defense.
Team Ace.
the Brazilian just could not quite pick apart EG's players. So 12-10. Like I said at the beginning of round 22, I think that was the first time we've seen somewhat comparable rifles and an ult advantage for EG. Now there's no ults anywhere.
Nice edge. Nice edge. But EG still in it.
3 Guardians, though, for EG. They are going to have to hit such clean shots.
Positioning of Superman. High ground off angle. What does he have to be worried about? Smokes flying. Satchels forwards. Nothing to break the horns as well. So Superman marked up. We'll have to at least respect that one with the horn. Well, on the opposite side of things, that was 3 tags onto the players of Sentinel, so they know that there's a heavy committal over towards A Rubble.
And in rounds like this, the IGL lane does get a little more complicated for the attack side at least, because Kaplan previously has just been able to call around, messing with the pace and playing around the ults that he had to work with. So now he's got to really figure out what this defensive setup looks like, see if he can crack it. Ideally for Sentinels, they want the game to end right here. The more that EG win, the better their rifling is going to get. Look at that trip, designed to try to catch second if he double blast packs in. He loves pathing on top of the box.
No more satchels left. And they make the play towards it. Instead of just running about as a marathon sprint across the map.
Yeah, Zelsis, I don't think has heard rotations going to C, but they've got the right macro idea here.
A deep haunt into C Mound, that does send EG
30
scattering.
seconds left.
Players now realizing that it's most likely leaning over towards A. Wants to play. Pivot into B. Have B main control. Zelsis has been holding on to this one now, so it should be that free plan. I don't think
There are 3
EG
players
have
in
anything
heaven.
to stop it. They could attempt to flood this one out. Sees nade, pushes them back. Sassy around the corner. He's got the spike. He's the one with the plant, and it needs to go online now. Defending the angles on the crossfire section. Sentinels, they do eventually defend him and get themselves into this spot. And it comes down now to the kills. Jorgamo, first one found. Apo with the door, opens wide, smoke in their faces. How do you take the fight? All through heaven. Which direction? TP's back into main and he just crossed it up entirely. Tens, 3v3. And the kills with the smokes in their face. Sticking for Derek, but it's over like that. Blink of an eye. Sentinels.
Okay.
Take it away, map number 1.
Damn.
You'd call it an unthinkable comeback, but we've seen it before. This squad is capable of
9-3 attack side for EG and 10-1 attack side for Sentinel.
They are just going to run away with the game. Sen were down 9-3 at the half, and you wouldn't have believed it looking at their attack side on Lotus. They were completely in control.
Brought it all the way back. What's that difference make? That having that experience, I think, adds for you. Team that went all the way. Madrid won it all.
They've just got all the confidence in the world that they can come back into games like this. And compared to some of the other teams that were this week, we've seen a lot of teams go down early and then
one-sided maps, one-sided matches.
They crumble.
They crumble. They don't believe that they can win.
Even
the
when
confidence
the
gets lost.
Yeah, absolutely. Even with the side swapping, in theory, that is just straight up new strategies, new opportunities to win.
Yeah.
And yet, there are very few teams that believe in themselves like Sen.
Oh, we're going to be stepping away. Up next, GB and the Alice. That's breaking it all down for map number 1. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Forever, yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control.
Thankfully, here Saucy stays behind. Here's the footsteps. There's that first lineup for the side kill. Easily done there for Sickles.
advantage picked up for Cloud9. They're going to excel into this B site now. APOC had a rifle.
Liz here with Coach Kaplan of Sentinels. Now, you were down 3-9 at the half, and you only let EG get one more point in the next half. I understand Lotus may be hard to defend, but what was the conversation that you had at the half with your team in order to take it and literally just run with it?
Yeah, we just talked about how, I mean, hey, we're down and we need to come back and we need to win this series. And whether we come back and win 2-0 or 2-1 doesn't matter. What matters is the comeback starts right here. We made a lot of mistakes that defense half, but we also were whiffing and losing gunfights. I don't like beating around the bush. I basically said, look, we were whiffing and losing gunfights. We need to not play any differently here. We need to just assume we're going to warm up, they're going to get a little cold and do our thing. And I think every player stepped up and did a good job, and it means Colleen kept us on track, and really proud of him for turning it around. Not proud of him for the cold start, but we'll work on that, as always.
All right. Well, best luck on map 2.
Thank you very much.
Make no mistake, Sentinels smoked EG in that second half, but I want to take a moment to appreciate some great calling from EG on their attack, which was dominant, getting 9 rounds, and how they used defaulting to really abuse Sentinels just a bit.
Bro, it's insane how they fucking push the EG narrative back.
You can pull off of that. The util in question are 4 main pieces here. First, we use the Omen Smoke one way over into C, a Fade Haunt into C as well, and then using a Cypher Cage to threaten a lurk, and a Viper Cage as well to threaten a lurk over in towards A. And in this round right here, you can see this in play. EG throw those pieces of utility over towards C. They creep into this space. At the same time, actually, Sentinels, they're setting up a bit of a trap play in mid, but Apoth is going to take it slow using this camera and seeing Saucy step forward, and that basically gives up this idea of a trap. But fast forward into the next round, because EG anticipates Sentinels aren't going to be looking for a mid trap again. And what do? They throw those same 4 pieces, right? Cage goes out, Viper Orb, the Omen Smoke, as well as the Fade Haunt, but they creep up 3 players behind it, and they're ready to pop quickly in towards this B site. But there's one important thing to keep in mind. Because they're defaulting that Omen Smoke over towards C every round, they only have 1 smoke to exec over in towards Baby Door. But they justify their Cypher pick because A, it gives you the cage to scale up here, and they can use a cage in the exec as a quasi-second smoke for them. So what do? The cage goes out, they pop around this wall with the Paranoia 2, Jogamo gets the kill, and he can keep chasing for more, going deeper into that. That is really the beauty of an EG round, is all of that defaulting and the different ideas they have off of that. Now, Potter is the brains in the operation, and we're going to hear what she has to say ahead of that map number 2.
Liz here with Coach Potter of EG. Now, I really thought I was going to be standing here saying congratulations on a map win, but then the second half, you did too.
I did too.
But the second half happened. So, Frank, basic question, what happened?
I mean, Sentinels happened. They're so good at mid-rounding. Definitely that pistol round, that retake, I'm gonna have nightmares about that tonight. But hey, they did a fantastic job. I'm just proud of my guys. You know, we haven't showed what we can do. We haven't been playing like we practice at all, but today we did. So, you know, that's good news for us. Like I said earlier today, we didn't really care about this match because we couldn't, right? We couldn't have that pressure on ourselves. So it's good that we showed what we got.
All right, let's on to your map pick, so best of luck.
Thank you.
That's right, and Sentinels manages to pick up the win. It was their pick on Lotus, but what was even more impressive was the fact that they did it in the second half in such a dominating fashion. I mean, guys, Sentinels, just when you think you knocked them down, they always find a way to build themselves back up.
Yeah, both these teams used really the same strengths, just snowballing on the attack side of Lotus. When you get the ults online, when you can win that bonus, it can snowball these games. That's exactly what happened for Sentinels. But in terms of the actual calls, like Kaplan was talking about, to make that happen, I was really impressed with the way that they were working the map. This was one such round where they hear that door being open, set up this great re-clear towards C, and then again, going late back in so many of these rounds towards that B site that they found as a massive weakness, Myrna.
Yeah, they found that loophole multiple times, and every single single time, it felt like EG was just never ready to properly retake. It felt like every single one of their planned retakes did not get executed the way that they wanted. They were running in one by one and lacking a lot of the util or peeking off the util that they were using.
And so much of that came down to the ults. EG dumping ults on eco rounds. It fell apart, but there's still more Valorant to be played. We go to Bind next, and this is the choice of EG, but it's not a map we've seen from them thus far this year.
Yeah, but let's go back to the point that we were making at the beginning of the matchup, is that you're looking at a bunch of Raze maps here. And I think about Giacomo. He came online in that game, and yes, he was shut down in the second half, but I think that can play more into the fact that EG matched that tempo and then some, right? Now, this is going to be Giacomo's time to really go and show people, hey, what happened in that first half, we're just going to keep doing that. And now we have the control.
I feel like regardless of what the scoreline was, Giacomo had a phenomenal way of playing. His defense side lacked a little bit. He didn't get as many of those good frags in order to help his team, but that attack side, he showed so much more confidence and so much more of the old Giacomo that we really wanted to see and really needed to see. So hopefully coming into Bind, where it's so much more of an explosive map, where Raze needs to get that space and use their util in order to get to those places towards sites, I feel like he's going to be a lot more effective.
It's a lot of those same ideas where, as a Raze player, if you're getting explosive in the post plant, satcheling over truck to punish those players who are trying to stall you out on the A site with mollies. On B, rewrapping into elbow to punish players trying to flood back in on the retake there as well. The Raze has a lot of agency, and if Giacomo can find that first half form here again, I think he could push this to be competitive.
Yeah, I'm curious if also how that pace is going to go for EG, because that was something I was really liking from them on Lotus. They were quick. They were in their face constantly.
It's also a question of what comp they're going to run.
Very
the Gecko
true.
combo comps, be it a Sky, be it a KO, or even be it the Fade, have become the standard on this map. That's probably what I'd expect from them, and as we see it lock in, that is what they're going for. It's a mirror.
Yeah, they're going for that copycat comp, and I love this comp. I love the ability to get as much information as possible, and I feel like for the way that EG plays and the way the Sentinel play as well, actually, this applies to both teams, is the amount of layers that they put onto their executes. Now, we talked about their retakes not really being that effective. I feel like now that they have the Gecko and the Sky, a lot more util in order to set up Giacomo, maybe they'd be able to finally fix those retakes.
Well, can EG manage to pick up their map 2 and force a map 3? Let's get ready and send this back over to your casters. You got Brennan Sideshow on the call.
Let's get it started then. I mean, honestly, bless these teams for banning Icebox and Breeze as well. We get to see Bind in play here. And Sentinels, I mean, they look so damn good at this map. They haven't really been tested too much in terms of it, but in terms of their executes, you know, Des was discussing it. They're sublime with it. They have so many good ideas of how they want to use this comp because it has so many tools. You've got mollies, you've got nades, you've got double flashes, you've got all the mid-round information and tools you could ever possibly want. And they look good at this map. It's easy to pick it. And EG running the mirror, we'll see if they can actually contend and fight back against Sentinels.
I think another thing to look at here is that
Is
it's
it a
Sen on their
Gecko
attack
comp?
side. Yes, Bind is not the most attack-sided map in the pool, like Lotus is, but John's way of being able to control the game mid-round, utilize that
Oh, it's
ult
a
to
Sky
try to build up
Gecko comp.
avalanches. All of those things EG is still going to have to try to deal with. And they're already looking to get proactive in showers, stealing that ult orb very early on, whilst threatening some kind of push out through sand. Now this...
The Deep Viper roll.
Yeah, this smoke that we've got here is it's an unusual one. You do not often see it. But they're just trying to condition it, looking to go for some kind of sand crunch in the mid-round if Sentinels were re-clearing that area of the map.
All up through B-long, fully contacted the Dizzy. Be sure to watch those angles, so nobody holding close here. Superman does have 2 snake bites to his name. The Trailblazer, seeing the 1, nade, flash, ooh, a little bit of whiffage there, but doesn't quite get any connections, and the TP evacuation from TenZ.
Yeah, this is actually going to start pulling a bit of a rotation over towards A for the defenders, but there's still opportunities to go back up to B. Sen are keeping this pretty loose and flexible.
No more flashes
in
for
round
Sassy
1.
though.
They're going to be running themselves back over towards B. They've definitely pulled these rotations over.
Yeah, there's 4 players stacked over on A. But because EG have short control, they can access the teleporter to come and help Superman very quickly. And Zelsis doesn't really have a smoke he can use for hookah. You can see he's put 1 elbow, 1 over towards spawn. So Hookah's going to be a weak spot here for Sen.
That weak spot that they're just forgetting about ignoring for now.
And look
they're
at this.
taking elbow backside control.
Yeah, Derek actually goes through the TP, and this is going to make people focus on Hookah at the same time as Superman is wrapped out of Hookah and coming up long. I like the timing on this.
And multiple plays occurring here, but it comes down to this gunfight, so they're going to be occurring right here, right now. Shots missing ever so slightly. John QT just can't quite win his fight out, but luckily for him, his team has definitely been winning theirs. Right through spawn, last one left is Derek, dropped.
And a flawless.
So a flawless round here for the pistol beginning.
Damn.
Sentinels. And it is that macro masterclass, absolute cinema, however you want to call it for John QT. I mean, he just worked them across the map.
Yeah, it was a great usage there. Have a default, then go and take some B long control, teleport back, end up hitting B. And yet, while the loss of Hookah control could have been a problem for them, Sen were very quick to realize that and push forward to fight elbow and go and look to put pressure on people retaking from spawn. I think the duel that we were looking at between Superman and John Cutie could have decided the round, but in actual fact, it just took so long to resolve. It ended up being a non-factor. Sassy could end up getting caught here by double flash, but now he's just going to tell his team, yeah, there's no one on B. Everybody is running me down.
Yeah, I mean, stood his ground for a moment here. Just bunny hopping around the corner, so we'll be back to safety.
John's actually used the opportunity to slink into A as well. I'm not sure they know that Superman's still elbowed. It's a weird round, but I don't think EG are going to get anything out of it. Perhaps just this one bulldog, if they can hunt down Sassy.
Oh, Senna rapidly approaching.
He could defuse.
Not even necessary for Sassy. And Superman acknowledged and taken out. A one for the flawless against that eco round. Sentinels. Good beginnings here to bind.
10's one away from ult. Sassy 2 away. 10's probably going to be able to build his up just by getting plants down.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to play around these, but it's certainly an option.
Here's the danger.
Yeah. So, when we were watching Sen obliterate, I think it was MIBR on this map, they were just sending B execs over and over.
Oh, tech pause.
Tech pause. Has someone's mouse run out of battery?
I mean, I'm looking. Let's look at the stage.
Get one of those again.
Any culprits?
I mean, it's looking from our POV like it might be an EG issue, but that's just speculation on my part because the Sen players are relaxing.
Just fully leaned back. Reclining in the chairs.
But yeah, when we saw Sen play this map last time, and it's been a while since they used to run that Yoru Raze composition. They've been playing a few times with this Gecko in the mix. And they were just hammering B hits on their attack side, and their opponents could not deal with it at all. Zelsis was throwing a Brim Molly into elbow. It was cutting off the Sky that was wanting to play there.
They did a cross-map snake bite as well onto be long, a Gecko Molly. It was honestly pretty picture perfect, to be honest. This comp gives you so many tools.
The thing that was working against the way that Sen were running their B execs was a re-clear strategy over towards B long, where you allow them to get up B long and either wait for the ult orb to be tapped or just based off of timing, you decide to re-flash and fight with Razenade or something like that. So it looks like EG are prepped on their defense just based on what they were doing on the pistol round. But they've got to try to find moments to take control of the tempo.
He's having fun with it. I mean, listen, high spirits of Sentinels for obvious reasons.
Yeah, I think they would have looked a lot more focused and determined had they ended up losing Lotus.
Map one, yeah. Sure.
Kaplan would have been drilling them in the back, but this version of Sen, very happy they've pulled off the comeback and just looking to continue that. You heard it from Kaplan. He was saying, keep playing the same way. Jorg isn't going to drop 500 ACS every single half. They're going to cool down, we're going to heat up.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, when you're playing against an underdog team and you're expecting to have the firepower advantage, if it's not working out for you at the beginning, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to change anything. Things in general will revert back to average over time. So I think the emphasis is on EG to try to recapture some of that magic, lightning in a bottle that they had at the start of Lotus.
Just got to start with good ideas. As you mentioned, one good VOD review. seeing how you can disrupt some of the stuff that Sentinels were doing on this map. Maybe that's part of the reason why EG ended up picking it.
Yeah.
It's early days, you know, they ended up losing this pistol round so far, but it is early days. Next round should be looking to get that buy round underway.
I think we missed it off the camera there. But I believe Zekken was going for the bottle flip, bringing that back from what, 2004?
2000, yeah, God knows. Yeah. Okay. We will be getting into the game shortly.
Yeah.
Making sure the confirmations across the board. Oh,
live
it's the replay? In no way. In no way. We leveled up.
Hey, the replay team are on it today.
Excellent stuff. Leveled up entirely. Trying to get something going here. Let's see. I mean, he's got listen, he's got Overwatch cheesing. He's gritted. Follow the lead. Keep it going.
Yeah, I think the problem is Zelsis has given up on this.
Oh, he's given up, so he's just leaving it to the crowd?
Yeah.
Ah, they got it. It's fine. They got it. Yeah, I wasn't turning around. I couldn't see that Zelsis has given up.
Yeah, no,
I
generally
assumed he was leading it.
The person who's leading it is supposed to continue and increase the tempo. And Zelsis just abandoned it and started playing rock, paper, scissors with John.
That's an excellent one. Is that on buying? What was that?
Yeah, it looks like buying to me. I think so. I was loving the, we had faces on sticks before in the crowd.
Yeah.
That's a recent new one. I do.
A recent new one?
I feel like it.
No, they've been bringing them out.
Have they?
Yeah, every now and then. Hello, GB. What's going on here? He's like, oh, are they going to be calling me up to action? The Golden Boy chat. You've got him creased over there in the corner. He's loving it. Right, let's get started. Here we go. Byron VG. Keep the energy going. And yeah, this is a good chance now for them to try and shut down some of the stuff that Sentinels are doing. This is such a bold play. They are just walking all the way through the orb. Not worried about anybody playing up close here. Flash through around the corner. 4 of them standing their grounds now with 10's earning that ult. Stimmy drop down.
That's a fast fish.
It's a very fast fish, and he's going to be taking a nasty chunk out of the elbow. Player detained, but it doesn't really seem like there's too much of a follow-up. Superman's still going to be holding down the ground. It is Hookah, but he is going to be spotted out. Bullets going wide and around. Nice one, Snappy.
Oh, and the follow-up.
He's locking this one down for his team. That one avenue that just wasn't accounted for, and it's made that so much more difficult here for Sentinels to really get themselves through. Get that plan going, running and gunning, but it's all covered with the rifles. Surely should be John QT 1v2.
The spike's down. There's no real need for EG to be fighting this.
They double up in a high-low.
Yeah. All of the pressure here is on John to make something happen.
There it is.
EG's strategy against the Sen B exec is just to dominate Hookah.
Yeah.
They're taking short control, Hookah control, so that they can access the teleport, come in. They can sand crunch off Superman's contact if needed. Otherwise, they can just fight this. And this is where the adaptation needs to come from Sen. Either you throw another Brim Smoke on Hookah and you don't worry about it and you go and fight for like elbow control or something like that afterwards. Or you've got to try late backstabbing, but that runs into the problem of the players with short control are going to crunch you. Or you can try to re-clear Hookah pretty aggressively. Or split with a lot of players.
Have a big emphasis over towards B long. This time not disrespecting the Viper Orb though. Wait for it to go down. Nature. Just jiggling. We get information here. Does he know how close these Sen players are, though? They are contacted up. Sassy, but loose with the Seekers now, and that will hopefully clear a path for them. But the Snake Bite's definitely doing some decent work. It's going to be stunting this push. Any attempts here to stun there. Where's that connection? Bullets flying, smokes fading, barely alive, but Nature backs away. Surprised they weren't able to get that kill onto Zekken.
I don't think Zekken realized he'd been seen in that position.
Themselves control over towards Tube here. Stuns are trying to set this one up. Flooding through John QT. He slaps them down. A pesky problem in the backside, but no longer. Chanting. Spam through the smoke. There's one kill onto 10s, but with the damage done to Nature, they don't want any part of this.
Giving up very early on there in the 2v3 retake. There's quite a bit of damage done to Zekken and John as well, but EG playing things very safe. This time, EG did not go for that dominating hookah approach. They had a much more standard setup. I don't really think they anticipated how deep Sen had gotten across B long, as you were pointing out, Brent. They had one on top of two, one under, and then they were forced to kind of backpedal a little bit. Got caught ever so slightly. Zekken did a great job here of getting out. Sassy's getting tagged by bullets there. But the fact that Zekken's out kind of allows the rest of his team to eventually still cross through. And the play by John seals the round. That's absurd shooting by John. This buy is an unusual one.
Yeah, it's pretty dire. I mean, they keep the two rifles that they save, but no one else really able to buy up around it.
Yeah, and Derek's got 0 credits to his name.
So it's a strange one. Keep an eye on these players with the rifles. Tap, Jorg.
Apoth is also using smokes really early on in the round. He's used one already outside showers, and that's a kind of default one he's putting, but then he's generally been throwing one over towards B.
Walked all the way up again. I mean, Senna contacting through all of these options. Into the sights, over the top. Derek will at least put a stop to Zekken. Mosh pit can't quite scale through into that angle just for now. Molly, good connection, at least with the bullets there. Sen doubling up, ensuring that there's no gaps whatsoever in their play. And EG again forced to make that tough decision and back away. Superman, he's got no weapon. Might as well make a go of things at least to do some economical damage. But yeah, it's another round that's just over for EG.
And the fact that Apoth is putting that smoke over towards showers, he didn't really feel like investing another one short that early on. He just got caught on that sideline. Everybody from Sen was able to walk up behind the Viper.
They've been doing that a lot. A lot of contact plays early from Sentinels up through either B long and now short.
Yeah, they're really disrespecting EG.
Yeah.
The fact that they've just walked through the Viper orb on B long a couple times, that should be starting to send alarm bells through EG. Because if you can't force your opponents to respect something like that, it's not worth the credits you've used to buy it.
Yeah.
So again, take a look at the replay. The fact they're all the way through here, no Brim Smoke, which would be more standard, no Viper Orb on short, which, again, some teams are running. So Senna just able to guns out contact the whole way through.
Money situation, look at that, Derek. Forced down to the half armor with the Sheriff. Can't buy up a rifle with the rest of his team.
Superman's gonna Viper Orb over towards B long again. And there's that same Brim Smoke showers.
Jordo, top truck. Damage done. Dealing it out and dishing it out. EG, they've got that crossfire for them. Hello. Trying to really let loose with the rocket.
Flawless.
Everybody collapse in the blink of an eye.
Sen decided to send it that round.
Okay.
Something over there.
But that's what you're going to do if you're EG.
Like us, but
You're going to contact through, not use util to try and take some of that space.
oh, no
Yeah, but they
way.
weren't even contacting there. They just they just jumped in through short. That's a really bizarre round from Sen. Because again, they're forcing out 2 Brim Smokes in the first 10 seconds of the round. Apoth's using 1 showers and used 1 short there, and there was no call to cancel. They just decided, I think it's based off the dog from Sassy seeing a couple players showers. They thought there was free space through short. Yeah, just
sending it again.
Trying to end this game as quick as possible.
Yep, run it up again. Trailblazer does not get broken, so all that ground gained once more. It's going to be laps for them. Snake bite into the smoke. Nobody can play through that one, but they do deny the plant. G.
Launching smoke.
That showers control, but they've lost back sight in the process. Celsius. Got this one wrapped around. It's a double flash play with a molly rebounding and flying through, spraying through with the bullets.
That's excellent. Off the dizzy info.
They know that they've lost showers control, but it matters not for Sentinels. They've got this discipline to really just instill and hone it in the middle of the round in these precise moments.
Unfortunately, though, Brent, the longer they take, the more Superman might be able to get something done. They're all going to teleport, and Superman's here.
Zekken goes down. Superman is finding another one, and now he's playing for his life as well. So they do have to try and at least take care of him. Nature almost getting another one. These 3 kills dished across the map. Sentinels slapdash in their approach, really, as well as they were trying to get onto that B side. But finally, the plant is down for them, but with a player disadvantage.
They know Superman is in market, but can Sassy find the timing on it?
Way. I mean, Ten's just playing this one. Oh, that's a double detainment! But the player nature holds that one down. The bodyguard, the VIP, in the correct, precise moment still. Sentinels might have earned themselves a lifeline. Now doubled up, grouped up, got to win out these duels, and damage is done to both of these. A single bullet of Zelsis or Sassy. They will be falling to it. Jorgmo sticking, not quite, doesn't even get half. Got to try and get a move on and a go of this one, at least playing towards those wings.
Oh my god, Sassy.
Sassy! On 1 HP! You kidding?
How has he done that? I mean, the EG players must have just lined up, thinking that they were going to be able to land a bullet on either.
There's no way. With how low those players were.
Hopefully we get a replay from Sassy's POV here.
Lined up. 1 health. 1 health.
Tyson, don't spam there.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, didn't catch what he was saying at the end there, but that is absurd stuff. A rounder they really had no right winning for Sentinels.
No. I think it was the mid-rounding, actually, something that was praised so much by Kaplan and Potter, John QD's mid-rounding. That's the thing that ended up going a bit wrong for them in that round, but Sen still persevere.
John's going to get early eyes onto this one.
Poison's off.
Is he going to pass the perception check? Oh, Derek's ahead of it. Derek's ahead of it, but he's brought down. 3 players with rifles. Win that one through with a stimmy as well. I mean, John QT is dodging and ducking and weaving.
It's a confusing one there. EG have such great info over towards B long and have walked out short. Kind of asking to be punished. There wasn't really any info about where Sen were playing. The Sen are keeping things slow. 5v3, no reason to do too much. Zekan's opened up the whole of the B site and they can just teleport through. Great mid-round call there.
As soon as they realize that site's opened up. So again, decision being made for EG
30
here.
seconds left.
Has to be a save again.
The slower that Sen play these rounds, I think the better it's going to be for them. Because EG have got, they're using so much utility at the beginning.
Yeah.
And yet Sen have kind of been just going for real fast hits a lot of the time at the beginning of these rounds.
Yeah, it feels like they're limit testing almost, just
yeah, a little bit, yeah.
See what they can get away with the comp.
But this setup, you know, walking out short, you haven't heard anything hookah, you haven't heard anything showers. You're just taking a gamble based on it being quiet around the map. And there's only 3 lanes they can be, hookah, showers, or short. So walking out there has got a ton of risk associated with it for Derek and Apon. But hey, if Sen were planning to do a 5-person hookah pop, which is something that some teams do against that Viper ultimate, then that would have been an amazing flank timing. It's a gamble, EG went for it, and they get punished for it.
Surrounded by minha familia. We
Now their economy's not good, forced to take attack timeout, and Sen have myriad ways that they can play this round.
I mean, they're just getting the ults going.
Exactly.
Like you were talking about, I mean, just keeping the ults flourishing, making sure that that can snowball your advantages on the attack side is half the battle, to be honest, in most days, the way Valorant is played.
Yeah, I think the thing that makes it so powerful on Lotus is that you have enormous ultimates that are great for just opening up a site.
Yeah.
On Bind, they're useful for the exec, for sure. I mean, the showstopper is amazing. But teams are very good at coming up with anti-showstopper setups and trying to push out different lanes. So, for example, anticipating that you're going to be execing with Zekan down short, so we'll try to take showers. See if we can dominate that area of the map instead.
Yeah.
Or setting somebody up on a high-low or across triple on A to see if we can deny. So there are more ways, I think, of countering the ult advantage on Bind, but Senna in such a commanding position.
They really are. And so far, the game plans of EG obviously haven't been working.
No.
It's been a lot of focus on trying to punish maybe the solo lurking player of John QT or Sassy outside showers, but I think they're barking up the wrong tree. You know, we've been on a lot of dog analogies today. I don't know if you saw the interview questions that were getting brought out. Kaplan coming out with a quote with, I mean, what was it? The nervous dog always barks first.
Yep.
What is that? Sun Tzu? Not sure, but yeah, they honestly, re-clearing B long could be very, very potent with their comp. EG though, heavy stack You do have weaker guns. There's a satchel across Jorg. He's cut up the line, and the angles. Orbital strike, enough damage done. Derek took 145 in a moment, so he'll go down just the tail end of it. Jorg, though, he's getting disrespectful. Let's try and make a play. Beautiful flash. That's right through the TP. That was from the long B-long angle.
Yeah, that's excellent to set him up. And Apoth actually drew the boombot as well at the perfect time. Sen, though, very intelligently have just gone and taken the whole of the A site in the meantime.
All of that space. You don't anticipate Zelsis here, I don't think.
There's going to be a lot of timing issues right now.
Got their eyes on those guns, though. EG looking to get a bit of a firepower upgrade. Snakebite sent flying for John QT. I don't know that anybody was playing there. They're just looking to see if they can get this plant down, maybe.
Yeah, for backside.
Yeah, pits into the back.
A Seeker is going to start drifting in from the spawn side.
Their post-spawn position isn't great for Sen, I will say.
But as soon as Zelsis realizes there's nobody here and can play up towards heaven, oh, it doesn't go for it. If Zelsis takes a risk, he can win the round.
Tiniest the difference is really that can make the difference. He's missed it. There's a gap, there's a gap, there's a gap. Tiniest of one, but still with the rifles. He's locking it down. Stalwart defender and protector of that little area. And it's a critical difference, a crucial difference. A tap onto diffuse nature. He drops. Apov last left, but he will fall. So Sen, tricky stuff, but they navigate themselves through that situation.
Really lovely call. It's John and Zelsis, I think, that do the majority of that. Taking short control at the same time as realizing that their opponents are fighting for showers. So while all this is going on, and Jorgamo has a really nice play here, set up by nature, the whole of Sen have just taken the A side. And then the pit, the plant for backside, it's all really nicely navigated.
Early skirmish. Bit of lead being exchanged down A short. No kills or casualties.
But the fact that EG control short is going to allow them to go and crunch sand and put pressure on Zelsis in this spot. So when Superman takes contact in hookah here, there's a really solid chance that he ends up getting either naded or just popped on. There's now 3 players that Superman might be able to call that play on.
Standard's very spread.
And usually Sen
avoided there.
Usually Sen are going to take hookah control with the Dizzy.
Do they know Sassy's this push?
I don't think so.
I'm just wondering. I mean, I think they dogged through the TP to clear it. Is he timing it? I mean, Derek's got a bit of an awareness. Well, he's got a util out into his hands. Needs the gun now. Mosh pit. Yep, did not know he was going to be that close. Rocking over the top. Jorgamo close. Quarters action, but he's brought down over the strike. Seeking to punish and punish. Apov will. Drops it down once more. Near sight to Doan. Backs away, pushed away. And it's gunfights that win the day. Sentinels on top of the world right now. It feels like nothing can trip this team up.
It's that disguised push from Sassy. The fact it feels like everybody is going down short there, and Sassy's got such a deep timing towards showers. Comes around, and even though EG tried to stuff them in short, he's left a lot for nature to do.
Players, it's a team or South Flash. Out towards triple Sassy. Takes the timing and takes nature's life. So,
what a great
8-2.
round.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Sassy.
That's 2 rounds in a row that are not pulled out of the playbook. They're based on the positioning of players and what they can get away with, and just reading the state of the game in the moment.
So curious as well about that Trailblazer that just got him into that spot. We're not going to see it on a replay, but that's like, that's one for the VOD watch later, probably. He's on fire right now, though. 14-3.
He's cooking. His Sky has become, especially on Bind actually, so much better than it was when it was a weakness for him last year.
He's looking real particularly strong. Standard util there, that's a cross map with a snakebite. Ensures that Sen can take a lot of control of B-Long here. Difference is they are having to use util to try and gain that space. Ult orb given up. Trailblazer broken. Boombot. A lot being used here by Sentinels.
And they're going for the late backstab to try to deal with hookah control. John is there. It's a 4-1.
This time Nature will have to give some of this up.
Actually, John is not going for the late backstab. Teleport from Jorgamo. and he decides to just connect with the rest of his team on site. So this is a weird one now.
Wait, what's going on? I mean, Jorg's acting like they're not already up onto the site. They've had a bit of miscommunication. He thinks they're all still there, but the flash surely indicates in second. Takes a peek from it. They're all over the place, man. They are practically in the walls. Sentinels gained all the ground out more. Thrash now earned from that plant. Ten's going to be leading it forwards here. See if he can get any more sort of entertainment. Yes, he can. And hot on the heels, Sentinels seek to capitalize.
Oh my god!
Apop. Necessary engagement to win out. John now to do the most. Tens backing away. Will fall, spraying through. Damage done with the bullets, and the reload is online for him. John, chances, chances, chances.
Holy fucking shit! John Cutie, absolute cinema.
He knows he's done them dirty there.
Of evil geniuses let him get away with that. Apos does such a great job defending it. He's reloading next to a smoke. And they don't try to find the timing to punish, and they don't think about the fact he's repositioned around the corner of the smoke. Devastating for EG. But in all of those scrappy moments where EG have hookah control but Sen get on site anyway, in these wild situations, Sen are navigating them better.
And Sen, they just absorb that aggression. That is desperation by EG. Derek returns the fire at least once and will drop one of the players, but ultimately the damage has been done here for EG. They are pushed out through A short, losing control of showers.
In these kind of weird situations here, where EG have short control but have lost the site information, etc. Sen have just always been better. The intelligence of the Sen players really coming to bear in this map.
Poor Jorgum are watching every possible position. I mean, they just has to satchel his way through out of there.
Yeah, and they know that Jorg is playing on that side. They're going to anticipate that Derek is on B.
Hello. Definite chances here for Derek, especially after getting that one. Knows the second was tucked to the corner.
And Jorgamo still has to stay A in case they TP.
No way. His shots on fire right now for Derek. On target too, finally feeling like he's safe enough that he can use that ult, but shot down, brought down mid-air.
30 seconds
Weird
left.
round here with only 28 seconds left. Sentinels are desperately hoping that they can find themselves an opening. Celsius, yeah, he's seen both of them TP. It's called. And he does have the spikes. He's going to be able to get this free one, yet they are so fast, rapidly. Wait, Celsius towards default plant, but he might have made another go of it.
He's got his ult now. With the plant.
Back online here with the ult. Let it loose, let it rip, waiting for the right timing. And he's got the perfect indicator for it. As soon as that spike is tapped, first contact, there it is. Derek seeking to back away, but he cannot escape it. Not the eye of this team. 10-2. The first half that is just sheer domination.
I quite liked the way that EG was setting up their defense. They had some decent ideas. They tried to mix things up a little. But Sen, time and again, in those scrappy moments, found ways of being able to take even scenarios and push it across the line into a victory.
Yeah.
Last player
That final round, same kind of situation, masterfully done.
And that pure dominance just hasn't stopped. Essentially has it from the second half of Lotus. Bit of a breather here. We'll send it down to Elizabeth. She's down on the floor in the crowd with some fans.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm here with Tony amongst very loud Sentinels fans, but we're gonna play a game. We're gonna play some Sentinels trivia. No helping from the audience. We're gonna ask some questions. First question: where is John QT from?
Morocco.
That's correct. Who are the only two American players on Sentinels?
It's Tens and no. My bad. It's Celsius and Zekin.
Correct. Thank you. Okay. Tricky one, little bit of curveball. Person signed to Sentinels, born on February 18th, 1996.
Ooh.
You want a lifeline?
Yes.
You want a lifeline? He's watching right now.
Oh, my streamer, Tarek.
Yes, correct. And one last question. Who is Sentinel's sixth man?
Curry!
That's right. Give it up for Tony, everyone. Brilliant performance from Sentinels fan. We love it. And now we have some gifts. So let's get some gifts. It's going to be a fun time. And we have a game to get back to. So Brennan Sideshow, please take it away.
Excellent. Excellent stuff.
They cut the other question, which is, what's Tarek's social security number?
Yeah, not a clue. I'm not gonna lie, I was scared for my life then. GB's throwing these toys out, and I thought that was about to land at the back of my head. I had to turn around on camera just in case.
Yeah, the Sen fans are happy. Their team has made a massive comeback on map 1 and are dominating map 2, despite some decent resistance. It's not like EG are playing lights out, incredible gameplay. Jorg's at the bottom of the scoreboard again, hasn't really been able to get going. But there were tricky moments in those rounds.
Yeah.
And Sen showcasing that they are quite happy to navigate them and play more of that like defaulty style on their attack side. Now the sides are swapped, and this is where Jorgamo was electric on Lotus. I want to see him tip of the spear again, getting in there, entry in, and at least even if Sen are able to close this out, showing that they can still perform.
Some signs of life. That's what you can hope for.
Toxin screen down.
Sheriffs in play from Superman. Not enough bullets there to finish off the third target. Still, he's definitely done enough damage, and a TP is called. Full rotations away. Bit of re-exploration of John QT is shut down. Celsius cutting them up now with the ghost. Spraying and praying when he's fully blinded up, and he doesn't have any more bullets to do the job.
He's done a lot of damage, but Nature's going to try to heal as much of that as he can. So this almost looks like an impossible situation here for Sassy, who's been playing incredibly well so far here on Bind. But is put with a task that just isn't doable.
No. We'd have to isolate so many of these fights right now. I mean, Nature, yes, is low, but double up towards Lamps. Everyone down short. Watch them for the flank. They're here to drop, presumably. And the shot's just going awry there. So, it's a pistol round for EG. The beginning of what you were hoping for, right? It brought themselves a bit of breathing room, at least.
Yeah, and not just that, hitting some nice shots. Superman bought a Sheriff in that round and was able to pick up 2. And this one in particular onto Zekken is a great shot.
Yeah.
And then reading the fact that Sen were going to go for re-explorations in those situations, catching John and Celsius. Full eco round for Sen. When you're up this many rounds on a map that isn't incredibly snowbally, it's just about getting ults and closing things out.
Yeah.
So Sen, no need to take any risks.
Playing to the percentages. I mean, Zekken is... look at this. Saw this one before.
Yeah, literally taking every ult he can, while Celsius acts as the human bullet spot.
I mean, what?
How's he got now?
He doesn't go down there. I mean, meanwhile, Superman pressured and pushed off the angle. Finally goes down. I don't know. Dodging everything, man. Still flash in the face. Yeah, Jorg him up.
And not a nice angle for Jorg to be honest, with a Spectre.
Second. Bides his time, waits it out. No chance, honestly. Bit of a fox in the pen moment. Hello. No way. It's got to be something. Hello? Anybody? Nade, drop down. He's brought half. Kills coming in. It's a 2v3. Sheriff. But surely this kill doesn't come through. Sassy. Damage being done. He's the last one left, though. We'd have to do a lot more than that. Still, gets the reload off. Heal through. Can't quite dodge the goop going flying. And so, EG calmly able to at least deliver another round for themselves here. So 10-4 being that differential. This upcoming one is going to be the big one, though. Bonus round. Seeing how they deal with this.
And EG are such a creative team, or can be, with Potter at the helm, that I'd love to see some kind of set play here to push them across the line on the bonus and really start to make this a serious attempt at a comeback. There's a few rounds where you know that the economy is going to swing in massive ways, and those are the times to dig deep from the playbook. What have they got here? There's going to be a big clash at short if both of these teams want to fight.
Just weighing it out, but they are going to be sending that util now. Flying forwards, take control of showers. Flash as well, along with the Trailblazer, all delayed, but Zekken takes the first kill, first blood in his direction with Superman down. EG still going to be going for that plant. Derek not pushed back and away.
Tens on an angle they might not expect.
That's an important kill.
Still reads it.
Yeah, still reads it. Now he's brought it to a 4-on-4 for EG. Into this post plan, they have firm control of Lamps. There's 3 players all tucked together here. Juggernaut being that backup policy. He's the one player into showers that really needs to stay alive here as this gets later and later into the retake for Sentinels. And how do they want to do it? Snakebite, he's disrespected it all the way through there, but the damage to the bullets, he can't quite get the kill. They're unaware. Still, finally cleaning him up, spraying him through and down and out. The right click's getting betrayed. That's Derek again, trying to make the move. Second away, finally. So EG.
And a bonus for EG.
Do make the most of that bonus round, and they do earn a rifle on the other end of it. Economy's going to be flourishing.
Good stuff from EG.
Yeah.
Exactly when they need it, they pull out a quick A split, getting very deep towards showers at the start of the round. Have a snakebite line up to put more pressure on Tens so he can't fight over it. And you notice that the Sen players still had Brim Molly and Raisnay that they didn't use to deny Clapped, because they were forced back so far by the EG exec utility.
Yeah.
That's a nice execute. Really well done A split.
Is Derek still using the Sentinels Classic?
I haven't been looking, to be honest.
That's why I mean, it threw me for a loop. He didn't miss that kill. I was like, okay.
The contract said 5 gifted. I don't know whether that was per match.
Oh, what a punish. Here in the jump spot, pre-aiming at top of the corner. Hard to pull that one off, even if you know it's coming. Second holding his nerve. And the nade. Waiting for a bit of util to get used, and he will just let that nade rip to see if he can delay and buy a bit of time for the rest of his team, which they are already here. They've stacked it.
Yeah, they also know that nature is B long, because he just took the ult orb.
There it is. Flash clear into hookah. Stand with the rifles. There's danger though. There's always danger. Molly's going to be forcing them back and away. Actually, getting a heads up read here that they might be trying to just pivot and rotate over towards A. Look at this, and it is a correct read. Hard rotation with the players through. EG making the moves over towards A now, taking the TP. This is an incredible call. Not sure who's made it, but again, Sentinel's going to be applying that danger. Flash broken. Tens falls. Plant finally down for EG, and just like that, steadily, the options running out here for Sentinel. So, so I was crediting the macroing and their ability to really just follow the sound cues there.
One of the big problems was that they didn't have any ability to deny wingman.
Yeah.
If they'd been able to stop the plant, then maybe there's a chance. Oh, that's a great one.
Yeah.
How's he done that? The reactions to hit a shot like that. I mean, try it in your own games.
That's what I mean. Even
you're not doing it.
If you know it's coming, it's so damn hard to hit, but
yeah.
They're the best players in the world on these stages, so they are better than me and you, Josh.
If you say so.
I know so. I know so.
Sen fighting really heavy over showers.
That's rapid. Flash going to be blinding them up, though. It means that they can't really take a fair fight. Stalemate on either side. Hello, where's that one going? Look out through the window. Didn't even know that was a possibility.
Launching smoke.
Smokes drop down over the strike. That's a catch and punish a player that might have just been trying to retreat out the back of showers. EG aware that they've lost control of this one, and it could be the thorn in their sides once more. Sentinels fast now. I'll take this rapidly here, but it's a thrash going to be used in response. Detainment to one of the players. Zelsis says job to try and lock this one forward. Second with the showstopper, holding it with the fuse, and he's just looking for one target to let loose, let rip. No kills to be found. 4v4 though. This flank of Sassy is imperative. He finds it online, lets loose the O, but he will get traded. Nevertheless, Tens to fuse, denied from the wingman. Close quarters action occurring. Apov, last one to stand. He's going to try and stop this one himself. Now the 1v2, Tens just sticking the defuse onto half the nerve of the guy. Holds it all the way down, gets the kill with the molly as well, and forced him off earlier. I missed that one. That's the reason they got off of it.
Another great round from EG. And Sen have got a real problem right now. This is not just the fact that they're, you know, EG are winning a few rifle fights or something like that. EG are getting access to the site and the plant down so easily. And then from there, they have tons of utility still to be able to play the post plan. Sen need to find opportunities to stop these hits from coming through. And most of the time on A, at least, EG are... They're kind of pivoting between doing splits through showers and just sending everybody short. But I think one of the main problems is that they don't have enough wingman denial. If the plant is able to get down that easily with Derek just sending it in, Senna's stuck in a pretty rough retake position.
Yeah.
And you see it there, how tough it is. It's a 2v1, but Apoth, the Molly is like as good as a second player.
Essentially. Yeah, I missed that one when he let that loose. I mean, I was wondering
well, he
was just tucked towards the corner, but...
Right, he was kind of baiting, I think it was Derek, right? Because Derek and John were taking the fight on the flank.
Yeah.
And Apoth was just waiting to use that lineup that we see so often. Just a very classic position for people to be standing around here, where you're able to get this lineup that just goes straight in onto the side. Very high up in the air. Takes a long time to land, allows you to take the fight at the same time as the molly's being used. Are Sen going to make an adaptation with the setups? It looks fairly similar to start the round at least. Derek's got an attack side op that he's taking over towards B-Long.
That is interesting.
He's not known for opping.
No, he's really not. See, what's he do with it, though? I mean, able to get the punish onto Sassy, who was just jump spotting for that info in a prior round.
Coming out of this timeout for EG, I would be expecting Sen to go for re-clears. So anything where you can fake a bit of pressure on the map and then bait Sen into using a bunch of utility, I think that's what you want to be doing for at the start of the round, but EG are taking it real slow, very cautious.
What's going on here? Tens. Tucked and crouched Superman. Could be favored onto the angle there. Great awareness of Tens to realize that could be an option. In fact, he wants to take even more of a fight. Look at this. Smoke's dropped at his back. Turns away to crosshair placement for just a moment, but it's all him right now. It's a one-man army. They just cannot cross that line. I threw a short. Apoth and Derek now just trying to get a bit of a move on. Jump in right into the site here. Sassy, his game plan is just to try and hold on to control of B-Long, but now the reposition here. Wingman out and open. He's heard player at least into elbow, I believe. Knows that Derek.
Enemy remaining.
He's going to be there, and even the ult being committed. Make sure that they can seal this one up nice and clean. So, Sen finally stop this momentum, that wind in the sail that was there for EG. Getting that string of rounds on their attack side.
But that's very strange because all of those attack side rounds were based off doing large execute kind of plays. And after the tack timeout, EG decided to try to play a slow round where their Gecko was attack side opping to try to set up a fight. I mean, talk about moving away from what was working for you. Tens being able to get kills there is all well and good, but Sen actually didn't prove that they can stop an execute from happening. That round, I'm almost taken as an outlier. We'll see if EG go back into doing some of their more execute heavy stuff, which it seems like they're doing now. Taking some B control very early.
Way ahead of the snake bite. We push back and away from this one. John spotted. Boombot pops up to the box, so he's going to be.
We have Sunset as a fair map, so.
Landing in his direction here, but now making the call for the re-clear. Sassy, Trailblazer, info. Gathered. At least one plays there.
Tens and Zekken were itching to go through that teleport and try to sand crunch, but didn't quite get the connection with the dog, and Superman's watching from top short.
It's all been slowed down and paused. I mean, Sen, they do have tools to try and stop this one and stunt it if an EG hit starts to come through, and here's one of them, okay.
Oh my god.
Everybody falls! Celsius! Even committing the orbital strike. I mean, that was what I was talking about when it comes to tools to stun that push. Not a problem through the flash, but how does that happen?
Can we have a replay?
A little bonkers, but the idea is, as far as I can tell, you flash through the Viper wall at the same time as Tens and Zekken tried to fight. Look, they're
holy shit.
So the sand crunch I was talking about, they had just lost short control to Superman at the exact time they went for that. They could have just played passively and allowed the Brim up to do the
Kaplan
work.
is so
And instead
fucking
they tried
mad,
to be
dude.
disruptive, and Superman read it. Of course, it doesn't help that Sassy also died inside Hookah. So like I said, that previous round, it was an anomaly. You know, it didn't actually prove anything about Sen being able to stop these hits on the defense. A high-low setup over towards Truck as John Cutie dominates B-Long with his pit.
Try and cleave through it. It's a hard one. Oh, nice bullets, but no kill. That was the appropriate angle, though. Derek softens up ever so slightly.
Tens is looking to make the rotate over towards B here. Anticipating that this could be a hookah pop. They need a little bit of information. Sassy's got one more flash that he could use to try to clear hookah, but they haven't really gone for it. They've just kind of waited long enough, and now Tens is getting the idea that it might be a short pop.
And Trailblazer flash as well, backs away from that truck position. Second and decides to take the early peek.
Wingman, any denial? Yes.
There is the denial this time. Yes, even that. Kills can be found online for them. Ten still dropping it down here, holding, doubled up. Him and Celsius might be able to do more than deny, but just can spam down themselves. There's only 17 seconds left here.
Oh, that timing!
Made by EG in through the back of the site, fighting this one forwards. Tens with the flash, but is again just going to get sprayed down and traded. Showstopper. Guess what? No players in sight. Sentinels, they were still locked down onto the B site in case it was a TP pivot.
Every plan there for Sen was to use Celsius smokes to apply pressure to the players planting, but they lost the spam battle.
Yeah.
Little bit of luck involved, but all went the way of EG.
That's all it takes sometimes, just that coin flip going the wrong way. Sen now to try and play this retake. Gonna wade their way through the pit. As the spike ticks away, so do your chances. All your opportunities, and they've realized it. Making no noise now, backing away with the two rifles that they can at least keep. So EG, again, keeping that momentum going. One slight slip up in the round. Hello, rifles, Apoff going down. He does have money to spend over the next.
Sen,
see if that makes a difference.
Yeah, they're back up to full, you know, full compensation, full loss bonus. It's these kind of kills though. Celsius, yeah, he gets one, but every kill that Sen got through the smoke was either traded out or ended up, you know, getting overwhelmed. There were just more bodies there for EG. So if you're going even through the smoke like that, you're going to end up in a rough spot. Normally, spamming through the smoke favors the defenders because you can hear where they're planting. Yeah. You can, you know, aim your spam a lot better. And yet here, EG are starting a slow comeback. And to be honest, it's time to get worried for Sentinels. They were up, and now it's not exactly the same level of dominance we saw in the comeback on Lotus, where Sen were masterfully playing their attack side, always able to sync up different types of ults. But EG have found a couple of things that work, and they're hammering them. And that is just as valid a way to win a game of Valorant. To find something your opponents can't do, and just keep doing it over and over again.
As any other.
They tried something different in round 18, where they went for a really like slow defaulty approach, and it didn't work at all. So coming out of this timeout, I'd like to see them literally not change anything. I mean, try some small variations in terms of where you position and how you know, timings of the hits, and maybe whether you lean heavily through one lane or another. But broadly speaking, this execute style is working for them.
Good time for Sentinels to take some risks. They're not really having to worry too much about that economy. Need a one rifle.
Yeah, I think something that Sen could try to do is go for a contact push out through showers. They know that Superman has been watching short, even really into the late round. He's been watching short and punishing Tens in seconds. So if you can sneak up behind him, you know, look at the way that EG are defaulting right now with nobody watching showers at all. Yeah. It's Superman's job to watch a lot over towards A. It's hard to get that read though. It's easy for us to see it. But for Sen, if they're never testing that, they're never really understanding where those people are.
EG look like they're going to be defaulting straight back into what was working. Seekers now pushing forward. Zekken getting ahead of most of them now, making sure they can play that close cut-up angle, and it has at least put enough push back that EG, they don't want anything to do with the B site. Fast rotations now over towards A, and this time it's up to Tens to be that playmaker once more, with a flash in his hand. He's missed the timing. Satchel over the top as well. Celsius now, his time to see if he can really put some good work here with a classic, putting it to test. Another right click, almost another kill.
But there's just not enough bodies here for Sen.
Sassy.
Spotting out his Tigers though. Hello, Apoff. Back to the wall, not expecting that Sassy could be there. Nature's low enough.
And if John's able to pick up a rifle, suddenly...
It is. Yeah. Rifles online.
It's become somewhat doable.
Snake bite to clear out bench. No, they don't have to watch for that one now. Tap from John. It's the first sign here from EG. Kills. On each side there, the crossfire setups just winning them out.
Clean,
So
clean
EG
off
navigate
for
another
G.
Anti-eco round, putting down Sen.
Yeah.
Those players over towards A, they didn't have the weaponry, and like you said, Ten's just not anticipating that. I really like it from Jorg too. He's at the top of short, and he blast packs through to put a lot of pressure on somebody, and that syncs up a double swing between him and Superman down short. Very nicely done. Now, any kind of big execute here will then have Apoth with his orbital strike, with a molly. There's just so many tools for post. Tens has an op looking towards short. Can he catch them before
escaping.
the exec begins? It doesn't look easy. Oh, lands it! Adjusting.
Yeah.
What a nice shot. And a second one. He's gonna die in the muddies.
They are pushing them back entirely here. The orbital strike was committed a bit prior.
The push?
Still holding control of that backside
Apoth?
area. Throwing EG for a loop. To Nature and Apoth now.
He's gonna be clear.
Forwards, flash, re-beacon to the back of the site is excellent. It's imperative now that these players do stay alive. They want a chance into the round. Nature planting. Could we push back, but he's aware that there could be a flank online.
And there is a flank, but it's come so far. Sassy pushed all the way out of B long, and he's on the opposite side of the map going showers. I think this is quite difficult to read.
With all that time given, EG reposition. Double up now into lamps. It's up to Sen to see if they can clear most of this one. Now Sassy has util to do it, but doesn't choose to use it. He wants a contact, but now he can use it. They know his positioning. Drop down from John QT, second flash. No connection here, but he's still going to lock this one down, so the Sassy at least gets the defuse. No, he's had to get off of it. Doesn't get the half! And another kill!
11-11.
EG here, evened up 11-11.
Apoth has been a monster today. He has been amazing. He was first half of Lotus. He was crushing it.
Yeah.
Jorg's going to steal the headlines, but Apoth was phenomenal on Lotus. And every time it comes to some kind of post-plant situation, he's there. Utility, rifle, winning the 1v1s. He's a pillar for EG. Unshakable.
Nature and Apoth just making such incredible decisions. Flash retaking that prior round, just making a difference to turn that into a 2v4 to a 2v2 to a winnable round.
Yeah, the push into back sight off the back of Nature's flash was so good. Set up perfectly. But again, Sen allowing them that front sight control, even after Tens was able to pick off two.
Oh, that pocket.
Didn't spot it. He's locked into that corner. Tries to get ahead of it. With the Dizzy blinding him up, and he is still going to be trapped into this spot here, still deciding what he wants to do.
The fact that Sen are going to dominate B long control now means that Derek he's never getting that thrash back.
No.
But look at Superman's position here. He is so deep in lamps already, and the dog is going in the opposite direction, so Zelsis might not read this at all.
What's going on? Crash. Clears out showers, plants. Need to rebound, doesn't actually deny it, so they get that plant down, and just unaware that that lamps angle could have even been contested. Superman, he's done so much for them.
They disguised it really well.
Yeah, being heard now as well, just hot onto the heels right behind them. And Sentinels just trying to increase that pace and tempo, a rapid approach into the round, but they're blinded up and flashed up. Nature, fights taken, but eventually traded once more. Jordan won't nade back. Himself onto the corner, still.
It's not enough.
They wrap it up.
Damn.
Collecting all the kills and filling up the feed with red. Up to 12. One more round will do it.
Let's make them hurt.
Sentinels cannot figure out how to deal with this. It was a more slow, reactive, defaulting approach from Sen on their attack side, but EG are hitting things hot, heavy.
What was that cam though?
Sen have got no answer.
No.
And this is not being powered by Jorkamoa at the tip of the spear, ripping everybody's heads off. He's only got 8 kills.
Yeah, 8 and 15. I mean, he's playing his role well, don't get me wrong, but...
Yeah, he's making space, but this is not a superstar impacting the game. This is...
Fucking unique how...
Sen have just got no idea what to do against this.
Blinded.
EG with quite a cautious beginning.
So if the hit comes into B here, we're going to see Sen go for something similar to what we saw from EG earlier on. Dominate hookah. They have John Cutie with the judge. Sassy can play inside hookah as well. And then you can get those teleports going. Jorg might find it difficult to stay alive.
Sand Crunch. It's been called. Jorgamo. It's got those satchels, but he can't get out alive.
Nice
Still,
shot.
Vulnerability applied. Superman gone for the second one, swinging this one. Alpha 10s can evacuate and retreat. At least to safety. Now
Dog.
with the TP. Door's still open and he finds
Good
it.
shot, Baitens.
3 now to stand here for EG. But Molly at
That's
that
this.
can't quite claim that. Kills Elsis. He's getting away with it, not quite. Plant. 2v3. EG. And this is for the map. A
And it's
continuation
like
of
an
the
8-4.
series. Will Sentinels get their time to try and close this one out in a 2-0 fashion? They're just trying to earn their way to OT.
They have a
You've
player
gotta
advantage,
heal.
but they have no info about where EG are.
This fight is important.
Nice shot.
Lose it out. And how do Sentinels take it? On the cusp, on the precipice, time running short and running away from them.
They have the molly still. I don't know if he has a lineup. He does.
Sense it out. Sassy burned to a crisp.
Holy
The
shit.
didn't do it, the button certainly did. 13-11.
What a comeback.
EG going all the way here. Map number 3.
They lost one round in attack. And it wasn't even their bonus.
Look amazing on their attack side.
They fucking 11 won their attack side.
They're on bind because there are tons of teams that are doing the same kind of stuff. That's very reminiscent of the way that EG played to a team like 100 Thieves, where they just execute heavy, finding good mid-round pivots through the teleports. That looked really good from EG. And I believe that was the first time we've seen them play the map as well.
It was. They come out swinging.
Yeah, looking lovely.
I mean, this is just, it's always the games you don't expect, right? Always the games you don't expect. You look at this one on paper, you're thinking, hydrogen bomb, coffin baby, should be wrapped up. No issues for Sen, but this has just been lights out from EG. After letting Lotus slip as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And moments like this slipping through their fingers too, and yet maintaining that composure and belief. We're going map 3.
We're going all the way. Quick break time, but when we return, the analysts going to be getting us all nice and ready for that critical map number 3.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Here's Saucy, stays behind. Here's the footsteps. There's that first lineup for the second kill. Easily done there for Sentinels.
Advantage picked up for Cloud9. They're going to excel into this B site now. APOD had a rifle.
So Sentinels picked up their first map, and then EG decided to return the favor in kind. And EG now have forced a map 3 in this series. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside with Athena. You got Mimi and Ender to break it all down. And guys, I mean, what a way for all this to go for EG. Unbelievable.
I have never seen anything like that. In 24 rounds of play, neither team won a single retake. EG was 0 for 10 on retakes, Sentinels was 0 for 11 on retakes, and it started with EG's post plants, this comeback.
Yeah, and they won in their second half, literally all but one round. They were disgusting on this one. In particular, I think you have to highlight this team's site execute. So well put together, combining the Gecko and the Sky utility. When Sen was trying to fight forward or use that normal Molly stall util to stop the plan on the A site, they were getting ran over.
Yeah, it felt like every single part of their executes were so good. They were execute heavy. When they got their plants down, they didn't stop to just sit there and wait for the other team to retake. Instead, they were pushing and pressuring backside and putting a wrench in every single time Sen tried to retake. They played that phenomenally. Even their mid rounds were on point. They pivoted so much with those TPs. They decided to play the mid round so good, faking out a little bit, taking those TPs and just playing on the fact that they know that Sentinels gives up that shower position, gives up that long B in the middle of the rounds.
This game was so indicative to me of why the Gecko pick has become so incredibly common here on Bind. When you're on those executes, not only do you have the strong flash combo with the Dizzy, but you can also be planting. Well, you have all 5 guns up, ready to fight forward and ready to deny that Flood retake. For a long time, those Floods front side have been dominant on Bind, but like you said, Chrissy, no one won a retake.
No one could do it, and I think so much of it, if we're just looking at the second half, was APOD. I mean, most of every round, he was just playing somewhere on A short, sending off a Molly lineup, and the combo of those Mollies with the Mosh and his gunplay in those late round moments was unparalleled.
This morning, we were talking about if EG's gonna win, Georgimo needs to be back. He was map 1, they lost. He was double negative this game, and they just came back into it.
And they beat the best team in the world.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
It was crazy. Like, every single person performed. Every single time in any retake, when it looked like there was any doubt, one of the players just had an insane 2K or 3K to finish the round.
Yeah, that post-plant stats, like that's
I've never seen that before.
If you can do it, I can do it too. Like that's what, yeah, that really is quite bizarre. But hey, it goes to show you, man, this has been a bizarre series. I'm going to be completely upfront. From the way that Lotus went, with obviously it being such an attack-heavy, map, and just the rounds that were just being dropped, and now this one being just such a attack-heavy game as well. It just feels like both of these guys just forgot, defense wins games, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that the old adage, right?
Something like that. But the guy who won this game for EG in large part was APOD. We already talked about him, but he was insane. He had huge impact in map 1 with his Cypher cages and his anchoring to make that Sunset game so close. And then in this one, it was those lurks that were impactful seemingly every round. Sen really couldn't commit to these flanks, commit to fighting forward space, because he was such a thorn in their side.
Yeah, most of rounds he was, just playing that Molly stall, but you saw like the round he went all the way around the world, putting on his best cosplay, and going into backside to get his kill. Like, it was working for him no matter what he was doing. And I think the reason why a huge flank round like that works for him is because every other round, Sentinels have to spend 15 seconds hunting him down on short, because where's this guy throwing the lineup from? So they don't think it's surprising when he doesn't show up on the map and he's actually going on a flank.
Well, folks, this puts us at a map 3. Here we go. Look, all I'm saying is, Myrna might be a gosh darn genius, because she did say 2-1 and you guys scoffed at her. You scoffed at her.
She said it for Sentinels.
That's
Who knows
very
at this
true.
point?
She did. Well, jury's still out on that one, but Mimi, we're right there.
Super Week has been the upside down thus far. The way these games are going. The close games have been stomps. This should have been a stomp. EG have brought it to 2 close maps, have pushed us to a 3rd. It's ludicrous, but Sunset is home for Sentinels.
The crazy thing is that this series could have just as easily been like a 13-1 game 1 for EG, and then a 13-2 game 2 for Sentinels.
Oh, that is so
absurd. Imagine if EG won the pistol round map 1 in the second
Literally.
Utopia. Right, it's like that.
Imagine if
Imagine a
EG
world.
hadn't won the bonus round. In the second half, you're bind. It's a different game.
Both teams in their second half went down have won the bonus round to then go on this comeback. It's crazy.
Well, here we go. We got ourselves a game, folks. We're going to map 3. I know all the Sentinels fans in the crowd are a little worried about this one and how this is going to play out. You cannot sleep on this Evil Geniuses roster, not by a long shot. Here comes the agent select, and let's see what we end up getting out of this one here, Myrna.
Yeah, I think these agents are gonna be sick. We saw Sentinels kind of keep this KO Gecko going, and I really love the Gecko, but I do want to see more trap plays outside of this because it is a little bit harder. We do have EG with the full trap play comp, the Fade Tether able to go with the raised nades, the breach stun, but we did see actually just yesterday a lot of teams falling to these trap plays on Sunset. It is so important for this defense side in order to be able to shut down those choke points, and it feels like with a comp like this, EG is more than likely to do that.
EG have a chance to do something unbelievable. Everyone thought their season was over. If they lose this map, they are guaranteed out of playoffs. But if they can make this comeback happen, it'd be ridiculous.
Well, let's see if the Evil Geniuses' master plan comes to fruition, or will the Sentinels hold on? Let's send it back over to Brandon Sideshow.
Yeah, let's find out here. Map number 3. It's Evil Geniuses versus Sentinels. And EG, I think, are playing with that kind of, momentum behind them that Potter was talking about right at the beginning of this series. Win or lose, we don't care, is what she said. The pressure's all on Sentinels here. They realize that ultimately it's unlikely for them to make playoffs, even if they do end up winning this one, because it's a hotly contested group, let's face it. And for them, they're just showing what they've been, I guess, hyped up to be. Potter has been in a lot of interviews saying, we're not really showing how we've been playing in scrims, in practice, what we're capable of. And now, finally, you've brought the Sentinels all the way and dragged them out to a map that some might consider it their home ground. They're definitely very, very well rehearsed on it.
They are. I mean, I think that home ground has actually already been batted like first round by EG. That would be split, but this is a pretty decent second for them. And EG did lose on this map just recently too. So again, on paper, Sen are the favorites. That doesn't make any difference.
Toss the paper up, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't mean anything. Not in Super Week. Second. In through the choke.
I like EG's comp.
So they've got access to the site now. We're seeing probably a bit of a classic.
I still think KO is a better.
Never mind. Let's pause into the play here, but a Paranoia is a second wave of that
better
util.
pick.
Allow them to try and at
Just
least
because
get a bit more ground.
how you can like disable a cipher.
Pressing forward, see if they can use all that util. EG winning it out with this pistol round once more. Under their belt, just keeping it going.
Very nicely done. They had a
I prefer Sen's
combo
comp, but
that forced the second wave out of Sen, and
I like
it bought time for Superman
EG's
to
comp.
come through B main. He wrapped around on the flank and got really far behind them, and just got 3 easy kills. The Sen players didn't even know where he was coming from. So great understanding of EG, what they need to do. You always need to be able to deny.
I think these two comps are valid. Another combat valid is a mix. Right. Like Gecko, Kill Fade, for example.
Ridiculous, but that is only the 8th
It's a
defense
good
round
one.
of the entire map for both teams combined.
Yeah.
People have just not been winning on defense at all.
Not where the strength
It's weird that we don't see like Clove
I am
coming
expecting
out.
this map to buck the trend. I think EG are probably going to be a bit more comfortable on the attack
Superman.
side. But
Superman needs the cover and fire of Apop.
Oh, and he is there.
Yeah.
But even so, like I was saying, getting that pistol round off the ground. If you are going to trend attack sided, at least you got this to be able to work on. In theory, the EG comp does have a lot of places that you could run trap plays. It's actually a little difficult to get them working. I think it's easier when you have maybe even the Gecko online and you can...
Yeah.
To be honest, Sunset's just a difficult map when you're on defense to try to capitalize on stuff. It's mostly about using utility to push the attackers back, not necessarily to get the kills off the back of it.
I'd agree with that. Sentinels, though, just seeing if they can scope out some of the setup. Overwhelm it now, just with the raw bodies. Aftershock might be good there in terms of the placement. It is.
Very nice. Set up with the fault line as well, so John could not escape.
24 seconds left. This again, just gathering that information, so we knowing that there's that mid trip, pretty common.
One of the massive strengths, I think, of EG's composition, or this kind of style of comp.
Where are you sending the spike?
10
I
seconds
mean,
left.
it doesn't matter. It's not going anywhere. They're walking into EG, into the maw. But I think one of the big strengths of EG's compositional archetype is that you can stack a strong side of the map with Initiator utility or a Paranoia and Jorgamo, and then the weak side of the map is where you have your Cypher. So if they want to rush the weak side, they're getting snarled up in trips, and it's going to take them time to navigate. But Sen used to play this composition themselves, so they should be pretty good at figuring out its weaknesses. That's what you would be expecting anyway from the team that won Masters Madrid.
Yeah, certainly. Trip setups though, alternating.
Yeah, there's so many different setups you can run.
Yep.
I think Com demonstrated that, you know, former EG player, that there are just almost an infinite amount of ways that you can set up the Cypher for value.
Variations on it. This is nice. Controller B main early. Like you said, with all the Sentinel players, Jorg's there early as well. He's going to hoover up the orb.
And again,
one step closer.
Strong side over towards B, weak side with the Cypher on A. And then you can mix it up a couple of times on your defense where it feels like the strong side, but then it has trips behind it.
Trying to get a move on though over towards the A side. The trouble is, it's quite a distance to try and get over, so you're going to be making a lot of noise in the process here. Apoth chances. He's with the raw spray through with all those bullets. Double flash play. Apoth has to respect it now, and he will back away. Plants. Nothing to push it away and back. Lovely molly. Nade just sailing into the right corner and spot there where Apoth was just trying to hide.
This is a really nice spot because you don't get caught by the Paranoia, but did get caught by that flash.
And then just trying to play off with it. Paranoia pushing forward. Celsius capitalizing off the advantage. Still kills. Going to be evened out here. Might even be forcing these ults out of Sassy. Has it available just in case it's needed.
The call made to save it.
2 players left alive on EG. I think it should be a smart one. Assuming that they can get themselves around it. Fault line. At least with the one, should be a kill. Indeed, it is, but it's crossfire setup, and now finally the ult. Just to really seal it up. No more time left allowed or available into this round. So EG, consolation prize. A lot of damage being done to the economy here for Sentinels.
Yeah, that's an astounding
decent bonus for EG.
Yes. You force Thrash. Every single gun drop for Sen. Apart from getting the round win on the board, it couldn't go better for you. And you see here that Sentinels actually do understand what they need to be doing in the post-plant. They can't just hold post-plant positions because you're going to get hit by stun, Paranoia. There's a great Paranoia that Superman's going to throw that catches people at default and in that back diagonal corner. And so instead, they're trying to be proactive and take the fight over towards A-Link. They have got a buy out the back of this. Light armor on everybody and a Guardian for 10s.
Deep Haunt over towards A. Jorgamo happy to take that angle up. Could have even chose to just play the angle aggressively with a showstopper, but might still do so. Does need to worry though about Celsius with a knife.
Now we're seeing... Zels is giving a lot of respect there to that potential play over on the A side. We're seeing a lot of teams just default break the trip at the top mid, but Sen are not going for that. It's pretty spammable.
5-4. Lucia alongside the Paranoia! That's a rocket just sailing a serene arc there right into 10s with him dropped. That's going to make things much more doable. Jorgamo just got a walkabout. It's disrespectful, really. It's in his nature. He's going to take those liberties. Still, we'll see. How can Sen bail themselves out of this spot? There is still 40 seconds left into the round, which can be enough to work with.
Look, if they'd broken the trip earlier on, there would be so much more worry in the hearts of EG. 30 seconds left, and they're still
straight into market.
Market.
Yep, and the fault line stun. Just off of that first contact! What an adjustment from nature!
That's filthy. But Sen were not expecting there to be 3 players ready to receive them there. EG were not worried about any kind of pathing through top mid. They just left Jorg to cover A site on his own. Happy to play the retake. What a lovely re-clear of mid. So many teams with these kind of strategies.
Lovely.
Reminiscent of what Leviathan were going for. Beautifully cooked up. I found the gorgeous timing.
Let's go, Derek.
Let's go.
Yep.
Oh, this guy just swung mid and one-tapped me.
But you know, once Derek had died, Jorg had already done all of the work. He's 7-1. This time, A is very weak for EG.
Very weak indeed. I mean, no trip setups here. It's only Derek trying to feign like, okay, they are playing the fade over towards here, so there could be more players lurking around, but Derek's just forced to give the space up. So one hell of a round to pick it. The Sentinels just go all in on their eco round, see if they get this plant as well.
The ultimate there for Superman kind of faked out a little bit. It allows him to get over here quickly for the retake, but also maybe Sen are going to be worried about this. There shouldn't be too many chances for Sen to win the round, only with pistols.
No, but Zekken did earn his ult. Just from that plant, stunned up into the corner. Now that has put the fear of God into the EG players. Paranoia sent alongside it. The fuse is going to be running out, but there's the kill to be found, and a gun, an upgrade claimed for Zelsis. Picks that one up and now seeks to defend the back section of the site. Still, they do have that disadvantage when it comes to the weaponry, and so it's all on Zelsis. But is 2 going to be enough? When they push back and away, Chugamo with the defuse. Another kill. Has he bought enough time? Sentinels from the brink, from the bloody edge, and up on his feet. A monumental turning point there, at least for this first half.
When Zekken pops the ultimate, they're in just a straight up 5v5. But not only does it kind of delay the retake and stop EG from capitalizing on the fault line, he gets a kill off the back of it and can snowball that because Zelsis picks up a weapon. What a way of turning things around and halting the momentum of EG. The economy flips completely, and now Zelsis has his ult. If they can find where the Cypher's playing, although having said that, EG with a good anti-KO setup, running the Cypher on the A site while the trips are on B.
Well away from it, yeah. Round from Sen. Hello, shots.
Just a pre-fire.
Online. We've seen Derek go huge on this map before. Surely we don't see back-to-back thrifties. It's going to be jiggling here, seeking to delay with the C's.
I'm always worried when teams are on an anti-eco and they don't do anything for the first minute of the round.
Yeah, because time is going to really become your biggest enemy.
Yeah, and you give the defenders a lot of info. I mean, you're trying to play quiet to deny it, but you haven't broken trips or cam or anything like that. So they keep good info for a long time.
Inviting opportunities. Maybe a chance for EG. Look at this. Then they rip now here with that no command. Sent flying through the back of the site. Now Tens does have that paranoia. Lovely movement from Zekken. Straight up in their faces. Now he was near-sighted, but despite the blind, it did not matter. He had the rest of his team to help him out. Know where the last few should be. Chugamo caught, wandering, trying to catch that flank angle. So 3-3. Sentinels drawing it nice and even early on here for Sunset.
Zels is forced to use an ultimate. That's a huge one for the attack side, but I think Sen will be super happy about that. The fact that they've managed to stem some bleeding. All we've seen in this game so far is teams running away with leads. It's been one of the streakiest matches I can ever remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get streaky matches when one team just destroys another, but for every single half to have been like that in the match so far is bizarre. So getting something that's a bit more back and forth, it's going to feel good for both sides. Whoa, that's aggressive from Super.
Very aggressive. I mean, if they just chose to take that flash timing a little bit earlier.
Backwards into B-Main.
So wide. There's no way he's adjusting his aim, but he does get away with at least breaking that knife. Here we go. An attempt made, but shut down. Entertainment is there. Might be able to get a kill. Apoff. He's taking up that space once more, though. Just trying to avoid these bullets away from it inside the smoke, and they do deny that plan, but dealing with Apoff. Still, put a pause into the round. Whether Sen wanted it or not. TP faking it out. Tens is inside the smoke now. Expecting it onto the high ground angle and approach. I think that's just spam potentially. No, it's Derek. Oh, it's taking up that main angle. Kills all over the place here, but only 3 bullets left for Zelsis and not a lot of health to do it. They peek him together. And a kill collected once more. It is back and forth, man. It's scrappy at times, but EG holding on to a bit of a lead.
And I love what EG are doing with their B defense. Somehow, Superman's in position to kill 2 over towards Market. So already a huge advantage for EG. What is this?
Yeah.
The fault line to back him up as well. But it's this flank that's happened both times Sentinels are trying to go B. The plant gets denied, And then because that takes so much longer then for Sentinels to get into good post-plant positions in B main, because EG are dragging out that portion of the round where you fight on site, they buy so much time for somebody to come and flank. Yeah. It was Superman who did it. Was that on the pistol round, I think?
It was a while ago. Yeah.
It may not have been. Memory might be failing me there, but Superman's definitely gone for that pathing before. And Derek doing it again. You know, we're watching the players on the floor here, but I can see the minimap and Sen are pinging that out. They're pinging out the flanks, the flank pathing that EG are going for on the B retakes, and that's a big thing to deal with. You know, you can shrug off rounds where it's a bit of a rifling issue or something like that, but if there's some big strategic flaw in the way that you're playing the execs, you've got to address that. And so I think it's the right time for a timeout.
More difficulties that potentially Sen might have to overcome in these next few rounds as well. If you look at the ults, EG are coming online to, I mean, a heavy number of them. Showstopper, Nightfall, All in Thunder could cause any number of issues if they end up getting earned. EG have been disrespecting this B main take of Sen. At least Superman has.
This time though, contacting, no knife being thrown, a cam.
Close most of it. That's away the info too. It's flashing an A to peek through Zekken. He's in with the satchel still. All that util being broken. Turns. It's back to the wall here. Pop! No shot, no chance. Eventually dropped.
So they've gone in fast onto B, taken the fight to EG, and got in before the plant could get denied.
Question is, has Apoth done enough, especially with Jorgemite? He's holding it heavy, artillery ready and waiting. Right to the feet. And Zekken has turned to mince meat. Jorgemite though, that's the dodge and weave around this pillar, and Sassy. That's precise.
Let's go.
So just the aim in time there to bring this one again. It's 4-4.
This is guaranteed.
So back and forth.
This is guaranteed to be our most even half. We've had a 9-3 and then a 10-2. Even if one of the teams runs away from it from here, it's going to be more even than we've seen so far. This time, very different approach to the beginning of the round from Sen. And then even with EG, 3 players on the retake, all 3 very close to their ultimates or had it online. And Sen managed to spread out. They didn't just default back to that B main post plant situation, which would have been too readable in that spot, I think. So great calling on the fly from them. And a great adjustment from Kaplan. But how many times can you run a strat like that?
Still, Sentinels have found that economical advantage, narrowly avoiding it. Jeez, fault line, it's a flash, it's a nade, it's all rebounding, ricocheting. Zelsis, man, he's not allowed to play the game!
But he's given information that there were 3 players over towards A, so he's made this call for Sen to hit B. They should be able to get planned down, there isn't really any denial here. The issue is, EG have got massive ults for retake. Look at it, Nightfall, Rolling Thunder. If Sen all just drop back into B main, I think this could be bit of an issue.
It's a chance for sure, but you got to think. I mean, it's only Jorgemite with. Yeah, Tens is way ahead of it. Insanity! Just dropping him inside the smokes, and Jorgemite. It's a level of unawareness, and that's a timeout accounting for it.
And Sussy again.
So good
to close the round.
EG have got such huge ultimates, and Sentinels could have very easily fallen over there, even with the better weaponry. It's a teleport play that he goes for in order to get inside this smoke. He goes in front of the Nightfall, doesn't give away that he's on site, and cuts off those players that are getting in for the retake.
Yeah.
That's massive.
It's not just that as well, the prior adjustments they were taking and talking about in the timeout. The flanks coming in.
Yeah.
Jorgemite was the threat in that round, arguably, I mean, with the rifle in his hands, but John QT deals with him.
I think they're getting a good read of what EG's setups look like. This one, I'm not huge on. This is what EG have gone for a couple times where it's just the Cypher over towards A. I'd like to see them run a weak side that still had somebody supporting Apoth so that they can do a little bit of spam, a little bit more pressure. Because Sen are getting the site too easily.
This is excellent. In the site, Zekken. It looks like he's out in the open here, but he's playing an off angle. Should be able to get 1 kill, and he has his ults really just overstayed that welcome. Rolling Thunder. Now he's going to use it. Doesn't matter if he's stunned up, and it is going to put that horse once more into the round. It saved him last time when they were on that Thrifty. Rocket Fuse running short, but it doesn't matter. The kill is there, EG. Can they pave the way, and can they really battle through all of this one, especially with that flank coming out from John QT. Superman diffusing, half on board already, and it is being defended extended, locked down onto these angles, sideline stuck all the way. And yes, everybody falls, but EG, they win the round.
That's a rough one, man, from Sen's POV. They had the flash, they were ready to peek, but it's not planted in that tuck default position. It's out in the open, in theory, a better place, but nobody's A-Link, and John's flank a little too late. It looked really nice the way that they popped Zekan's ult to stop the retake happening. But EG just plowed forwards. Really decisive retake from them.
No hesitation.
Especially considering we had 0 successful retakes on Bind, not one. I mean, that's the first one we've seen in eons.
The stats are wild for this game. That is an unusual smoke. I mean, it just cuts into the floor. And Celsius goes down. That's an early peek from Tiles. I mean, Jorgamo, how's he found his way into there early? To catch it onto the replay a little bit earlier. The center left wondering, now which direction do we really take this round into? Losing a player for your opening, never ideal. The door being closed down. Market, a decision being made for them, really. Contacting, though. This can be risky.
As soon as Jorgamo sees that smoke,
Holy shit.
he should have an idea that there's somebody trying to pass through mid.
And still alive.
I say C, I mean here, but
yeah, drop down to 3 health.
EG are still dominating B main. It's a really odd round where Sen have control of the middle of the map. Can they catch Jorgamo again?
They do.
And I think what we saw on Bind is when Sen found themselves in tricky spots like this on their attack side, they were so good at figuring out the correct decision.
It's a bit of an experience diff.
30 seconds
it's a high-low now for Sen. Towards Boba, the map really just flipped on its head. TP forward, Superman.
Wow.
Pretty much required. I mean, the man's got a judge near sighted. Can't quite fire it blindly into the traces. Tens gets away with it. Still Sassy.
Above.
Avoiding all of that utility that was sent flying across the map.
Oh my god.
Spectre! I mean, it's disrespectful. He's all over the place, but John QT mops up that kill. What can he do in this spot? Flash avoided and dodged. Nature spots him up top now. The call is made for EG. These two players need to double up here. Derek, side by side. John QT could be pulling off an absolutely magical performance. There's the first one. Nature not gaining it, not having a defuse, but the kill will seal it up anyway.
Had to hit that one, Nature. He'd shot with the Guardian just before. Had to go back, tap, headshot with the Guardians. Lovely to put EG up to 6.
Last round in the half.
It wasn't a difficult bar to clear, making it the most competitive half that we've had in this match. But this one, it really has just been much more of the adaptation and figuring out each other, rather than one team just getting the edge.
It's been excellent to see. I mean, in a sea of just one-sided performances over the course of Super Week, to actually see that back and forth between two teams.
Yeah. And what a round from Apoth too. How has he managed to do 2 with the Spectre in that? Playing inside the cage. Knife for Market. It's going to tag onto Jorgamo here and let them know that the raise is over in that direction.
Okay, no command.
It's not catching the Cypher.
Go button press, Superman! Seeking to do some damage there, just playing and dominating that main angle, but he's brought down. Jorgamo does up the Phantom. Surely doesn't make a go of this one here. There's a trip at his feet. He spotted it out, broken. Goes for it. Not sure if there was some util to at least just combine and conjunct it together here. Tens eager to really take even more fights away from them here because this is the final round of the half for EG. Your options are now massively limited.
I feel like with the lighter weaponry, EG lost the plot a little bit. So many solo plays in this round so far.
Yeah.
Whereas Sen sticking together, supporting each other, a flash peek to close things out. A 6-6 half. Couldn't get closer.
Could not get closer.
But,
6-2-6.
But I want to remind people, we've seen no team do well on defense. Coming into this map, we had 7 rounds total from both teams combined on defense. So maybe EG have already done enough by getting 6.
Something is going amiss right now, but we'll see and find out, of course. I mean, the series massively heating up. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to break it all down.
Thanks very much. Thus far, the closest defensive half we have had. It is a great start for Evil Geniuses. Myrna, you wanted to walk through one of these rounds of how they made that happen.
Yeah, EG had a really phenomenal round on round 4 where they actually prowlered all the way deep into A main. They saw that Zelsis was running away, so they took that space. Derek took that space towards mid and actually pushed and use the Fade Ult. This is actually the thrifty round that Sentinels won, which I think went crazy
It
too.
stole it right back. Look, Zekken pops the showstopper so early, which is such a gutsy call to go for on the full eco. But it shuts down that entire shop flood for a good 10 seconds. Then EG, they'd already used their fault lane, they'd used all of their retake utility. That gets countered out by one ultimate, and Sentinels fight their way out. The spike isn't able to be held for Jogamo, and Sentinels play a very nice round. I thought that was a great call coming through from Zekken.
Yeah, it was wild, but EG really played it well mid-round. They used the Fade Ult towards mid that round to go really, really aggressive. They got the ult off. They got the players peeking towards that mid, and they made such good mid-round rotations towards the defense side, something that we haven't seen from either of these teams so far.
And genuinely, if it wasn't for the trap plays EG were running, that half could have been much better for Sentinels.
But Sentinels have recovered it to that point where it's 6-6, and it's still possible for them to close it out. They already stole that map one away from EG. How can they stop that from happening again?
How can EG stop it from happening?
Yeah.
Honestly, I need to keep seeing Jogamo. I think he's looked much better in this third game, and we need to keep that form on top. It has been very hit or miss from this player, but if they're going to beat Sentinels, he's got to be hitting.
We've known EG to make a miracle happen before. Last year, we thought their season was over. It was out of their hands. It was another team winning a game to even get them into playoffs to start that wild run. If they want to stay alive in stage one, they need to close this map out as we head into the second half with Bren and Sideshow.
Let's get it started then here. A lot of questions that we've got that are about to be answered as well, especially when you take a gander at the defensive halves of these teams. For Sentinels, they're going to want to get that pistol round starting. Build up the economy, build up the momentum. But for EG, they're on the cusp of pulling off the impossible, really.
In this pistol round, full initiator utility being bought for both initiators on EG.
Dizzy, flash, re-engagement, it's all being combined and connected. Surely it's a little bit messy. Sentinels barely seeing if they can squeeze out the edge in that mid-fight.
Nice reaction from EG. Realizing that they were losing the mid-fight, or rather, you know, the mid-fight was petering out, let's say. They decided to pop into B, make sure they can get the plant. Didn't hit the trip. I mean, what are we looking at over here with Apoth? I mean, you are miles away.
Absolutely, Eon's away. He's got to get a move on, he's got to get a jog on here. It's already, that pressure's being applied here with the tap and 10s with the kill. John QT though, dropped down to 15 health. One bullet, one single bullet will do it, a reload! And a smoke fades, clearing the way.
Great pistol from EG. Really utilizing both teams, all of that initiator utility that they brought into the pistol. EG went for a very classic mid take there. Sen went for a mid re-clear, and the EG players that were in B main just decided, yep, this is our chance, going to accelerate into the push. Great response from them, and good shots being hit too. I mean, Superman does a good job there of being able to take down Zekken, put themselves up into a favored situation. EG in the driving seat.
This is a nice spot.
Sentinels that took a thrifty to swing that momentum back, at least to make it even in this first half. Thrifty and some ultimates, which they're not going to be anywhere near.
Zekken's game plan on Bind when it comes to these ecos is literally just to run around and hoover up the ult orbs.
A lot of noise being made here by the 7 players. I think EG don't really want too much to do with this market. There's going to be that face with the guns, seeing if they can earn themselves a free kill. Good discipline from EG though. Cam will be able to see all. Great spot onto the players. They can't quite pre-fire it either.
What I taken out.
Sen can now look to try and stack.
With Apoth not going down though, there isn't too much danger here. Sen are going to try to play a little bit of a flood, put pressure on the planter.
Yep, a few kills coming through. 9 to plant for now. Maybe even a few more. 2 bullets. No, it's watched for.
No. But usually that's not going to be how Sen play the A-side defense. Yeah. Normally, they're going to be looking to play retakes with an overwhelming amount of utility. They've got nades to come through, a paranoia on the line, flashes, molly, and then all of the Gecko util too. It can be very overwhelming the way that Sen play the retake A. But we've seen more and more teams in post-plan figure out good ways of being able to use their initiator utility to put pressure on.
Give me a gun, give me a gun, give me a gun! I can't short aid, short aid.
Had to cancel the fist bump there.
It's getting frantic. Bonus round again for EG. Let's see what he can do. Jorgamo. He hasn't taken a pause or a breather so far from his absolutely sublime performance in the first half.
This is very fast up through mid.
Yeah, they are just fully disrespecting it. Look at it. I mean, they're going to put a squeeze onto this Boba play. I mean, Tenza stands up entirely. John, he's got to respond, and he will do so. Blinded up, but still gets the 2 kills necessary. In fact,
Derek may end up getting pressured here as well. They're going to figure out where Derek's positioned.
Got the info. Showstopper. This is Jorgamo, I believe, just holding on to it.
It's difficult for Sen to do anything in this spot. They don't know where Jorg is. He's not making too much noise. Now he gives it away. Knife just came back online for Celsius.
How did they want to hold this one into the post? Tenz on live, can't quite smoke it off from main angles. EG looking to take these fights forwards with the boomer. Double swing! It's beautiful, really. Absolutely meticulous stuff from Sen. Taking on to defuse here, there's really no chance. And so 8-7, Sentinels.
No bonus.
Gun round, they shut
This
down
time.
bonus.
There's a decent amount of damage done there, but it's not the greatest bonus that we've seen in the world. This pathing though.
Oh no, they didn't win their bonus. They like killed everybody, but they lost.
That John was able to work with. Other than that, if he hadn't in the moment sent out that flash, could well have been curtains for Sen.
Goes here.
And actually, what sells it is the pace. EG were up mid onto that trip very quickly. Way before Sen had done something over towards A. You have to match the pace of your opponent.
Feels incredibly similar. Look at this. I mean,
very fast.
Yeah, very quick. Out through mid, in through B main. A little bit mistimed in terms of the peak off the flash, but still almost able to collect that kill, and they still want to apply that pressure. Heat turned up entirely. Tenz just backs against the wall towards the pillar. Satchel's out holding his ground.
1-for-1.
Down with the rocket. Rebounding and no kill found.
And Sen are crumbling.
Celsius, he's got something to say about it. The plant goes off though. No problems with that one. Still does damage done to plenty of these players, but he's got to try and find these fights. Apov, not going to be going for any cheeky flank plays, just regrouping out through main. Celsius dropping down, making noise. Bullet fired. He's worried about that.
You go, I say, man.
Nature just takes him out anyway.
This pace is ruining Sen. EG are so fast through mid. The Sentinels are trying to set up some coordination and control info towards A main with all of their initiator setups. And EG have already taken mid through market and are splitting B. Yeah, Zekan's disappointed about that one, but even if he had got the kill, I don't think that makes it winnable for Celsius.
Yeah.
He gets cheated perhaps just a little with that one, but EG were quick into positions, putting good utility pressure on their opponents and hitting good shots. They're in control of the game, looking to deliver us for sure the biggest upset that it would be of Super Week.
You'd have to say. You'd have to say so. Paranoia though, re-clear out in a fight. Just don't quite have the guns for it.
Nice shot.
God almighty.
This is one of the first rounds where we're seeing, I mean, the pistol was very similar to this, where Sen are looking to apply a lot of pressure at the same time as EG are taking mid. These are fast fights in mid, first 10, 15 seconds. And the thing is, if Sen can do that kind of counter-utility play with rifles online, then EG have got to start making mid-round decisions, and maybe you can start to punish them more. The strengths from EG that we have seen in this match and this year have been in their set ideas and their executes. If you can push things off rhythm, make the rounds go longer, Sen might have more of a chance.
This round lead is going to creep higher and higher here for EG. Very little opportunities for Sen to get back into this particular round. The tide, I mean, it's just shifted at a moment's notice. They will make a go of things. Contacting up. Second. Seeing the jiggle, but not really the weapon for the job there. Not with the stinger.
Shot my wingman.
Wingman down. ADS and with the Bulldog only returning the 1 kill. So 3 rounds now being the difference for EG versus Sentinels. 10-7. Their attack side flourishing. Looking large and in charge.
And a reminder that, yeah, even though there are 2 champions winning players in this match, this is a 0-3 team currently. EG beating the winners of Masters Madrid.
Yeah.
It's a slim lead, but at the moment, they're in control of this game in the third map. After a belter of a comeback, 10-2 down on Bind.
Might see another bit of a coin flip here. Fight. Potential's there for it to take place. Second plays down that boom bot. Nice and early. Taking a lot of damage right through the box. This player's going to be pushed off these angles. Disrespect.
Nice shot.
Showcase. This is TenZ. Realizing he can't give up this space, and he is going to get himself a kill.
And this is a fantastic pick for Sen to get because it does push EG now to make a kind of decision. You know, the plan A has failed. So how good does plan B look? Apod's found the timing up here. There's no trip. John's got to be aware that that is a gap.
No way.
And Apod continues his excellent gun skill all throughout today.
And this is going to sow chaos into the mix, into the ranks of it. Rolling thunder forwards, Apod. Sort of know where second is. He lands it. Perfectly precise there with that shot, and so he survives and lives another day. There's 55 seconds left in this round. EG do have some options available to them. Now they seek to slow it down.
Zelsis on the other side of the map has been clearing out B main, clearing out market, just walking around trying to allow Zekken and Sassy to stay on A.
All comes down to the timing of this one. The crosshair placement, Sassy. He was on it before, but just getting off it for a moment as the smokes were fading. A kill allowed.
30 seconds
Offwards
left.
up now, 2 versus 2. Nade flying through. There's definitely 2 flashes here, so Zekken can work off of this one. A peek from the first, denying his plan from really going down. EG feeling like they have to take these fights down. It's only 17 seconds. Superman winning it out. Fault line, pushing him back and away. Zelsis! No chance. EG 11-7. They are
You have to
dismantling
time out if you're Sen.
Sentinels in so many of these rounds.
Nature and Apoth here just look so calm on cam. The way that they played that clutch situation towards the end is excellent. What an avenue for Apoth to find an opening.
Nice
But look
shot.
at this.
Yeah.
Superman, Nature, they tap the plant a couple times, bait that out. All of the utility from Zelsis baited, the peak baited from Zekken. Zelsis doesn't swing with. And they separate a 2v2 into 2 individual 2v1s. EG are 4 rounds ahead in a situation where Sen's economy is on the brink of being broken again.
Sailing away with it.
They are. They're
Absolutely
looking good.
sailing away with it.
And a lot of it is about applying a ton of pace and pressure early on, forcing Sen to play at your tempo.
I think part of it as well plays into the fact that Potter was right to some certain degree. I mean, Sen are the ones that are going to be feeling the pressure to win this matchup out.
Which is a ridiculous statement because EG are the ones that actually get eliminated from playoffs if they lose this match.
But I think they've already accepted that, you know, this iteration of the EG squad right now, it's a long-term investment.
Yes.
It's a long-term plan in terms of the growth of the team, in terms of what their expectations are. They're just hoping to improve day in, day out. For Sentinels, it is expected that they make playoffs. And I think
it would be devastating if they missed out on playoffs because they lost this game.
I could be wrong, but I think that will throw a lot of disorder into the mix here for the groups. Because Sentinels are in a highly competitive one. There's a lot of teams that are undefeated. Sentinels have already lost 1 game. They're going to need more than just the fan support as well. Crowd is going to be behind them here, but they've got to string up a nice set of few rounds to try and even it up against this EG squad, but they are not letting loose.
I think the 0 point there from Zelsis spotted 2, maybe even 3 players. Derek's getting all
Nice
the way.
shot.
You can feel it, it's overzealous.
Yeah, it's over.
Finalizing and finishing it. All of the util, all of the ults, cutting away these sound cues. Sassy, he's deafened. He's got to rely on the rest of his team here with the double face, the satchel through and
Oh,
away.
he finds
Sassy
nothing.
lucky to be alive.
TenZ finds 2 though.
He's earned himself at least.
That's the spike dog too.
For his team.
This was a 5v3 for EG. Potter is going to have nightmares if they lose this round.
Spike has been dropped down as well. These bullets are flying right through the box and maybe into the heads of these players. EG getting peppered into the approach. The angle will be a watch for TenZ. He'll be all day long. Now with the paranoia. Triple face. Moving away. A pop.
Ace.
TenZ. 1 more will do it. 1 removed. Derek.
Okay.
Traded out.
5v3 again.
That's a costly 5v5.
If this marks a turning
5v5.
point for EG and Sen managed to rally back. After they got 2 opening picks, baiting
Like,
out
I
the
thought
recall
that
from
round
Sen,
was over.
which didn't have enough utility
But
behind
they
it.
just don't check the boxes.
Potter won't be able to look at
Enemy
a
remaining.
VOD of this for a month. She'll feel sick every time she looks.
Nice.
Stunned into shock, I guess.
Yeah, that's how ice cold Tens is.
Yeah.
No reaction, he expected to win. No, that really is a missed opportunity. Now, for EG, they will be hoping that more of those opportunities are still going to go their way. But you can't let those squander against
Don't tell me it circles back again to EG not being able to close out these rounds. They should be able to win.
I mean, they're 3 rounds up at the moment. They're still doing all right. But their economy is now not so good. They're coming into the next round with Stinger, Guardian. There is actually a chance that they've just thrown away that momentum shifter that could have seen them close out the match.
They would have put them on the 12th round.
Yeah.
Of the series here.
And it would have broken Sen's economy. They would have been coming into the next round with, you know, odds and ends. They're still going to be coming into the round with a pretty bad buy, but they had at least that 100 extra credits for actually winning it. So yeah, Bulldogs onto Zelsis and Sassy, Stinger, Guardian on the other side. And EG, you don't need to change the early round. It worked. You got up into a 5v3. It's just about closing things out.
That's been the difficulty for them. Sentinels, though, these players have been put in these spots before. Negative even come back from worse.
There's my buddy.
The Dizzy grabs info, but actually not great at being able to put flash pressure onto those EG players. They both dodged the Dizzy. And meanwhile, Apoth is getting a mid for free, man.
Almost every single round.
So many of these rounds, there's not really that sense of... the couple rounds that Sen have tried to run some kind of mid re-clear, it's been when the whole of EG are in mid, not the lurker. Yeah. So Apoth really isn't going to punish for this. There's also a cam that John Cutie could be using that's in market that sees the toes of anybody walking through mid, but they've not gone for that one. Trip broken in market, but there's a second trip here. So nobody needs to play market just yet.
Cross is still going to be watched for.
Oh, and actually, it's not an info trip, it's a kill trip.
Yeah.
So you do still need to keep eyes on it.
Just onto the feet.
Cage triggered.
Apoth. He's taking these fights. I mean, he does not shy away from it. This time, though, Zekken will be the recipient on the other end of things. He will survive as well and give that advantage now over towards his team. EG, in the midst of all of this, though, they did get that A site.
One of our first opportunities to see Sentinels full A retake. And it's deadly.
They've got the full kit.
EG needs something to disrupt.
They do indeed.
Oh,
I mean,
and this is it.
no way.
Oh,
moving around the smoke.
What an insane play.
What is going on here? Waiting for it to fade. I mean, Tens to his face.
1 for 1 though. It's not enough.
I mean, evened up 1 for 1. Still with that showstopper. It's sent flying through. Zekken, Fuse. Falling short of the mark there, not for the kill, EG. They're finding all of them. It's still Sassy defusing hard, but eventually shut down.
Oh my god, Sen.
It's 12-8. And EG now. We said they need to not let it slip. There's opportunities. And that was honestly like a 4v5, right? Apoth went down early.
I mean, they shouldn't have been able to win that one. It's a 4v5 where Zen's
yeah, Sen is mental
with his
boom.
showstopper
Like...
online as well. Jorg has, this is such a cool idea to get into this spot. But that actually allows the rest of his team to dominate A link. The retake comes through from spawn.
Let's go!
How much it means.
Yeah, the rest of the post-plan players just fighting there. We're already into the
way!
last one.
I mean, Zekken is so quick onto it. The approach here, the fault line, not enough to slow him down from getting that kill. But again, advantages. What do they really even mean in a match like this? I've seen both sides converting them, even when they're a player down.
There is a 3-player stack on B. Sentinels reading the fact that this reaction would come in this side of the map. As Zekken's starting to lean away. But the fact that the trips have not yet been dealt with, I mean, this one close to the choke point Jorg should be able to deal with it with the blast pack. Breaking the cam first.
Cam is gone.
Goes back around the corner. Worried about
Trip is gone.
Sort of trap play that could be on the cards here. Tens. Shotgun. Judge. Not able to get it off there. Not even a single shot. I mean, Derek winning that out
Sassy.
is imperative.
You have a
Sassy
timing.
hoping to catch a backstab here. A lot of noise being made. And Sassy could be that difference maker. The TP players in. They think it's fully cleared out. They're looking in the complete wrong direction. Backs around the corner now. Rocket at the feet.
Okay.
Have to claim this kill.
30 seconds left.
For them now. Just 2 standing for Sentinels. The guns aren't good. And 1 round will do it.
Spike planted.
Turning point in the series, in the map overall. Superman smoke, drop down. John finds it. Doubled up now with him and Celsius spamming and spraying away with a Neurofeft will reveal these positions, and Jorgamo forced to respect it. He backs away now.
C's caught onto John.
But it all comes down to this. C's will slow them down. Knife against it close. They're gonna do it with just that subpar weaponry. All down to
Holy fuck! Sentinel. Sentinels every fucking time, like.
Keep themselves alive there. It was all set up. Alley-oop for the EG slam dunk, and they couldn't get it across the line. To be honest, though, that doesn't feel like as much of an opportunity wasted compared to what we were looking at previously. Bit rough from Superman there, but it's nice on the flash, and the shots are just so good from Zelsis after he managed to pick up a better weapon. They came into that with double stingers. So all right, Sen keep themselves alive, and EG gonna take an eco, gonna try to build up. They are so close to the Nightfall, to the Rolling Thunder. They're gonna get those online in a rifle round at some point, so they can take this eco. It's not important for them to win round 22.
Money's dodgy on either side, to be honest, with how little players ended up surviving into it. Apop again disrespectful. Up through the gut into mid. B main still being locked down here by Sen, but it's a reclear with that fault line. Second. He can take that fight again inside.
He's heard.
Zelsis has made a sound cue with it. Has to flash and disengage and back away. They're crunching these players onto the site. This is where they're going to be feeling that heat again. Mid-net match.
Second, a second one.
In the night, but rat-a-tat-tat go the rifles. Rat-a-tat-tat goes the guns. And a flash into the corner. The fake TP will not evade that capture. It's Sentinels here.
It was an eco though.
Once more in charge of this round, Nature realizing it.
But like I said, Brent, EG do not need to win that round. They would have liked to do some damage, for sure, and keep Sen's economy low, which they didn't really accomplish. But they've now got up to Nightfall. They're one away from Rolling Thunder. This is the round for EG to get things across the line and pull off a huge upset in Super Week.
Arguably our biggest one that we've seen.
I mean, mate,
Americas.
How did NRG Lev become such a stinker and this become the match of the week?
Yeah, you just can't predict it.
It's outrageous, isn't it?
Sentinels are going to put a stop to it, though, for EG.
And the same play for EG.
The redemption for this stage one for them, I think, as well, with how close they've been to numerous moments of glory.
Double trip setup into market.
Nightfall. Any tags avoided, dodged away. John QT still got all the sound cues available to him here with the trips.
Superman.
In the off angle. Don't expect him to be playing that one.
Tight
The
in,
fire is
though.
returned almost immediately.
Apot's been
Omen
so
for
sharp
Omen.
today. These players are in on B. Do they realize at all how deep Jorg
They're
is?
running with the knives out, running with the knives out.
Oh, he gets away with it. And yet, still didn't realize where Jorgamo is. Jorgamo might have a clue that
He
got
has a
the
huge
round-winning
timing.
position right in his hands.
Fox independent. So many moments have just come down to these timings right now. Here and
Okay.
now, Jorgamo. Could he be that difference maker?
That haunt.
From behind here, dizzied up. He's going to be acknowledged at least and recognized that he is going to be playing into this position. What the Sentinels do, Rolling Thunder push them back. The time. It's going to be buying them. A bit more for work with here for EG. They're going to be backing away now in through B main, and a re-clear of market is essential. Mosh pit has to be committed. Jorgamo pushed back away from Pillar with the flash as well. Stands his ground but backs away, and he's still alive here. Full line. It's perfect. And it feels like it's just slowly tightening around them. Sen.
You have to go if you're Sen.
At its core, gunfight needs to
Okay.
be won. And all of this
Oh my
comes
god.
down to one. Derek, Sassy with a defuse, have on it, but EG have done it.
Yeah.
What a victory for Evil Geniuses! Somehow, technically, keeping their season alive in stage one.
You're kidding me.
The 0-3 team in Americas comes out after losing a comeback on Lotus, being down 10-2 on Bind. They run it all the way back and win on Sunset, taking out some big maps in Sentinel's pool to upset the Masters Madrid winners. And Nature, he's ready for the fist bumps already.
Oh yeah, way ahead of him.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just a massive, massive step up from this EG squad that, to be honest...
Yeah, I mean, Sen lost to Lev, they won against him idea, but maybe as a weak team from what like they've shown. And now they lose to EG. So Sentinel is just, I don't know, I guess a mid-pack team?
To Kaplan, to John, or to Sentinels as a coach. Somehow, though, today, EG believed in this.
Yeah.
The comeback on Bind was absolutely bonkers. But also, the individual play today was so much better than we've seen from them.
It was all coming together.
The fact that we got Jorgamo at the beginning of Lotus dropping 500 ACS, and Apoth, I mean, Jorg was up and down throughout the series.
Yeah, map 2 he didn't have a great showing, but still.
Apoth was there every time his team needed it.
Absolutely.
Just what a pillar, finding them so many openings here on Sunset. Bind closing out every round in the post plan. And just fragging out the whole time, winning duels against players that you would normally put, you know, favored against him.
And the amount of interviews, you know, the Potter was doing, saying, we came so close, we just need to show our potential, what we know we can do, and know what we can achieve on this
And
big
now we
stage.
have Energy and
Finally,
Idea.
that turning point is there for them. Like you said, all the big picture moments. I mean, Jorgamo having that massive step up, Apoth, massive step up, but everybody, you know, really just pulling their own part here. And they've managed to overcome the winners.
So it should be an Energy win.
That's a ludicrous upset.
An Energy
here in Super
win.
Week. And one of the few games that has felt like there was some contest going on. Still had such streaky halves to it. A really bizarre match. But it sees Sentinels in a bit of jeopardy.
I think this is a precarious situation for them. I mean, you look at that group, they have a hotly contested group, they have teams that are undefeated, and now that is the second loss for Sentinels. I mean, how that's going to be shaken out, I'm not too sure, but for now, let's celebrate the winners. Let's send it down to Liz, who's down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Well, listen, the nervous dog may bark first, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have bite. A convincing, incredible performance from EG, and I'm here with A.
I don't know about convincing. Like,
Absolutely incredible. And you're telling me this is the first time you have ever
when you
done
can't
anything
retake on your map pick, like,
Would you like to say anything to the people first up?
I don't know if
I'm
that's
just happy that
convincing.
Everybody came out to watch us, you know? I'm just happy that they came to support. It's a sea of red in the crowd, but, you know.
Well, Sea of Red did not win. You won.
Yeah.
To be very, very clear, I want to talk to you about map 1, where you had that head start, had that lead, and you guys just couldn't convert it into a map win. What was the conversation after the map?
I mean, map 1 was really close. I think even though we couldn't close it out, all the rounds were really good. So we were very confident the entire time.
I don't know about
even
that.
when there were 9 rounds straight, one on their attack side, right? We knew that we had a shot in all those rounds. So at no point did we falter, I feel like. And that's why in map 2, even though we went down 2-10, we were still confident the entire time.
Right, that's my other question for you is the map 2 comeback was so intense. How was the morale? What was the conversation after map 2?
Same thing as map 1. Same thing as map 1. We were down 2-10 on the first half, but every single round we felt like we had a fighting chance. Small things lost us those rounds, and we knew that since they 10-2'd us, we could 10-2 them back.
Yes, I would like, this is kind of a more macro question. In the scheme of whether we on the analyst desk or online, there have been plenty of people who have been doubting Evil Geniuses with your performance in kickoff and stage 1. You just defeated the Masters Madrid winners, literal world champions. What do you have to say to that?
I mean, we trusted the process. At no point did I think we couldn't beat them. So it's to be expected.
Yeah, man, Lev beat them
Hopefully
first,
the public
though.
can believe in us a little more after this game. But
You know?
yeah,
Genji beat
we're
them
gonna continue
too.
to work and
That's
try to show
freaking
out
meta,
for
you
you
know?
guys.
Out of curiosity,
Doesn't mean anything.
What do you guys think?
Especially
you
when the series was like so
A lot.
fucking
Every
shit.
single
If you
aspect
look
of
at
the
it,
game, you know, we're not perfect.
like
We
it's
beat the
just
Masters Madrid
series
winners,
of
but,
rounds
I mean,
after
giants
series of
fall sometimes,
rounds.
right? So
Outside of the last map.
Sometimes new giants are made. Exactly. But one last question for you. Potter said the pressure
Here
is
we go.
off. That's what she told
Potter
me after
again.
I talked to her about what Kaplan said. If that's how you play with no pressure, what is EG like when the pressure is on?
we'll have to find out.
We'll have to find out. If you had to make a guess, what do you think?
We're the dogs.
We're the dogs.
Yes, sir.
Woof. Yes, ma'am, but next time, I'm kidding. And I'm asking everyone this, and I want to give you a chance to say.
Did you just misgender me?
Of like the America's teams, where would you put EG?
Holy shit.
I think we're in the top 5, even though we have to show it still. 100%.
Okay. So something still to prove, but you believe you are top 5?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Everyone give it for Apoth. An incredible performance thus far. We're going to throw to the break, but we have NRG versus MIBR. So stay right there.
Okay. It's gonna be a quick break for me. See you for the next series in like a few minutes.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A NRG, eles montaram meio que o Dream Team do NA, né? Apesar da gente saber que é um time muito bom, a gente vai entrar com a mesma cabeça, focar no nosso jogo e fazer o nosso melhor para poder sair vitorioso.
Oportunidade, acabaram conseguindo fazer o dele. 3 eliminações pro Artizin, 4 eliminações, Artizin de novo!
MIBR, haven't seen too much of them. They look a lot better than they did last year. Good up for them, but yeah, we're pretty confident in that match, so we just have to play our own game.
Demon 1 caught, knife out, Mark snapping onto 2. The fourth will fall as NRG get to 10.
Eu sinto que a base da NRG já enfrenta times brasileiros há muito tempo, o Marvel, o Crash e o Victor. Então eles já sabem basicamente como que os brasileiros jogam, acho que desde os confrontos deles de antigamente contra a Loud. Mas é sempre um jogo muito bom. Eu joguei também 2 vezes contra eles no ano passado, foram confrontos bem duros. E são jogos que sempre a torcida hypa muito, tipo, o público geral hypa muito, é muito legal de jogar.
Welcome back to day 4 of VCT America's Super Week and our second match of the day. I love it.
Every time,
Did
man. Every
EG
time.
just beat Sentinels?
Huh?
Did
Dude.
EG just beat Sentinels?
Honestly, that was. Well, let's go ahead and do a little reaction for a minute there. We usually don't, but we kind of have to this time around. Holy crap, that just happened. EG won. And Potter was right.
Yes, Potter just does not lose to Sentinels, Kaplan, or John QT. As a coach. As a coach. Very important. That's all that matters.
That's it. I was nuts. Mimi, your reactions
they
from
played
that?
amazing. A huge step up from players like
Yeah.
Jaw and Apoth today. I think in a fantastic game plan to come back there on Bind. And honestly, there's something about EG and when they think they're out, just becoming unleashed.
Don't get too high on the cope just yet.
I
But that
won't.
was genuinely a really good series from them, right? Especially after getting beaten down, because you get so much momentum in that first half of Lotus, and then get smacked down to lose game one. To be able to bounce back and then do your own comeback into a really solid sunset set is amazing.
No, that was wild. That was like literally a movie from start to finish of like a roller coaster of emotions.
Again, this week is upside down. That should have
The
been a
whole-
stop game of the week.
The whole week has been crazy, but today I feel like we finally saw the EG that we've been waiting to see this whole time.
It's crazy because usually John QT games are movies, but this was like the end game of movies where all of your favorite characters just died.
Yeah. That was Infinity War. Come on,
Okay,
man.
well, I
You're so
tried.
close, dude. You're so close.
Spoiler.
All right, guys. Well, let's go ahead and move on to our next match because we got to get into this one. We'll talk about MIBR first. Now, here's the thing. We were optimistic about this team after kickoff, but the thing is that they have definitely suffered from some one-sided losses that have really, I guess, wavered my confidence in this team, whether or not they can pull off this win today, a la EG.
Yeah, I mean, their last game was against Sentinels, who, as we've seen, is maybe like a top 6 team in the league after...
Maybe top 8.
Yeah, something like, no, but all jokes aside, this was not a great showing from MIBR. I think seeing a lot of mistakes where players are kind of inching up, trying to find timings where they don't really exist, and then getting punished in the late round, even when they have advantages, making some mistakes in how they're playing together and ending up losing a lot of these clutches. It was just a pretty sloppy match from MIBR.
Yeah, 100%. It felt like as a team, they didn't have a solidified plan of the way that they wanted to play. And every single time, it felt like someone was just like, okay, we're losing, I'm gonna do a hero play. And it would just never work out for them. MIBR just felt so all over the place when I was watching.
I mean, like, JZZ was so often going off and playing like these solo lurks on the sky, trying to like be able to sell a fake on his own with just like a sky dog. Just the macro ideas on top of kind of those individual mistakes we're talking about weren't up to snuff.
Yeah, well, let's actually find out what's going on in the MIBR camp because we've got Artson standing by with Elizabeth.
Artzine, can I talk to you really quickly? So you moved here all the way to LA to participate in Tier 1. How do you cope with your emotions after a rough start to Stage 1?
I mean, it's amazing emotion to be here, to have this opportunity, but at the same time, I'm not happy with my performance right now. I think I could do more for my team and for myself, so I'm working on that as well. So I'm getting at the point that I'll be unstoppable, so I just need you guys to wait and let me prove it, you know?
Well, best of luck.
He wants to prove himself, and I totally get it. And here's the thing. A win isn't impossible today for MIBR. Of course not. I mean, you know, one thing
look what just happened.
Literally. Like when we were thinking about this whole thing, we were like, oh, maybe not. Yeah. But look what happened there, right? So and here's the interesting part. It happened last year. That's right. RGL, FRZ, and JZZ were on that roster, and they took down NRG 2-1. So this MIBR
Yeah, but that
team,
was last year.
That was last year. That was last year. But Ender, they did it before.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose they did. I can roll with this. I didn't realize this is what we were doing, but
history.
Yeah. Okay. Look, EG are repeating history after a tough early start. I can get behind MIBR beating NRG, I guess.
And I mean, MIBR has been an upset team before. I think in a lot of ways, they have also had a better season thus far than last year even. And even then, this is a team who sometimes the players can have a game like that, FRZ especially. I mean, these are some...
Whoa!
What are we doing here?
Is that finesse up here?
Why are we showing this?
Yes, he was on the team when they played, but come on, man, look what you did to my boy. You didn't have to do that.
What does that have to do with anything?
Why did we just run that?
I hope FNS sees this. In any case,
is this your doing?
No, not my doing. Not my doing. Listen, I'm just a minion, okay? I just read commercial breaks. I
So
am
it was Steve
I'm a-
Carell that did
what?
this.
No, it was production. You know what? You're going under the bus, production.
What do you have against him? He's just chilling at home trying to watch the game with his friends.
Like, he might have been minus 31 there, but he's like plus 30K now. Like, I feel like he's winning.
FNS is my boy. I would never. We love you, buddy. Anyway, all right, well, let's go ahead and move on, though, because MIBR needs a win today to avoid an early elimination in the Omega group. And their strength of schedule coming up is very challenging because you got a G2 who anything could really happen with that team, Cloud9 as well. Like, there's a lot of, roulette that can be played here.
Fellas, this is
Fellas?
looking rough.
These are dire
straits.
Yeah, they need to win minimum 2 games to even have a chance, and even then, it's a very unlikely situation, seeing as they have been pretty much stomped in both of the games they've been playing.
Especially because I'm only counting 3 games left.
Yeah, they need to win out, and it's very tough opponents left, especially today against NRG.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult journey for them, without a doubt here. But we're going to go ahead and focus, though, on the NRG lineup because, NRG, we're looking like the team to beat heading into this Super Week. And they, of course, could make a flawless run to the playoffs. But then, unfortunately, Leviathan happened. And, oh, boy, that was quite...
Slappening. I like that.
You like the slappening there?
I mean, it was brutal. Honestly, like, NRG looked really flustered, especially on this map of Bind, because they were just never allowed to plant the spike on their attack. It felt like every time they were trying to do something, 3 players are coming out of smokes, utilities being unloaded on them. It felt like it really just threw off their game.
And a lot of people are being really doomer of NRG out of this, right? Because I think they made a lot of mistakes. On Lotus in particular, round after round, they're trying to contact into A main and falling victim to a lot of these trap plays that Leviathan was setting up. But that is far and away the best Leviathan we have seen. I think that Lotus from them was a masterclass, the way that they were calling on the defense. They did a great job of moving around their Cypher setups, kind of feigning pressure on one side, hiding that strong side, and NRG kept being called into it. Even when they went back into mid-control, the pop plays through the smoke off for Leviathan. They were really ahead of the curve there. So a lot was wrong for NRG, but I still feel like it's hard to rate because Lev is just so good right now.
Yeah, I 100% agree. When we were watching Lev, it was like every single protocol that they had was just so on point. They were so quick to gather as a team and kind of execute every single play that they were trying to make. They looked so put together. And on top of that, for me, I genuinely feel like NRG was having more of a bad day than they were having just bad game, bad protocol.
I'll give you that.
It has to be a combination of everything, right? You're having a bad game, the calls aren't hitting, and your opponent is stepping up to an incredible level. All of those things are true. The question now is how much did they learn from that, and how hard can they bounce back against MIBR? And I'm inclined to think they will.
Well, you got questions? Maybe Elizabeth has answers because she's standing by with
so good at getting those.
IGL Ethan. Let's see what's going on.
How does she do it?
Ethan, I'm going to stop you right there. I have a quick question for you, actually, 2-pronged question. 1, what happened against Lev? And 2, how are you approaching the next match as an IGL with comms?
We definitely just played our worst Valorant, I think I've ever seen. I think these guys have probably ever seen. And luckily, everything was easily fixable. So, we had 1 day to fix it, and I think we're going confident for this game.
All right, best of luck.
We'll see what those adjustments are that NRG makes. I have no doubt in my mind that Ethan and the team have a plan, but there has been a lot of online discourse regarding one individual. As always, we love discourse. Demon One, and there's been discussion regarding Demon One playing the Raze role when, of course, you have Victor on the team, who's one of the best Razes to touch the agent. So now the question is, do you feel like that is justifiable to a degree? But at the same time, though, maybe it just fits their plan, right? This is what they want to do moving forward.
So I think both things are true. Again, going back to the point that was just an overall horrible match for NRG. And
him playing
the Raze on that was a part of that. I think when you watch him play the agent, a lot of the ideas he's setting himself up for is forward satchels into main on Lotus or on Bind, diving in single and trying to take a fight. You see a lot more of that kind of style to set himself up for a fight than playing that hard dive agent, more so like Victor would, where he's going deep into sights, wrapping around with a nade, and being more like a piece of the execute. You see it here. He's almost always just using that one satchel to get into the site, taking a duel, and overall, he was losing them But at the same time, the team play wasn't on point. He was
Sure.
kind of left out to dry. It's both.
And I'm kind of the opinion that it's very clear that what NRG are trying to do is create role parity map to map.
Yes.
That means, you know, your Die player, your Duelist player, Jet Rays, whatever, is going to be the same. And that can sort of simplify a lot of your processes, right? When it's the same people diving in, the same people setting them up with flashes, etc. And I also think that, like, yeah, Demon has not done this before. Let's give them a little bit more time to actually build into this, even if it is a little slower at the start. I think NRG's read is that it'll be good for them in the long term.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of layers that goes into being a duelist. And for Demon 1, he's already gone past the Jet layer where it's like, you know, you can go in, you can get frags.
Which is what he was doing only in kickoff.
Exactly.
Like, the pivot came just in stage 1.
Yeah, exactly. So now that we're seeing him on this raised role, we
Yeah.
need to see way more layers coming out of him and way more layers coming from out of the team as well. I think both these players, Victor and Demon 1, fragging power, they both have it. I have no doubt in my mind about that, but it's just a matter of how they set up the raise for success and how he's kind of positioned himself within the play style of the team in order to success and succeed with his util.
Yeah.
The Demon Frick narrative isn't real. The guy played smokes when he was on EG. He flexed into different positions in that roster and did well on all of them. It was his first showing in a brutal game for NRG. I think if you give him time, he can become excellent on this agent, as we've seen with the rest of his pool.
And ultimately, if NRG decide in a week's time or a month's time that's not the right choice for them, they have the flexibility to be able to pivot back into a Victor Rays if that's what they want.
Yeah, now on the other side to that, there has been a lot of interesting discourse regarding what's going on with the Brazilian region, because right now they're in a really interesting spot here. A lot of these Brazilian teams have been struggling to pick up these wins. All of them, yeah. And
0-7 thus far.
not very characteristic of this region when we know them to just be great slayers, great fraggers, guys who are always in your face trying to pick up those dubs.
I mean, last year, Loud was excellent. Furia had a strong start and fell off, and MIBR was always kind of fine towards the bottom of the rankings in Americas, but thus far, none of these squads have gotten online. So for these players, as we heard in that interview, being so far away from home, taking this risk, coming out to LA and playing in this league, you need to feel that success.
My genuine question, seeing that they are 0-7 right now, is what is worse? Losing today and going 0-8, or winning today?
Oh, don't.
Well, what would happen if they win today?
I don't know. They'd improve their chances of making playoffs.
I just feel like
it would probably be better to win today.
I mean, but
no,
what would the
that makes
scoreline be
sense.
if they won?
Well, it depends on their record. So I think they'd be 1-3 right now.
No, I think they'd be 1-7. I love Brazil.
I'm talking about MIBR. We love Brazil here. Okay. Well, look, no matter what we saw in that first series could very well come to fruition here today. This is America's. You can't count anyone out, not by a long shot. But our teams are ready to go. We have our walkouts. Let's see these players make the stage and get ready for MIBR versus NRG.
Riot Games Arena, chegou a hora do segundo jogo do dia. Recebam MIBR!
Brasil original. Nós leva a vida dura, mas sempre no alto astral. Mas admito, sou brasileiro, trabalhador que vai à luta. Não desiste, merecedor dessas conquistas. Nascidos para o mundo, trago o Brasil no meu peito. Em busca das vitórias, responsa é com nós mesmos. Quando me perdi, encontrei comigo mesmo. E tirei forças, eu não sei da onde. Amigos eu ganhei, perdi, são coisas da vida. O que me dói é minha família longe. Torcedores vaiam, outros me motivam. Vou persistir nessa longa estrada da vida. Vencer a obrigação, derrota é uma lição. Desistir pra nós não é mais opção. Hoje mesmo busco o que é nosso sonho.
It's time to bring out their opponents. Riot Games Arena, make some noise for NRG!
NRG is looking to right the ship, but MIBR could potentially pull some magic out of the hat. The same magic that EG managed to find when they got their win against Sentinels. Could it happen? At this point, anything is possible in Super Week, so who knows?
It absolutely is. But for NRG, this is the bounce back game. They are coming off the worst match I think we've ever seen from this org for the majority of these players. That was the low point. Now this is their chance to take learnings from their mistakes and come back stronger in a match that they're favored.
Yeah, this is definitely the team that they want to show up against, because in this instance, they could show that they have learned from their mistakes, that in fact was just a bad day, which is what I'm riding on. I feel like a lot of these things were issues that they could deal with, but we have split first, which is something I really didn't expect, knowing that NRG has been so good on it.
Yeah, I mean, NRG fried Furia 13-2 on that map. It was not even
Quick day
close.
at the office.
And all things considered, like, NRG is a team that we expect to perform very well against the teams that they are better than. They do not leave cracks in the armor, right? They are very methodical in their approach to the game and are looking to repeat those performances here today.
MIBR play a very, let's call it classic style of Valorant. They're still playing solo Sky on a lot of these maps. They're still playing a lot of 2020.
Same with NRG for
but
the
it's
most
the
part.
same with NRG. When I look at these two teams, though, I see a similar style, but an absolute difference in fundamentals. When I watch MIBR, I see people making solo plays, like solo Sky fakes, weird stuff like that is losing rounds. And when you watch NRG, in the majority of their matches, it's the exact opposites. Their fundies are so clean.
Yeah, it's like the discipline levels are completely different, and NRG just has this level of discipline where they know that they cannot mess it up, not even a small crack in their defense or offensive sides. And now, I don't know, man, this map is going to be pretty rough for MIBR. Their mid-rounds have been good, but the execution of everything just has been so lacking.
I mean, one of the interesting things about MIBR's split is that they still play double dive, right? Not a lot of teams are playing the Jet and the Raze, but this is a map where JZZ gets to go off of Sky Jail and actually play that Raze agent. And the way they like to play is oftentimes to attack two different fronts on the map so that Artazine and JZZ can both go fishing and hunting a little bit on their own. And that's what they're making those mid-rounds decisions off of, is has our duelist gotten a pick or has our duelist gotten into a forward space that they can then pivot around.
No surprises in the agent select for the side of MIBR. They're going back to that aforementioned double duelist comp. I'm really looking to see more out of Artazine today. We heard it in the interview. He needs more time, but it's been a lot of games, and we're really still waiting for that step-up performance.
Yeah, especially with that Astra last time from MIBR, we did not see them setting up enough trap plays with the Astra, with the nades. They've just been using their util for not much effort.
Well, folks, we're ready to jump into this matchup and send it over to your casters, and I'm so pumped for this one. Making their VCT
I don't
America's
like the
debut,
sound speed.
it's Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Great to be here in the Riot Games arena for a very curious matchup, because an NRG coming off another big disappointment, at least this time, Wyatt, it didn't cost them a spot at Masters.
No, not just yet, but this is a really important win for them. Both teams, I think, have a lot to prove going into this. MIBR, actually, in regard to the standings, they're the team with a lot on the line here. If they lose this game, they might just be out. Now, they could win the next two. Some things could happen with the standings regarding the other matches, sure. But this is damn near do or die for them. And NRG, this is really a litmus test. Like, is this team the team that we saw against Lev?
Are they on fraud watch?
They might be. I mean, their first game of the, the league allowed that was fatigued. The next game, Furia, they've had their struggles. I feel like they need a legit win.
Here we go, folks. Kicking off on split. NRG attacking. RG with a couple shoulder peeks here as NRG inch their way into that B main. No presence in mid just yet. Here's the guiding light. No ping off that.
Just going for a quick bit of pressure, and meanwhile, Demon 1 is watching that mid-walk push if it were to come in from MIBR, but they are content right now, just waiting things out, things slowing down here in the mid-round.
Demon 1 holding this angle, though. FRC is about to mess around and find out, but Demon 1 that comes off second best. He doesn't know that they've snuck the Raze up to his right. JZZ in a position to capitalize on this. And back through the poison orb, up mid he goes. Spike's been left outside of B main here, but here comes the hit. Mark explodes. RTL's Meister's Cranium goes haywire. We do have NRG embedded here on the B site. Very quickly into heaven come MIBR.
A flash out. Wow, they're going for this quite quickly, actually.
Paranoia on JZZ as he dropped down. Victor's able to find a second. Mazine and Artazine, last two left, and they are a long way from the action. Time for a post plant.
2 versus 4 right now. Artzine, you can see the caution on that rotate, expecting that there might be a late lurk, a re-lurk from NRG coming in towards mid, but that's not going to be the case. This retake, though, nearly impossible to crack. 2 on 4.
Straight into drop. Artizine goes. Marv's aware. Here's the big iron ring out across this B site. He's going to step up. Artizine finds one. Marv down. Crashies opts not to try and swing that in instead. Takes another big hit and is forced back behind the pillar. Time, though, getting short. Artizine on the wrap here. High-low setup, but he's going to break it apart. Okay, Ethan's able to hold on to the 1 versus 1, but Artizine gets there.
That reload in
Already
front
some
of
energy
the...
for MIBR.
I mean, that should just not be winnable. That was a 4v5. I don't know what happened to RGL, but there was clearly some issue on site. He went down for absolutely no reason at all.
They had the high-low.
2 versus 4 recovery. I mean, that's what you're looking for from Artzin. This guy, he's had some moments, but he hasn't had the moment yet for his career this year. But what a great start here on the Jet, on Split. This double duelist look. Seen as well in tow. Another guy that, frankly, Mitch, I'm really looking at as a guy that needs to step up. Last week, some pretty poor gameplay from him. He's definitely a better caliber player than I think what he's been displaying lately. So listen, good early confidence here for him. Maybe get in the swing of things.
So a lot of the discussion on the desk wide has definitely been about maybe some old school comps that are still being peddled out by this MIBR roster, right? We also saw NRG really exploit the lack of Sentinel on the side of Furia, right? Marved, a lot of deep lurks, something well worth keeping an eye on, especially as these attacking rounds start to progress.
I was really worried when I saw the agent select for MIBR that they picked this into NRG, knowing NRG are running this, very 2023 double duelist look, and they didn't bring a Cypher to the table, and an NRG with a player like Marv, who is just constantly going for aggressive lurks on attack, just taking any space that he can find. And against Furia, that was just exposing them. They didn't have the coordination to deal with that kind of play with no Sentinel. And I do have concerns that MIBR might fall into the same trap here. But of course, with picking it as well, I suppose, maybe regardless of the lack of Sentinel, they have an idea as to how to nullify NRG's style here.
We saw it, I think on the replay footage there, he looked a little bit more like AFK Meister as he was stood still as NRG walked up onto that B site. That might be where our tech pause is originating from, but we have a chance here to talk about the Astra, which again is part of the conversation of these older, these 2023-esque MIBR compositions. How do you sort of feel that it fits in now, of course, with Ethan conversely bringing the Omen here to Split?
We've been seeing a little bit of Astra here and there, right? I mean, a lot of attention towards Cryo Cells over 100 Thieves. He's been playing it on this map. And of course, there is some synergy there with the Raze, which is something that we've seen on Split for ages between those two agents, how you can use the nade with the grab well, etc., right? And I think, maybe in reference to what we saw from 100 Thieves, since this is the first time we're seeing this from MIBR since kickoff, one of the keys is really just locking down that B site, being the anchor there. If you can find a timing to get a kill, sure, but really the importance is, getting information, closing the gaps for your team, and then, being alive for the retakes. Having that utility online can be very crucial, so.
Of course, right, Arena no better christening for myself and Wyatt to jump right into a classic tech pause. But this gives us also an opportunity to discuss someone who kind of flew under the radar a little bit in the pregame, and this is a rarity, right? Demon One primarily was playing Raze in their series against Leviathan. It's an agent we see less of him from in general. Well, we had seen sort of Victor give that over so he can play the Cypher. Here, though, on Split, that's less of a question, right? Victor back on that Raze, someone who I think we were talking about it earlier, especially when it comes to those satchel mechanics, is second to none almost.
Absolutely. He is fantastic with the Raze movement. Demon One so far, he's not beating the first death allegations, bitch. He's already got tough start at the 0-1. There was so much attention being drawn to that stat in specific last week. He was, 2 for 15 first kills to first deaths? Oh. You never expect that from a guy like him, a world champion, no less. But, of course, I think that what was going on there, that poor stat, it reflects a little bit on his play, sure, but the overall macro issues with NRG, they were just setting him up to fail.
Someone who found success regardless in that pistol round with Martin, and we got a quick word from him about what it's like to go up against a team like NRG.
Eu sinto que a base da NRG já enfrenta times brasileiros há muito tempo, o Marvel, o Crash e o Victor. Então eles já sabem basicamente como que os brasileiros jogam, acho que desde os confrontos deles de antigamente contra a Loud. Mas é sempre um jogo muito bom. Eu joguei também 2 vezes contra eles no ano passado, foram confrontos bem duros. E são jogos que sempre a torcida hypa muito, tipo, o público geral hypa muito, é muito legal de jogar.
And again, I mean, at this point in this Super Week, it's hard for any of us to get a gauge on exactly where NRG are at. Something we touched on right at the start of the show was that this team, I mean, they really put themselves nose to the grindstone after a disappointing loss. I think Victor in an interview said, "Oh, when we missed out on on playoffs in kickoff and missed out consequently on Masters, we were practicing the very next day all the way through Madrid." And it showed. They came out and had 2 great wins at the start here of this stage, but against Loud, who were, like you mentioned, Fatigue and then Furia, they haven't really beaten any true heavy hitters. Now, it's an asterisk next to Loud, given their circumstances coming into stage 1.
For sure. I mean, listen, Chet had them locked away in the dungeon of the NRG castle. They were grinding away all from kickoff to this stage 1. And so far, yeah, it hasn't, I think, paid off in the way that the NRG fans are hoping for, that they're hoping for. But of course, they do still, have 3 matches here to bring things back, facing MIBR now, and then up against EG, who got a crazy upset win earlier. Perhaps this is the day of the upsets. You never know.
This entire week has featured these huge blowout results, upsets as well, but more of the former, if I'm honest with you. That's obviously something that MIBR are looking to avoid, but NRG feel like they're mostly online for playoffs here, right? 2 wins already under their belt. Neither EG nor 100 Thieves pushovers. In fact, both of them have showed incredibly strong games in their most recent matches.
Yeah, I mean,
so if you can't just get a clean-up win here against MIBR, nothing is certain.
I mean, it is funny that at a time, not long ago, you would have looked at those matches and just been like, oh, that's a wash. Like NRG, they're winning those 2 games, easy playoffs. And now all of a sudden, EG, they've just swooped in and become a contender as well. Dangerous games left for them. They have no time to mess about at this point. A few tough ones ahead of them. And MIBR, perhaps this is where the team really becomes revitalized. I mean, again, we just saw for EG, tough start, revitalized today. They can always turn things around. And listen, we've seen promising stuff from MIBR. It's not like this team are slouches. It's just that so far in stage 1, they didn't show up to the expectations that we had in kickoff. That was really some of the best play that we'd seen from them, period. So we're just, we're waiting to see now, will they get back to that? And then can they exceed that?
And there's a question about the coaching, I think, for MIBR as well. We've actually seen that their fundamentals, their trading setups, their protocols are actually quite good. And in fact, in the past, I think it was against Crew, they had some pretty elaborate mid-rounding, especially on maps like Sunset. They just have a tendency of getting interrupted as teams sort of thrust down in the middle of that map especially, kind of catch them off guard. And I think Mimi mentioned on the desk, that solo lurking, Sky, all of your utility in these single initiator comps, just like trying to sell a fake. I get the idea. I mean, where else would the Sky be if not with the rest of the team with all this valuable util? Well, it often goes for very little as they try and sell a fake with it.
Yeah, there's always going to be a lot of pressure, on the MIBR player that is playing the solo initiator. Of course, on Split, that's not uncommon. But yeah, when we get to the other maps, a lot of pressure on JZZ, who has had some real standout moments for this team. Playing the Rays right now on Split, though. The original role that really even got him noticed, called up to the Tier 1 of Brazil, was when he was a duelist main before last season. And so, returning to that original place that he had in the team perhaps can find some success, begin to turn things around here for the squad.
Right, we are, of course, in a tech pause, in case you weren't aware. That's right, I'm just reading the text, my friend. But let's make the most of it, turn this into a tech pause. Yeah, PAWS, they had me do this on the desk as well the other day. Share your best pet photos with hashtag Valorant, hashtag VCT Americas. You're either watching the games with them right now, or you have, of course, some fantastic shots of your pets in your recents. We want to see them, and we will share them with everybody else here. Cats or dogs, Wyatt?
I'm more of a cat enjoyer these days, I'm going to be honest, but I love them both, okay? I love them both. And we are back into the game now on the second round, refreshing your memory. MIBR won a 2 versus 4, running into NRG double stack backside B and won it out, which is absolutely mad. And now, big advantage here on the anti-eco, looking to take that early lead against tough opponent in NRG.
RGL can do little more than shoulder pick here in the B-man, but he has backup. Artazine here hoping to find a gap through this smoke, and even the bit of spray for RTL is yielding a kill. This is beautiful. Artazine posted up on top of that kiosk. Finds yet another one and crashes. Sheepishly gets out.
One orb for their trouble at the very least, but right now, it's MIBR sweeping things up with ease. That top little position there, finding a nice angle behind the smoke in B main, and MIBR looking to start things off quite nicely here. Just the last two players to clean up, which they will more than likely do with ease, and they can come into this next bonus round, possibly saving 5 guns. And from there, who knows? An opportunity to spiral things out of control for NRG early.
And this is a team that wants to get a rifle in Artazine's hand as early as possible, even at the cost of one of their own weapons. Demon 1 headbutts one of the bullets from JZZ's. He heads into Ramen, and this will be curtains for Crashies soon enough. Met by RGL Meister, and that'll be the round. Now, need I remind folks, NRG found themselves in a similar position before running 13-0 rounds against Furia.
That is a very good point. Something tells me we're not going to see that today. Don't want to curse anything here, but something tells me MIBR, they'll at least get one round. But right now, on this bonus, bringing 5 weapons over, they have a Vandal on Artzine, a guy who can be their star player, a guy that we're looking to be the star of this team right now. Perhaps he can be the difference maker, the catalyst for a big round win.
This time it's Demon 1 over towards the A site. Submit presence here. That's going to provoke the blooming of the Poison Orb. And FRC will happily play behind this. It's a double stack here towards B main. It's going to be a flash out from MIBR. Some defensive action here from the Brazilian squad. It's going to be punished instantly. Marved, always good for one there. He's far from done.
What a great angle taken from Marv. Just posted up, ready for the retreat off that orb. Really heads up. Frankly, despite the trouble this team has had, I think Marv has stepped up so much so far in stage 1. In kickoff, he was a bit quiet for the team, but right now, frankly, I think he's been the star.
Demon 1 thinks about it. There's a whole welcoming party at A main for him. And instead opts to rejoin now with that one pick over at B main. NRG want to assemble for maybe ending the round over here.
And MIBR, they have opted to entirely give up that site. They are just prepped for a potential A play. They wanted to stack over there, but that is not going to come to fruition. They are going to be in a retake situation here. Not exactly with a util to make one happen too easily if they do end up going for it. Which of course they should, right? I mean, they are on the bonus. Send it. Do some damage at the very least.
They know RTL Meisters back there in heaven. Dog got all the way up mid through Mail into B heaven. So NRG have plenty of information there to work on. A triple setup here. You'll notice that Marv is still checking that B main, although that does not seem to be the destination here for MIBR.
Marv going to have that sight line on the spike as well, going to be pivotal.
Any moment now, MIBR. Into the breach they will plunge. Artazine's already dropped down now. Smoke going to be thrown just behind the pillar. Nading to the back left side, but Ethan already has struck. 3 up here for MIBR, and they're going to try and go for it. Through the smoke, the spray is going to be good.
They find 2, but no time.
Unfortunately, that's all they're going to be having here. A reasonable bonus for MIBR, if not a win. We'll take that. All the guns from NRG stripped away.
Oh, they'll take that all day long. They just bided their time. You know, they set up that little grab well nade that didn't actually bury through for them. They threw it into the backside, spilled in off that. They will take that all day long. Significant damage done here from MIBR. And nicely done just playing together there. Swinging through the smoke. I mean, just some random spam from RGL. Love to see that.
Yeah, and there's a sense that they were really not playing for even a win in the round there. More than happy to trade their Spectres into economic damage.
And now the full economy of NRG is going to end up riding on this round because of it.
Oh, Artazine off the rip. He found Marv. And honestly, Marv wasn't positioned that far forward. Ouch.
That is the gun that you want in Artzin's hand. I think that his opping kind of diffs his rifling, and when the economy is online for them to get it, crucial.
Here comes Victor, double satchel at the back of the sights, able to trade it from the high. Here's JCC. Demon 1, though, reluctant to push any further past. FRZ has made its way through the smoke, and there's a spike
down.
That's 2 for FRZ. Martin chimes in. MIBR tough nuts to crack so far on defense.
Great flash around the pillar from Mazine so far. He's playing well, and that's exactly what I want to see from this guy. I think he is the one who needs to step it up the most from MIBR compared to the previous weeks. And so far, he's done a nice job. Just those small little things making a big difference. Like that Artsine off. And that is the benefit of winning the pistol round early. Getting that op online on defense, a weapon that in his hands can absolutely change the outcome of a game here. NRG relegated to that full eco.
They'll be thinking twice about contacting extremities individually. Is Artazine? Could have been a freebie there, but Victor baits it. Grab well used, but NRG have eyes elsewhere on the map.
Artzine's just going to lock down B main so the rest of the team can gather up elsewhere. Or stack towards mid, and you can see over on the far right of the map, he's just jiggle peeking towards A.
So no one's ropes here. NRG pushed up very close behind his poison orb. This is about to get a little bit hectic. It's going to be refreshed there by the snake bite, but Demon 1 was the one standing up. The smoke dissipated and gets picked up. Sound like a herd of wild elephants here, NRG making their way through sewers. Over to A, and already Marv's gotten deep.
TB up top. So much great util for the retake here, though, for MIBR. Mazine can pop those Seekers, and he does just that. Gun advantage as well. This should be easy for MIBR.
Okay, they know about screens. They know Marv is up there now. The Seeker's getting a little bit further. Heaven control for the defenders now. Here's that showstopper from Victor. It's good for one. Mazine down. Artazine has been so patient on this particular angle. Here comes the retake, though, all across the side. They're all headed towards screens by the look of things. Bladestorm, no connection there for Artazine. A little bit awkward, but he's going to have some backup coming through screens in just a moment. Victor and Marv, though, unravel it. Just two left. FRC on the side, but eventually gets a cost.
Holy shit.
NRG, no business winning that.
Absolutely not. They got so scrappy.
They got so fucking hard, man.
After that, they knew the two players were screens, but I don't think they put enough emphasis on just pinching into those guys. Such free kills stuck there. Positions known, classics. I mean, credit to Victor there. The people who've been demanding his return to Raze will be happy after that round. Vindicated for sure.
8-4. Victor right now leading the raid for NRG. Demon 1 with an op to hand now as well. This will be checked. Just the cheeky shoulder from Artazine, then back, but Marv there again punished on that. Be long, another two-player push out there.
Punishing Marv is crucial to beating NRG on this map. And without that Sentinel, they're going to have weary eyes watching every little area of the map they could be, or rather he could be pushing into. So aggressive with those attack side lurks.
Ethan TP'd into elbow. Smoke screens and Heaven. The setup is there. They're just waiting, of course, for Crashies to get there. But FRZ's heard all of this. Demon 1 has to have his wits about him here. This could get extremely ugly. FRZ swings. Misses the first few shots, but Demon 1 eventually is forced out. Showstopper here for JZC. Has to know that Victor there is in hell. The Seekers now will be an issue when you're holding that showstopper. That has to be employed for nothing. The timing's good for Victor. And the satchel to cover him for just a moment. Snakebite. A lot of YouTube being thrown at his feet here. That guiding light lets him know Victor's still goblining in this corner. Mazine eventually able to check that. Numbers advantage here for MIBR. Heaven control though far from secured. Mazine pushing through Heaven. Absolutely smashed by that paranoia, and NRG string a couple together.
A good recovery. Things getting scary. I like that dog that Mazine sent out in Heaven. It was a nice little distraction for the flank onto Demon 1. He had to deal with that dog with the op, get the shot there. That was a good way to get things in a scary situation for NRG.
He's won.
I mean, that is ridiculous. Just walks through it. Mark never expecting that. Some good little micro plays from MIBR on that round. But unfortunately, the op, not the best weapon for the retake there. You could even see how much it slowed them down. But here we go, NRG looking for a fast play into A, it seems.
Guiding light straight up towards Ramses. Nothing. Victor hot on its heels. Will of course draw out the Viper wall. NRG now are setting up in a big way, making it pretty clear they would like to end on this site.
Absolutely, when that wall goes down, Artsin going to have an angle, re-smoked again.
but it's going to be tough to get a shot with a double dash coming through. He's able to get out at the very least. Demon One's been able to push up a long way. Manzine drops down off rafters here. Spot's fixed, but it's going to be traded.
1-for-1.
Demon One is nestled here inside elbow. So it'll be the post plant now. I feel like much hinges on Marved here in his very far out position.
Spike planted.
That late backstab from him gonna come through main. And a big fight in screens here as well. Maybe the case, no. MIBR slowing things down, gonna rotate back through heaven. Crucial here for Marv to find a timing.
Huge!
Oh
Came
my
out just the
god.
right time. Marved had that one at his fingertips. And that's a huge couple. Knows there's a bit of attention here towards the top of ramps, but JZZ doesn't fancy it. In fact, MIBR have to pull the plug. Marved has unraveled them.
This has been so revitalized so far this stage. Shades of when he stood up and screamed, "I'm the best."
Yeah, I remember that, yep.
I mean, he is so back in form. Another game where he is just looking like the guy for NRG. What a timing, playing around that wall nicely.
I hate to say it.
So impressive at the moment.
Artesian spent that whole round getting owned by smokes. There's no other way of putting it. He's in screens, gets 2 smokes thrown in front of him. Marved brings his wall up at just the right time to secure 2. MIBR here fancying a bit of a timeout. Can't blame them. It's been a brutal string of rounds. They've had to suffer the wrath of an NRG with much to prove still.
And the coaches for MIBR have been such a strong talking point with them all season. Bazooka, Fraud, both storied coaches, a lot of history with Loud, the best players in the Brazilian region. Now combined with this MIBR squad. And we're just waiting to see, I guess, what they can do with them. I mean, and with all that talk, I feel like so far this season, seeing them playing comps that are not really meta forward, they haven't been using the Gecko. Some of those decisions honestly come, you know, they come certainly into question, and you wonder what influences the coaches are having. And
well, to what degree they want to innovate, maybe as well.
Right, absolutely. And I'm just looking here to see, you know, for these moments to come up with the timeouts, what adjustments are these guys going to call? They have so much influence on the team, so much importance in their success.
Well, they've had their chance here to impart some more of that wisdom amongst their players. You can see Chet always pretty low energy individual. Just making sure NRG keep it tight here protocol-wise. A couple key ults, very close, if not already attained for NRG.
Right now, Demon One is considering holding that tight angle on A, perhaps, while over on the B side. Ethan set up with a paranoia here. MIBR have been so active on that area in the map. They're just hoping to bait them in, lay a little trap for them. But MIBR, they're not going to bite. Playing a bit more reserved, one forward position, which is JZZ, hero rifle for them. Pushed up on A and might have an opportunity to be just that hero if he wins this duel.
Even one absolutely smashed and crashes, not an opportunity to swing. Now off the flash though, it's good, it's traded. Now it's time for the dog, straight up ramp here, we'll see nada. And how do you play off this now?
And off that dog, you can see the rotation being pulled for MIBR. Mazine has made his way over towards A and actually sent out a flash towards a ramp that didn't get a ping. So perhaps a bit of false information as the NRG squad have opted to rotate all the way off B main through spawn. Working now into this A hit where Marv has the Viper's Pit for the post plant. Pivotal piece of utility late in the round.
MIBR have an anchor player though. RGL is absolutely entrenched here on the A side.
30 seconds left.
Clear screens here, and there it is. RGL reveals himself. Conditioned NRG. We're not to expect him to be here. He's able to find a quick couple. Only 2 left for NRG. They're running out of steam. Mazine now here will be reinforcing from elbow, though Ethan's able to find it. FRZ's a problem from rafters, and Ethan all on his own has to find a way out of this. It's just too much. And MIBR, after a hasty timeout, are back.
I mean, so well done from RGL Meister. One of the guys on the squad that sometimes we're looking at, like, is he the one who's going to step up? You know, they kind of trade places every week. One guy goes a little bit crazy, plays a little bit better than the rest of the pack. But it's not often that we have a game with MIBR where one guy is just lighting the world on fire.
Nice shot.
Certainly more of a team
At
effort
the
of
end.
things coming together. But if we can see moments like that from the anchoring Astra, so crucial.
4 attacking rounds.
That AWP is going to be posted up in B main. See how Marv deals with it. Fast play on mid here from NRG.
They catch a glimpse of the player there towards heaven, but Artzine is good for it again. Marv taken down in B main. NRG have mid-control. And they're not done. They're going to move into ropes here, but JTZ waiting for it now. Demon 1 have the knives. Okay, they get out of that one relatively unscathed, even able to heal Demon 1 up. Now looking to transition out of this mid-hole. Victor, though, sees him walking with Crosshair. It's just too easy. No, Artzine does not want to step up on this at all. Victor's spidey sense is tingling. Fire it off, baby! There it is! Artzine blown to smithereens.
And once again, the Victor Rays fans vindicated Mitch. I mean, he is
absolutely bat-chesting.
He is having a mad game right now. And on some of these rounds, frankly, you are just going to see the difference in the player quality. I mean, these guys, the firepower on NRG, there's a reason there was so much talk heading into this year of this is the super team. They get Ethan and Demon 1, the championship winners from last year, the core of NRG that have been at the top forever. Super team material. And at the end of the day, even if these guys are making mistakes, it's not their best game as far as the team play, you still have to beat them in gun duels, and that is a tough ask.
Firepower, that's the term he used. There's been a big discussion about MIBR. Maybe we thought Artzine would be the starter step into that role. He's been solid, but not that player.
Quick flash up the ramp for Victor. I mean, that is just a standard open we saw all of last year with this comp that we are going to continue to see when NRG are running it here on this attack side.
Do they see FRZ here? Yes. Victor has spotted that out now to put pressure on him. He's going to force the Viper to walk away. No more shenanigans there, just at the opening of A main. Demon 1's pushed up here. We've got multiple players, both duelists here looking to fight for some ramp control. It's about to get ugly. Artzine swings across. JZZ in deep trouble. Demon 1 have the off angle, but Mazine's good for 2. Victor there couldn't quite believe what was going on. But now they have the 3v1 locally. And into heaven is RGL Meister rotating.
Just a classic backside to anchor. That's certainly not going to be enough. RGL tries to find a timing off of FRZ's fight. But NRG, too good. Watching all of the angles properly. Well executed round. Things got hairy for a little bit off that wall. Spam being traded back and forth, but of course they came away with the favorable trades, with the favorable weapons. Frankly, as expected in a situation just like that. 6 rounds, split attack. Certainly nothing to scoff at. I don't know what Artzine's been doing with his money, but somehow he has just got enough to buy an op every single damn round. This guy's rich. How does he have so many ops?
Just don't play gacha games. It's that easy. Victor here, satchel across. Looks like NRG really valuing that ramp's pressure here, but most of the action is over towards B in terms of numbers.
And they are going to walk into this op from Artzine again. He's gotten a couple first kills with it and has a great opportunity to do so again. Certainly not another Demon 1 first death. No, he's going to get it on Tamar to be able to dash out. They just need to retreat and play for this 5-on-4 retake now. They have the Seekers and an Astra Wall to do it.
Pretty illuminating these Seekers. Here's the amount of info for MIBR, but it's going to take more than that for them to be back on this site. Victor hears all of this from the Rays. He knows JCC's going to be there. Man, he's having a good game. Now pressure in towards Mail. Artzine, though, this time the Blade Storm strikes true. He's got 2 for the round. Looking to pressure down. Doesn't see Demon 1 inside the Cloudburst, and Crashies is going to be a problem here. 2 up for NRG. It's Crashies versus 2. In the post plant. Time is short, but MIBR can play with his...
Oh my god!
Gonna have to get up early in the morning to get the better of Crashies like that.
He's just too good. He's been doing it with this team for 4 years at this point. Those are the situations that he lives for. When you see him in a spot like that, I mean, how do you doubt him at all? But again, so much credit to Victor. Look at this guy, 18 and 8 right now. What did he get there? I mean, it might have only been 1 kill on the flank, but the distraction that he had, the disarray that it caused, you could see Artzine's like, guys, are we going? What are we doing? And he's dashing in, the rest of the team, some of them still looking behind. They got so scrappy. This guy's race really is world class, and it's fun to see him on it again right now.
Demon 1 having to take a back seat here to his other duelist for this map. We're getting plenty of attention here over on this A extremity.
And it's Demon 1 who's really just been doing a lot of the lurking, to be honest, or rather containing on some of these extremities, not pushing up so much, but just holding down A, which is usually, you know, if you're running the Sentinel in his place, he'd be a Cypher doing the exact same thing, so.
Maybe that's an idea there. There might be something there, Wyatt.
With a Cypher on split, yeah, some may say it's a good pick on this map. Some.
Demon One, though, has seen enough. And the long walk back to rejoin the rest of NRG. We are south of a minute left of the round here. NRG now starting to scale into mid.
Well, still with that pit online, could be used for the post plant here if they can manage to get into the site, but they're going to have to deal with JZZ in main with the judge, and he gets the spot on one. Wow, good trade from Demon One. So tough against that weapon. FRZ with that off angle there. Victor at least able to find something, but it's him and Demon One, and the ladder is low. In fact, gone now. At least the spike to hand. MIB are quite distributed here across the map. Oh, Victor's made sound and ropes. This is dangerous. Matzine is going to eat him up. And that'll be that. Quite a competitive half between these two here. MIB are holding their own. Yep. That being said, though, they did win the pistol round in pretty obscene fashion. If we go all the way back, which was that 2v4, and past that, they get 3 rounds. NRG with 7, looking considerably better here on the attack side, winning the big majority of the gun rounds, and even a couple rounds where they were at that 4v5 deficit on account of Artzine getting early picks.
Well, NRG looking to bounce back after a rough start to the week. Not a terrible start here on Split, but plenty to talk about. For all that and more, we're going to head over to our desk.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. Well, guys, I mean, we are seeing a very, to quote what Uber had just said, a very competitive first half between MIBR and NRG. And let's dive into that Thrifty that I think kind of like definitely tipped the odds in NRG's favor and gave them this half in a more winning fashion.
Yeah, honestly, MIBR's been playing a solid half here. And if they had won this one, if they had cleaned up a few of these mistakes, they could have been leading right now. But this was, for me, kind of the round that broke the camel's back, right? They're in a position, up numbers, playing into this retake. Then we're popping knives, whiffing every shot towards spawn. Players are flooding in one after the other, and it's just completely uncoordinated. It's mistakes like this at the end of the rounds that are costing MIBR opportunities.
Yeah, it felt like NRG finally got the ball rolling where they're like, hey, we can just hit sites, we can split, we can use full firepower. And you can tell with these stats that Demon One and Victor just going crazy. They knew that this entry go in.
Let's say Victor going crazy.
Okay.
Demon One continuing the slower performance. It wasn't an incredible half from him, but he's got a world-class duelist player alongside him in Vic.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have that confidence to start going in together and taking those duels. Even if Demon One was, unfortunately, the first one dying, he had the follow-up right behind him every single time. And it feels like that Thrifty was just the important
part of all of that.
Yeah, it just felt like the Thrifty was like the round turner where they were like, okay, guys, we can just kind of hold W, or we can just be more confident in our aggressive plays. But again, MIBR really back and forth.
Watching that half was an experience gap to me. The NRG players are so comfortable on that stage. Marv'd winning late rounds, Crashy's winning late rounds, Victor consistent on the dive. They weren't sweating at all, even though it was a close game. And you compare to MIBR, where we're seeing a lot of shaky moments here. They've had opportunities, but they really have to pull it together in this second half because they do have a chance.
Yeah, one has to wonder, of course, what the circumstances are going to be here going into the second half, and we are going to find out. So to send it back over to Uber and Wyatt.
Tell you what, way to do Demon One dirty with that little head-to-head there at halftime. All you need to know, folks, is that there are 21 duelist kills on the side of NRG. That's all you need to know. Doesn't matter where they come from.
Yeah, hold on. I was checking the scoreboard. 21. That's
a combined effort.
A lot of kills. Victor has 19.
Well, yes.
Where are they?
Okay, proof in the pudding.
Can't do this man dirty like that. He was playing Cypher Jet, Mitch. There wasn't a lot of opportunities.
Just without a cool hat.
It was unlucky. He was getting off. It's fine. Now MIBR on the attack side with this double duelist comp. Certainly the side of the game that favors this comp. Starting defense with it going to be tough. Starting defense with no Sentinel against double duelist, that's going to be tough. So they have a real opportunity at getting back into this thing here. Not like they're too far off 7-5, but it feels that way because they only got 3 gun rounds compared to NRG's 7. So despite the close score, it does feel pretty one-sided so far.
It's a great call out. Those crucial rounds. Those big gun rounds, NRG all over them. Matzine earlier probing up mid there, staved away by a poison orb, and now the group here for MIBR. Towards A main, Demon One has the tailwind! Well, no chance to use it, but it'll be happy enough with 2. That is all of the resistance of NRG at A, though. And they'll be in a retake.
Very deep position here from JZZ. Mazin bringing up the rear. Actually might engage with Crashes here. No, the timing is just going to be barely missed. I'm looking to see if JZZ is going to work himself into a position here, an aggressive one to take a fight. Just kind of holding deep. Disconnected from the rest of the team, so he's gonna have to pop off here individually.
Crashes one in the group. A nade on the wrong side of the box from Azine. A bit of an off angle, you could say, but it's being checked by Victor, and he swings it. He's better in that engagement. JTZ wants to make his way in towards heaven, but Ethan also is ready for that fight. And it's just RGL Meister. We've seen him do some stuff before, but gonna take a lot for him to silence NRG here. You only lose one player and take the pistol in a second.
And Demon One just, you know, light little reminder
Doubling
to
his
not
kills?
talk trash during the halftime desk.
Any round I get to double my kills, I'm feeling fantastic.
Those MIBR players just forced the contact into him. It was Mazine on the lurk. They don't really have anything to clear there. Listen, at the end of the day, he is just so precise with those one bullet, those initial taps. That's what I see in my head when I think of Demon One. That's the kind of aim that he has. But NRG now, they're actually going to bring an outlaw here into the mix in the hands of Victor. 2 sheriffs on MIBR, so if they carry it over, potentially a couple light armors that he could one-shot with it.
Victor wants to bully his way into B main, and who could blame him with his weaponry? Paint shells to threaten him, but he's able to satchel away, and Ethan
Nice movements.
gets RGL on the fadeaway.
Now just forced to back up our MIBR. At this point, momentum firmly in the favor of NRG, the heavily favored side in this matchup.
After the pressure, holds his own. 2 consecutive spike carriers removed. Spectre singing in his hands, and it's a matter of course as Victor finds Martin trying to make his way into heaven.
Just a little bit of stat padding for him. Getting close to another Raze ultimate. Only 2 orbs away at this point.
Or headshots.
And actually, they are actually going to be okay with the economy. I was worried there for a second with the Sheriffs that they might have just been low enough to have a light armor there in the mix, but that is not going to be the case. But
Okay.
Bonus. Push.
that being said, look at JCZ's util. Look at what he has to forego utility for a heavy armor. That is tough. No boombot, no satchels, because you bought a Sheriff last round. Unfortunate, man.
How the heck do you break the crosshair placement of that Alon, for example, holding a long angle? Marked under a bit of pressure. Artazine probing here. All of them MIBR, many of them, in fact, 3 grouped up. Gonna eat the paint shells to start with. Victor fancies a bit of argy-bargy, double satchel into the side here. Stinger in hand. So to get himself in the back of B side here. Wait for his chance to swing. Crashes a little isolated there, dropping down from heaven, and the wall drops. JTZ moving up, and Artazine's already found Marked in that back corner. NRG feeling the pressure here now. Victor can't hold his own. Demon One at least been able to equalize, playing from heaven, and Ethan sees JTZ walk straight into him. NRG now, it's just RGL to deal with. And Demon One's found 3. Spike is loose. And RGL has to stand up, but he's able to split up NRG. Demon One knows he's low. Ethan takes a chunk of damage off him.
Obscuring vision.
Here's the swing, and it's good, RGL.
Okay. It's a costly bonus.
He's been stepping it up this map. Well done from him, and well done from MIBR. I like that in the middle of that execute, they did slow things down. They realized that energy, they were trying to flood in there. You could see Ethan put down a smoke for Victor to play around when he satcheled in. And MIBR, very aware, if we take the fight to them right now, they have flooded into the site, we're gonna get up. So they slow it down, they get a nice few kills. And then look at it, I mean, Demon One almost bringing things back. He is coming alive a bit more on this defensive half. Well done from RGL to close things out, though.
Giving him an operator this round. Previous world champion with that weapon in hand. A scary prospect. Just wants to take contact here at this B extremity. Poison Orb still gives him a little gap to play through. MIBR want none of it.
I don't have a whole lot of utility to actually deal with someone posted up with the op, but you can see Mazine making his way over right now. Does have the dog, does have a flash. They're gonna have to try and force him off this angle. Victor is ready to play off of him as well on site.
Well, they want this.
This duelist duo, ready to stave off the hit.
Here comes the smoke. Inching closer, MIBR. At some point, you're going to see an elbow and swing. Demon One's found one tailwind away, but here come the cavalry. It might be trying to push aggressively, but that's a second. And here come the blades. Not enough. JZZ's able to find two.
Though.
Pushing up here on the site. Demon One buys a decent amount of time, and RGL Meister, who loves a bit of a late lurk, is about to run into two in mid, and Ethan is just too sharp. 3 players for the post plant to work with for NRG.
Great awareness there from Marv on that look. JZZ popping the showstopper though, blinded and not able to get any value. 2 versus 3 now.
Devastating. FRZ playing from L. You think they check this. Here with the paranoia, but Marv doesn't check it.
No way.
FRZ emerges and fights 2. It's all up to Crashies now. Time is getting short, and JZZ has the line. MIBR starting to make this one a little uncomfortable.
You are joking. What an outplay from FRZ, getting the poison cloud up, shrouding himself within it. Oh my god, dropping it after hearing the second pair of feet drop from heaven. What a play. Demon One and Victor, they tried to anchor that site. They wanted to lock it down together, and JZZ, he is stepping up on the duelist role, his old role. Role where he made a name for himself, got himself into these tier 1 Brazilian teams here to compete in the partnership. NRG now relegated onto the eco. Bucky in the hands of Marv, and he might have a chance to get a kill with it. There is some pressure here towards A. JZZ with his fast take of ramp early on.
No commitment here from MIBR. Note the position of the spike.
There.
They'd love to pull some of these NRG players out of position. So far, though, they have been stalwart.
And Ardzine as well. He's actually picked up that op that Demon One dropped on the previous round. So they're going to be playing a little bit slowly around now. You could see him posted up in B main, just waiting to see if there was going to be some kind of contact push, perhaps from NRG, trying to take some space there, take a fight. One of those sheriffs. That's not going to be the case. They're going to go pick that spike up back and spawn. Go towards A, and
where's the info?
Going to go for a bit of a split here as they dog up mid.
Well, question answered. Now they're starting to get some. JZZ on the heels of the dog, and Ethan got caught by the Trailblazer. Marv swings out into 3 here. NRG knew very little about MIBR set up. That dog provokes him to push out of A.
I mean, there's just no way you think that all those players are going to be at A.
30 seconds
when a
left.
dog comes into heaven and then it's followed up by your duelist, like what the hell is the rest of the team just sitting over at A?
Have they not watched the tape?
I know, you never expect.
That's what MIBR do with the Sky.
I know, you're right. I mean, that is what they do. They lurk with this Sky constantly. They use the Sky as a fake over and over and over. I mean, that is just so true.
Oh,
buddy. Around from them.
Flawless.
Economy gonna start to roll a little bit for them. The favored side with this comp. Is it upset day, Mitch? We got one already with EG over Listen, I'm not getting ahead of myself, but NRG are forced onto the timeout. Things have started to spiral.
Very early prognosis from Dr. Valorant there. I'm not gonna
get too excited, but I'm gonna get a little bit excited.
To be fair, MIBR are able to really vary the pace here. They can call cancels, they cut noise. They're doing a very good job of hiding their intentions from NRG. Just because you know that they like to fake with all that Sky util. The different story when you're in the server against it and you're obeying your usual protocols.
Absolutely. Just not used to playing against a team that does that so often. The majority of the time, you're going to see the Sky in the race and just think, well, of course that's where the hit is coming. That's where the Sky and the rays are. But this is MIBR, and that is not the case. I mean, it's not often that they always have a duelist with the Sky. A lot of times it will just be their Sky alone.
And again, like a Trailblazer
up at the other side, but
Trailblazer up mid at like a 1 minute timing is not the craziest thing, right? That's pretty standard, but NRG just have no idea where the rest of MIBR are playing.
No, and I mean, listen, this is a point we're making too, that as the series continues, we'll likely see applied on other maps. I mean, this is just vintage MIBR. NRG, though, they are going to have the bye. Victor, showstopper in his hands here on the round, posted up towards that A side. RGL with the Astro Wall. They could go for a big execute here off that if they so choose.
Didn't see it in the first half at all. Here they come. It might be not opting for ramp right now. Might just be a straight push into A main, and here it comes. Ethan trying to respond with a paranoia with decent timing. Victor caught with the paranoia himself as he crossed. No connection on the showstopper and an elbow. It might be breaking ankles here. It's only Marv to find anything. Crashies out there from Rafters is good for one. The spike is dropped. Crashies has this line. RGL runs straight into it. It's a big opening here for NRG. And there, MIBR still waiting on FRZ to reinforce.
His timing is going to be everything. Even one not expecting him going towards screen. 2 versus 1 now. He needs to step up. The player under scrutiny needs a big moment right now, or NRG's economy is going to be crushed. MIBR with an opportunity to take the lead, tie things up now.
He knows a sixth sense about FRZ challenging Artesian. Has no choice. There it is! Demon 1 has come alive at just the right time.
Steps up when they needed him most, and despite that string of round losses, he has, on this defensive side, just stepped it up. I mean, you can see it just by the numbers, right? I mean, what is he? 9 and 4 on the half right now on defense, was 2 for 10 on the attack. This man is turning things around, and it was a great hit from MIBR as well. Victor nullified while he had that ultimate out, the paranoia. He just didn't know what to do. JZZ down fast into elbow. And again, look at this, gathered up for a fast play on A or MIBR.
Get out of my way!
Sting in a hand for Artesian, but Bladestorm is available. Fast hit. NRG taking their time with this now, but assembling in heaven, and Crashies is just anchored there in elbow. Great connection. Artesian has to navigate this low ground. Does have those knives available. Crashies is proactive. Moving around this B side, that is Victor. Mazine taken down. Victor drops it, but the blades just aren't there for Artesian. And Crashies is able to spray him down. Just the 2 players in heaven now left for MIBR. And that spike is dropped in Narnia, virtually. Demon 1 there bites off more than he can chew. Doesn't answer the question of MIBR. Getting that spike back to hand.
These two would have to go absolutely nuclear right now. If you check in on the state of the economy as well, MIBR hangs in the balance on this
And
round.
if you had an Omen
NRG
instead of
here,
Nastra,
go up against the bad boy, and the
you
next
would be
they could
able
be at
to
12.
retrieve that spike.
RGL Meister, FRZ have got to put this together. But instead, I think they've decided, right, that discretion is the better part of valor. Would much rather hold these weapons into a later
30
round.
seconds left.
No interest in challenging as a fast A hit crumbles to dust.
Goes absolutely awry. Crashies just so good, man. So consistent. It's not always the big number that he puts up on the board, but it's just the impact kills that you see him have throughout a
10
game.
seconds left.
Shutting down JZZ there, who's really been the one that's been cracking these sites open. That tip of the spear for the MIBR attack. Rifles have to be saved here. A wise decision from RGL and FRZ, frankly. Now they will have something of a real opportunity here in round 20. A reasonable buy that they can cobble together. And a lot of ultimates playoff around. I mean, RGL, he's been sitting on this Astra ult for 20 rounds, Mitch. He's had it since the first half.
Now, we have not seen much of that at all. Maybe MIBR not feeling they've been in a position to make use of it, but that's why we have a timeout called here. Because it's not just that Cosmic Divide, of course. We've got the Viper's Pit. Showstopper all up here for MIBR, and they've got to turn these into a winning formula, Wyatt. They've got a bit of a buy to work with here. A lot of light armor. A few rifles at least to bring into the round, and Bazooka very surreptitiously delivering what has to be the silver bullet to MIBR on this attack side.
Highly regarded coach Bazooka, fraud as well in tow, of course. We spend a lot of time talking about the coaches on MIBR, and for good reason. Again, we discussed them earlier. I mean, we can spend more, excuse me. I mean, these two guys, long history with Loud between the two of them. 2 years combined when you bring them both together to go with MIBR. Certainly no lack of experience. See what they're going to assist with. Cook up here for this crucial round for MIBR. 3 ultimates in play. The entire economy on the line right now.
They picked this map. They picked this map against NRG. They wanted to roll back this somewhat antiquated composition against them.
And
24 and 13, Victor.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a B hit with the Astra Wall and then the Viper's Pit for the post plant with the spike planted for B main. All reliable when you have those 2 ultimates online.
Victor reluctant to give up this B main for free, but doesn't seem a whole lot to keep him interested. Demon 1, he saw that swing though. He's going to force them out. Azine unaffected though right now by the snake bite. It's not an opportunity though because Demon 1 knows better. A couple freebies straight down mid for NRG puts them in commanding position.
They just make that look too easy. They really do. And all of a sudden, your MIBR, when you 20 seconds in the round, you're like, oh damn, we have to save again.
So everything we talked about that timeout, no longer relevant.
Save it for next round, and let's just hope that maybe we can save some of these guns. Of course, they are gonna they're gonna contact here on mid. They're gonna try to see if they can even things out, try and get a couple kills here. But if not, if time dwindles too low, they might just be tuck and tail back to spawn yet again.
They still got RGL Meister embedded here towards B main, but the opportunity to activate him, pretty limited. Demon One gives a bit of ground. Artisan's able to take him here. Victor and Ethan now start to feel the tension.
30 seconds
Artisan's
left.
dropped and RGL Meister's made his way out of main. Victor hears all of this though, and FRZ no good. He was trying to go for a Viper's Pit. Just Artisan left now. And he is going to be encircled. Ethan. Now Artisan knows the Omen is TP'd into B main. He's got no choice but to try and fight his way out of this. He will not be allowed to leave the arena with a gun.
And there's just no hope. And NRG, they are now in perfect position to close out this map one.
Match point.
Of course, this was MIBR's pick, but something of a home map to NRG too. It always has been. This was their go-to last year. And when things weren't working for them on it this year, you remember at kickoff, they had that tough loss to Sentinels. They just went right back to the comp that they were dominating with in 2023. And they're about to be 2-0 on it if they can convert right here. But still, MIBR, they have an all right buy. They've been able to get together, you know, couple rifles, couple SMGs, but of course, you're just looking at that wall of red that is the ultimates they have in play.
Confirmation there for NRG. That was some action over at A main. The defensive trail, it's small. Oh, it's big enough, really.
You are divided.
He knows they've crossed here. The Cosmic Divide. Ethan trying to beat a quick retreat. JCC's gonna have to swing the Cosmic Divide here, but there's not much to be looking at. He's going deep. He's getting into the cookie jar. But all of NRG, they respect it. They back away. Paint shells to buy a bit more spacing now as MIBR go for the plant.
Spike planted.
Mazine as well still has those Seekers online, can choose to pop them late into the round if necessary. Gonna go through that pit, find the NRG players trying to retake through it. Crashy's no dog, no Seekers.
Unreal! Artisan challenges the rope and is found two. There's gonna be more pressure now, but he'll have a three-piece. More work to be done here as Marved drops from heaven as well. Mazine swings new box and it's good. It's all down to Ethan. And he has long since left the building.
And all it took was a few ultimates, Mitch. Again, it is just the old reliable B hit.
What do you want?
When you've got the Astro, when you've got the Viper, they redeemed their free Valorant win card when you have those two ultimates on split. And how about it? They won. And it was well played from Martin, obviously, as well. That 3K from hell. So clean. He's had his moments this map for sure. And NRG, they just didn't really have the best utility for that retake either. You could see Crashies, he already had the dog depleted. Like, how are they really realistically going to get through that pit?
No, and then they used that to re-clear ramps, I think, at the start of the round. Timeout here for NRG. And they also find themselves in a situation where there are some ultimates at their fingertips. Perhaps less map defining. We've seen Demon One, excuse me, look to pick up an operator here. NRG would love a clean finish to the game. They'd love to stick the landing here and move along.
Certainly see some kind of, 1-2-2 setup where Marv plays in the pit and mid, one player to help him there. Demon One locks down one of the sites with the op, the other two playing on the other side. Pretty standard position for the Viper's pit when you're on defense, when you have it online, is to just drop that in mid, have one guy helping you. Chet just trying to ensure that NRG lock this thing up now. That
they get a plane to land.
Out of control. They do. They absolutely do.
All right, MIBR. We'll have to deal with an operator here, but it might just be Demon One doing his Sentinel Jet role over at B this round.
Yeah, looking to lock down main with the operator. Seems to be the play.
Here.
But MIBR's focus is going to be on A. Demon One, not a lot to do with that op, at least in the early round here.
No, he'll be twiddling his thumbs for now. I think he realizes, hang on. The action might be elsewhere here. Now, MIBR in absolutely no hurry at the moment. They might have heard that the Trailblazer come out here, so some information. They might want to move back into ramps after it's been recleared.
Good negative info. Absolutely. Realizing that because the dog saw no one, that the energy players might be opting to fall off a bit. And now the dog reclear from Mazine in mid. Classic MIBR gameplay with the Sky, using it on a different part of the map while they execute elsewhere. And it's
They're wise to it. They know it's coming. Crashies is going to be here though. Artisine, lovely little two-piece there as RGL forced to the paint shells. But the spike is in A main. Artisine needs to find his way back there. Somehow able to whip one down on Victor. And even the score. The spike has made its way over now. And MIBR get to play the post party with knives ready, and Artisine firing on all cylinders.
Am I missing something? When the hell did Victor get there, and how were he and Artisine not acknowledging each other's existence? Demon 1 with the operator, but can't pop the knives. Little jet duel possibly to close things out here, 2-on-2.
Ooh, into elbow, uncomfortable. Flash will be trended away from. Snakebite thrown there, Marv able to capitalize. Now it's down to Artisine, who's got to fight his way out of this corner. It's a tap from Demon 1. The blades are there as Demon earned them. And he will use it to end the map.
Well recovered from Demon 1 on that second half. Pressure being put on him from the fans, from the NRG fans, the community, the analyst desk at halftime. Everyone's looking at this guy, and he stepped up massively.
The pundits.
All of them, and he stepped up in that second half. 2-10 on the first. Ends things significantly better.
Yeah, 14-17.
Second. Yeah, a great recovery from him, closing things out. NRG looking good. It was MIBR's map pick, but a map that we know NRG have always been good on, Mitch.
And we've seen that comfort from them, rolling that double duelist composition back out, allowing Victor once more to bask in the limelight. What a showing on that raise. 26 kills and 16 deaths, just what NRG required here to bounce them back after a little bit of a tough start. That was MIBR's map pick. NRG get to take us to theirs in just a moment. For now, we're going to head back over to the desk to break down map 1.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Should've known better, yeah, yeah, yeah. You said forever, yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. Should've known better, yeah, yeah, yeah. You said forever, yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I lost control. I lost control.
I mean, hearing that, Sheriff, you don't want to give an alert.
Why? Eu confio em você, Artezinho. Tem jogador aqui por baixo, a RGL pega o primeiro. Que beleza, hein?
Here with Chet from NRG, a stolen MIBR map pick. Congratulations. Now, last time I talked to you, you talked about fixing the comms. We can't hear them. So in your estimation, has that been worked on, and what are we going to do for map 2?
I think it worked on slightly, but I'm still kind of frustrated with how some of the rounds played out. I think that first pistol, we definitely threw it, like that should have been ours. I think 4v2, it's unacceptable at our level to like give it away. So before our next game, for our next map, gonna talk about just having the comms like at a higher level, because I think we're just playing like, we're not playing as good as we should. We won, but I'm not super happy with it.
Best luck in map 2.
Welcome back, everyone. And NRG managing to pick up the win 13-9 as we get ready for map number 2. Now, it's interesting, though, to hear Chet in that interview talk about how he was disappointed, frustrated with the circumstances. But one of the things that we were catching on really quick here, Mimi, was that the fundamentals of this NRG team were rock solid. And
in the second half, I think.
In the second half, for sure.
In the first half, I'm echoing a lot of what Chet said. I think there was a lot of mistakes. Demon 1 had like 2 kills. And I think a lot of that was that he wasn't really fully being set up, kind of sent in to die, and then Victor ended up trading out and kind of relying on a lot of the individual skill to close out. But I thought that second half was a lot more clean from NRG and more what we expect of this caliber of squad.
All things considered, I just thought that every post plant got super messy because of just like, especially the different walls NRG were throwing. There were a lot of these on-site A walls. There's a ton to work around, and I think that ultimately what we ended up seeing was NRG fighting their way out of some pretty awkward positions. And that you definitely can look at and be like, okay, maybe if our comms are better, we can approach those fights in a better way earlier on so that we're not so isolated.
Yeah.
But the way they fought through against MIBR was strong.
Yeah, I felt like both teams kind of found the pinpoint of where like there's a little gap that they could hide behind or places that they could entry from. But Demon 1, I mean, that first half he was kind of doing not much. Like you said, Mimi, he was just kind of being thrown into the action.
That has to be a different guy.
And getting traded. But in the second half, he did a phenomenal job of taking that space, using his operator and being super disciplined. So a lot of those fundamentals that we are talking about, we did see come to play in that second half just because of the way that they're reacting off of the information they got.
I think when NRG is at their best is when Demon 1 is on the jet and opping, and he's being early on by Crashy, set up on an angle, and then they're able to really call around that, go for re-clears in other parts of the map with Victor on the raise, and keep him as that rock. He's really trusted to do a lot on this team, and on defense when he's opping, he tends to deliver.
I mean, he starts frying, but I think it's a bigger problem in the camp of MIBR because they were not doing anything to force him off of angles. Like, there were so many rounds where I think they were approaching, whether it's like walking into B main and they're trying to pull back an Aster smoke, which should let you jump on that up, but they're swinging around the line before the smoke actually pops. Like, it seemed like there were too many of those moments that it made it too easy for Demon 1.
Yeah, NRG won pretty dominantly, but I'm not walking away from that map like super confident. They're so back. They're a top contender in the league. I still think they are one of our better teams, but it definitely came down to the slop, and they had to rely on their individuals a lot of the time to break out of it.
Yeah, I still felt like I wasn't fully convinced as well, just because the way that they were playing wasn't normally as clean as they normally are. It felt like they were kind of relying, like you said, on player skill, but also on the fact that they were abusing the fact that they knew they had better firepower. They weren't really abusing the fact that they had like a better player, better setup, better foundations. Like it just felt a little bit more like DM.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's go ahead, though, and see what Coach Bazooka has to say as we get ready for map number 2.
Here with Bazooka from MIBR, you did lose your map pick, but it was very close, 13-9. And your calculations and estimations, if you will, was this a better MIBR than we've seen previously in Stage 1?
Yeah, I think we played a little better than the other games, and even if we've lost the match, the first map, we're good for the second one. They picked Breeze, so they need to face us now.
Best of luck.
Let me react. Honestly, I'm feeling solid about this Breeze for MIBR.
Is that your honest reaction?
That is my honest reaction.
I'm glad you want to react.
Call me a nuclear reactor. They actually call me that in high school.
Okay, that's a crazy
I think when you're not favored in a game, when you're going up against a team where some of your individuals were starting to hit a little bit more, Breeze is a good map to try and flip an upset.
I usually agree with that, but after seeing what they couldn't do to deal with Demon One's off on that last map, I'm like, hold on a second now. Like, they have to be way cleaner.
Artson was, the highlight statistically for the team in that last map. So it's like, I do want to try and lean on that a little bit.
And we're not even talking about the head-to-head. I'm talking about, like, honestly, like, scaling protocols versus an op.
Fair.
Yeah,
good call.
With Artson, even though he was getting op kills on both sides, no one could follow up and, like, trade or get, like...
Yeah,
they couldn't pick up on where. So even if they got the first blood, they could not commit to finishing that round and ending it towards their favor.
And when we talk about this map as a possible upset map, it really has to rely a lot of the time on firepower, which we just haven't seen from MIBR yet, right? There were some good moments. We had a couple clutches from JZZ and RGL in that map. It was an all right performance for Artson, but again, this team is, you watch their games, and you see some solid ideas, some solid rounds, and generally good gameplay, and then a few rounds that get sloppy, and then people are whiffing out on kills, and then a game that looks winnable in the first half slips away, and that's kind of exactly what happened there.
I mean, ultimately, when I'm looking at Breeze, it's firepower, as you said, to pull off an upset, but also what are your lurk options? Because ever since they added Halls back, there's like 4 or 5 different lanes that you can actually walk down. It's very hard as a team on defense, even a team on attack, to hold all of those things. You see so often a defender walk all the way down Halls and start blasting people in A main is a big surprise.
Yeah, for sure. We even saw an energy on the second half of their attack side, just realized that they totally could just brute force with firepower. They were splitting mid, just jumping down ropes, executing A, executing B. And on a map like Breeze, where you can freely do that and you're actually more encouraged to split sites and to punish any of these choke points, like it feels like Energy kind of has the upper hand. But at the same time, I mean, MIBR, they were really good at finding those little loopholes that Energy left behind, which is what Chet was kind of talking about in that interview.
Yeah, I think you absolutely did see some of those moments. But for NRG as well, this has been, for my money, one of their strongest maps. They switched over recently to playing Ethan on the Yoru before he was on that KO. But I still think this is one of the highlights of great fundamentals for NRG, right? They're playing this Flash agent behind Demon One. They do a great job of setting him up. They've been very successful here recently.
All right, well, let's see what we end up getting for this one. I don't think we're going to get anything too different here for MIBR. Pretty much what they ran last time here. And I mean, I think at this point now it's just Ender just going to boil down to really, as we were talking about, the fundamentals.
Yeah, I mean, straight up, it's the meta comp for a reason. They're going to be locking that one in. I do think that what they are going to have to be very aware for is Ethan's Yoru, like you were talking about, how it can get around a lot of the typical Cypher setups.
What do you make of this Yoru comp, Marina?
I think Yoru is so good when you have the dominant playstyle set up around it, because when you have like the Viper walls and the Viper pits and you need to get past all this util, it's an easy way in. And being able to support your team, especially on a player like Ethan that can throw flashes with actual purpose and capitalize on it, I think it's so good and it works.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, comboing it with the Jet as well, so that you have another guy jumping into the site. The Yoru can't just be locked down on and shut down as well. I'm a big fan of these comps. I think that Yoru is, for my money, one of the champs that you need to be taking every time on Breeze.
Yeah, it gives you so many options, right? Because you can play
champs.
League of
Fire me.
It's
fire
okay.
me.
You and Zix
Kick
together.
me out of here. I'm done.
But you can play him more like just a double dive comp, similar to what we saw in Split, where both the Jet and the Yoru are pathing into site together. Sets you up a lot of cool options for faking in the mid-round. It's also a great way to circumvent the Cypher utility, get past that, and add a second layer to your hit.
And don't even forget, like, Breeze is such such a big map that rotations sometimes can take a while. With that Yoru, you can speed up those rotations 10 times more. You can even show presence on one side, do a little fake out, and be on the other side. I think it works out really great, and I think Ethan definitely on that position. I've said it before. He's gonna do great. We've seen him do great plays, and I feel like he actually plays Yoru with a purpose.
Do you like his Yoru or his KO better?
Ooh, that's a good question. I feel like against a team like MIBR, I like his Yoru better. If this was, for example, a Lev game, I would say I want his KO. Just because I feel like he needs to be in a position where he can genuinely be that initiator that can IGL around really good plays, not necessarily aggressive plays, but just like a little bit harder to read plays, getting the information that they need. But with Yoru, they can just kind of brute force the way that they were playing on Split earlier.
Yeah, I think you can also build some really cool ideas around the ultimate when you get it on Yoru.
All right, well, let's see how this second game plays out. Can NRG close it here, or will MIBR force a Mat 3? We're going to send it right back over to Wyatt and Uber.
Yeah, appreciate it, Golden Boy. A win there in map 1 for NRG, but Coach Chet is not exactly impressed. He feels like they still have a long way to go, and that's not good enough for him. But now they get to come here on towards Breeze, arguably NRG's best map.
I would say it is. I love what they've been doing on this map. I think the way that they've been playing with the Yoru has been really cool. And honestly, I think their best win so far this season, map specific, was this against Loud when Les was Thanos in that game.
Scrappy game.
So it was a scrappy game, but they came out ahead. And so I'm looking for them to continue a very, very high level of play here on Breeze against MIBR. What I'm looking to see is if they can win in a fashion, given they do win, that'll actually begin to satiate their fans after the hunger that they felt from the trouncing that Lev delivered to them.
A win here essentially locks them for playoffs, right? For now, that's got to be something they're happy with. Demon 1 wastes no time in heading down halls. Lit by the cam instantly.
A little bit of pressure towards A there was Ethan sending in the clone. Marv, the one under real pressure, though, in the mid doors.
Time to get busy. Oh, he sees the gun peeking. Martin doesn't check. Now Marv thought he was in the clear to go for it, but gets punished. Now we trend back towards mid here, but Victor's a little better with the ghost. He'll retreat back inside the B side and leave MIBR in an awkward position.
MIBR burning the toast on that one. A little bit overcooked, Mitch. They get 2 kills on A, and they tried to re-wrap through mid into B. They're in a tough situation now. They have to get in. Luckily, that wall is up. Crossfire is being set up. They have to deal with Victor wrapping around main. 2 players in tunnel. This is so tough, and now it's into the 3-on-2. Both players backside. 1 cage for FRZ to play with. Luckily, that recon just cycled for JZZ. But even still, how much is this really? So tough for these MIBR players.
FRZ gets himself up on the boxes. Good here, a cacophony of footsteps around him, and JZZ's trying to find an outside timing. Victor just a little better. And then NRG snap up another pistol.
I mean, a flattening for MIBR, Mitch. They get 2 kills on A. They really overthink the situation by trying to wrap
the map for that,
back up mid, where, I mean, yeah, they're expecting a rotate to be coming through tunnels, and it does in Victor, but tough from them. I just can't agree with that mid-round decision.
I mean, the fact that they see Victor across the map, right? He's in tunnel. So able to find a kill, and then he backs up onto the site, which MIBR choose to hit.
Not going to make a mistake that they did on the last map, though, where they bought up a couple sheriffs on the second round, because NRG, they're showing they are partial to the Outlaw, especially on a map like Breeze. It's so open. The entire map is a sight line. And Demon 1, of course, one of the most prolific operator players in the game, scoped weapon players, is going to have that Outlaw on hand. It's Crashies who gets the first, though, down halls, but regardless, MIBR playing it safe, and safe is the way they needed to play it.
Whole lane of the map being denied from MIBR with Crashy's positioning there. Gate crash expired there for Ethan. Doesn't need it in that moment, though, able to win it out against RGL. And JZZ, we're taking his sweet time here, is slowly across the map. The Reaper comes for every member of MIBR. Ethan, he's steady. And he'll get the job done.
Not a single gun lost for NRG, an opportunity. Now with, frankly, a pretty decent buy. potentially win this bonus round, get out to a strong lead. Already, it feels like they're playing with a little bit of gusto on this map, a little bit of confidence on this defensive side, and I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, staunch Hall's presence pushing up in A main. Obviously, that's the kind of round you know you have an economic advantage. Here's the bonus for NRG.
And how are they going to play this? So they're going to have Demon 1 with that Outlaw locking down the A side of the map. 2 players towards Halls, one of which is Ethan, the other Crashies. And in the meantime, they're going to be content just anchoring that Cypher setup on the B side. Stacking more towards A. Crashies pushing down Halls again with that Guardian. Last round was able to make that first bullet connect, not this one.
Ethan ready to reinforce with gate crash at B, should it be required. But MIBR have taken up residence in mid, and Artazine refusing to give up this position here towards Halls. And it gets smoked halfway down, and FRZ is starting now to probe deeper in mid.
The cam is going to be broken. Ethan doesn't have that gate crash over towards B. It is just going to be on the A side.
He had to throw up another one.
That initial one expiring, and MIBR now gathering up for this A split. It's going to be FRZ coming late through the mid doors. Getting that Viper wall up, and now big pressure on Demon 1 backside. He's going to have to back up with that Outlaw. He can't fight close.
Give up the space he does, but FRZ chomping at the bit to move up. Artazine as well.
30 seconds.
Wants to pressure Yellow. Door going to come open here, but the flash timing is good. Ethan is able to remove the jet. Demon 1 a little low here. Still with the Outlaw to hand, has to find a way to employ it. Instead shows himself above Yellow, and it's an easy pick for JZZ. Here's the plant behind the Viper wall.
Yeah, just waiting for that wall to come up to get the safe plant. As you said, FRZ still has not revealed himself at all in the mid doors. And that backstab could be more than enough to lock this thing up for MIBR.
Uncomfortable. Victor had to swing the angle, sees Ethan, though it ends up being a trade. The Bulldog bites hard. Close there, checked by the knife, and nothing seen off that for MIBR. Get much of this scouting. Util is going for nothing here as Ethan gives it a tickle. JZZ holds his ground, and there it is. FRZ finally emerges from double door.
My man was taking his sweet time, but it was fine. They had more than enough delay with the utility. That Molly coming in late. MIBR do not get bonus. Looking now, though, Ethan, he is going to have that Yoru ult online. You know, typically it's not actually used to get any kills anymore. I yearn for the days of Tens jumping out of a Yoru ult with a shorty and vanishing.
I remember that.
As silly as it was.
On bind?
Those days are behind us. We now live in a world where the Yoru just runs around and pings people on the ground. And lo and behold, here he goes.
Well, we found MIBR, folks. Ethan spots much of this out now, trying to get back to a safe spot. It's going to be Artazine dashing onto the side, but he lands maladroitly, and it's an easy pick up for Demon 1. Back across the way here as the clone trundles in towards spawn. It's Mazine to find Mark. Spike picked up by JZZ on the other side of that cyber cage, and MIBR now beat a quick retreat to the middle of the map.
That
The
fucking
entirety of
crowd,
energy
man.
have rotated over. You can see Vic is in the spawn, just watching in case they push up into nest. Push any deeper than that.
Here.
Ethan has done a gate crash back towards spawn as well.
fuck
And of course,
up.
they're content just remaining with a stack on B right. They can just go for this 4-on-3 retake. Crashies has the recon available.
They're on the move. Victor's going to get to Halls pretty quickly. And the gate crash will allow Ethan to get a jump on the rotate, but Crashies goes to clear mid. FRZ waiting once more in that position. 2 players for MIBR set up, and FRZ is still in the weirdest of off angles now. Potentially dangerous for Demon 1 should they come clashing in the middle part of the map, and Demon 1 seems to be aware. Whether or not that'll help in the remains, to be seen.
He knows this flank could be coming, and even just without a kill, FRZ's delay right now is so obnoxious for energy.
Nicely done by Victor, though. That is a clean finish on JZZ. Demon 1 not able to hold the line. Mazine on site. It's just FRZ who's a long way from the action now. Can he emerge from mid doors and find something big? Bit of damage on Victor. But Ethan shuts it down. And NRG back on the road after dropping the bonus.
Victor nicely done with that rewrap into main. Clearly has been the most reliable player for NRG in this series. I mean, he is going off, of course. Map 1 dropped, was 26 on the Rays, just single-handedly obliterating MIBR in so many rounds. Crucial kill at the end, but yeah, early on it was Demon 1 and that Yoru play. I mean, the state of Yoru just running around. Little reconnaissance mission worked out perfectly for them. Economy. An opportunity to get rolling here for NRG if they can make it clean. MIBR, they brought the Hero Vandal into this in the hands of Mazine. Martson with a Marshall here as well.
Once again, FRZ is on the lurk, already up 3 elbow here. Spike also headed in the B direction now, though MIBR have shown no signs of commitment. There'll be a little ship in the night spotting out here for 2 players through halls.
Ethan there had his gate crash about to expire, so he figures, why the hell not? I'm gonna jump peek, see if someone shoots at me, see if I spot anyone, and just get on out of there, put a new one down, and you can see it's going into the spawn right now. Just playing nicely around his utility, and that's really what's been impressive about this comp with NRG. It's not that every time he's playing it on this map, he's dropping a million kills, but he's actually setting up his teammates incredibly well. He's got a supportive Yoru plan.
Trip's getting cleared now, Poison Orb thrown up to buy a bit of time, and you better believe Ethan's taking that gate crash to assist at B. FRZ slowly through tunnel. Over towards Archers here, but Crashies is going to spot him briefly. He's going to have to back up on this now. Victor deals with him. JZZ rather going down there. FRZ wants to try and keep the Archers player quiet, but Artazine has no choice but to challenge here up on the site. Neural theft there for Victor, gives him all the info that he needs. MIBR lit up like a Christmas tree, and Demon 1 comes in with a tinsel.
I mean, what can you do in a situation like that when you're hitting into the Cypher, you're hitting into the Yoru's gate crash backside, so Ethan can just snap TP right over. That is just the benefit of the agent on this map. And of course, more so on this map than others because this map is so damn big. So just being able to TP around is incredibly useful. The information that he got at the very beginning, which gives him the heads up to actually put his gate crash on the other side as well. They really are maxing out the value with this Yoru. They know, he knows how to max out the value himself, but yeah, it's interesting to watch him set up his teammates with it as well. He tries to find opportunities to get good flashes in for Demon 1 to make a proactive play on a lot of their big retakes. He'll be throwing in a clone that'll be kind of the tip of the spear scaling in. They'll go behind it really nicely. I love how they play around with this agent, and it's the reason why still this is, to me, their best map in the pool right now.
You see, sometimes like the body blocking of the clone is more important than the misdirection it could provide, right? People are wise to it, they know what it does, but you still hide behind it. NRG have conditioned MIBR, especially FRZ, to let him feel like he can walk up mid whenever. I wonder if there's going to be a change in pace there at some point to try and catch this lurking Cypher of MIBR off guard.
Or conversely, if FRZ is going to try to switch up his timing and not be wading through molasses on these lurks. I mean, not to say it hasn't paid off a couple of times, because it has. He's found a couple moments, but if he stays at that pace, NRG, they're just going to hit the gas on their retakes, and he's going to be a non-factor. They're going to be playing with a man down.
All right. Here's the group here from MIBR. This time along with their Cypher player. And maybe because they have a neural theft up, and FRZ would love to make use of it here. As a part of a greater whole, the rest of his team. Here comes Artazine, straight over towards the elbow, but Victor's a little bit better. The kill trip pays off. Cyber Cage throwing up another trip, reveals another free kill for Victor. And it's all too easy for this man. Marv chimes in, but Victor, he's the conductor.
The setup is just switched up a little bit. The Cypher is just so strong, so difficult to deal with.
Yep.
And you just have to be, I mean, you're looking at Victor. This guy has been competing at the top level now for essentially 4 years. Played all types of different roles, has found success on all of them.
Enemy remaining.
At times I feel one of the underrated real top echelon players of the game. I think in a lot of those conversations he falls by the wayside, but really for NRG, even as much as late last year, he's been the standout for most of the time.
They may not call him food anymore, but he still be feasting, Wyatt. Oh, he's staying. Blood be staying. Definitely an awareness that RZ may try and challenge this. Ooh, okay, uncharacteristic. Moment there from Demon 1, a little sloppy. Artazine getting away with 5 HP.
Hopefully can rally with a teammate to go ahead and throw that Vandal over to them. 5 HP. Not what he wants to be working with the hero rifle. I mean, how has FRZ done this? Just walked all the way down halls.
Oh my goodness.
Flanking Yellow, gets the freest kill on Marv, and is able to pop the ultimate as well. Ethan's gonna have to go absolutely crazy here.
He's thinking about it. Here's the clone. Popped instantly. Swinging off that contact. A flash from Artazine, though, turning Ethan's attention elsewhere. His teammates are on the way, but they're going to be here quick enough. Ethan's good for 1.
Spike down.
Spike drop briefly. That's going to delay any plant. And from the extremities, here comes Crashy's operator in hand. Recon to light this one up, and Victor will be there in double doors. They're going fast. They're not going to waste any time. Some spray. The spike does go down, and MIBR can retreat to these A main post-plant positions. They've left Mazine low on the sights. And yeah, he was never going to get away from that one. A shocking reception from Mazine as NRG start to encroach. Victor wants to move up. Cyber Cage is beautiful to break that angle up, but there's a slight gap. That could be his undoing. Second cage. Tickle of the spike. And from behind is JZZ. Crashes now with an operator. It's a compromising spot to be in, but he's good for 1. Knows there's a second inside A main. Waiting to challenge, but FRZ.
Holy.
Indomitable. Stepping up
So
massively.
close.
FRZ. Again, another alert. But look at how that one pays off all the way down, back behind Yellow. Not only does he get the kill,
He's like
but
Paper Mario. He's in a walls. He's just popping out of the back of sight. It's ridiculous.
The ultimate getting popped here. And Frank, I love how they dealt with Ethan there. I mean, they threw the kitchen sink at him. They were cycling recons at him. I mean, just every piece of utility they had, they tossed his way to ensure he couldn't get more than 1.
I'd be flattered.
It was nicely handled. Yeah, absolutely. You guys needed 9 pieces of utilities just to go 1 for 1 on me?
A 12-piece chicken dinner. Straight down the guslet. Nicely done by Demon 1. Artazine wastes no time in getting into the site, but he is stopped in his tracks. Suppression here, though, means Demon 1 needs to back away. At null command. Makes it hard to have that mobility. Okay, Hunter's Fury coming through from the attackers now. JZZ looking for a light up. He's going to come away with absolutely nada. No plant.
Things have to slow down right now while the Viper fuel recharges. Just forced to play behind the pyramids quite passively. Can't peek into that op from Demon 1.
Ooh, dangerous. Oh, Crushies. He's always good for 1 at least off that Hunter's Fury. Ethan finds the swing and the kill. It's just FRZ once more. He could be in bloody Timbuktu for all NRG know. Eventually, doesn't matter what postcode he starts in, he's got to end up here.
I must wait a moment.
Must you? There you go, Marv spots him out from tunnel. And know exactly where this slippery sucker is.
And he's been good, but...
Oh,
come on.
30 seconds
I love how
left.
NRG played this round. After that wall is dropped from MIBR, they are just so aware of all the positioning. They don't want to wait things out. They just took the fight to them. Marv ends things there. Shot in the back of the head of FRZ, but I love the proactive Hunter's Fury from Crashies. The positions there, you know where they're going to be. You know they're going to be, you know, at Bricks, back pyramid, because where the hell else could they be? The Viper wall is down. They've got to hide. So we're sending that in. We're pressing forward. We're flashing into them. Ethan's going into them. I love this aggression.
Whereas
Great decision.
JZZ couldn't find anyone with hits.
Absolutely not. Tried his best. Knew they were back Yellow, but couldn't make a connection. And Demon 1, he has the operator online and on Breeze of all maps. You know he can take this thing over and run away with it.
MIBR tried to pressure him up close and personal on A. That didn't work. All right, little knifey spoony. Won't reveal anything though.
There was but a second on the last map, Mitch, towards the end, where I started to believe just a little bit that it was going to be upset day. But my hopes are dwindling right now on Breeze. NRG's map pick. They are just looking elite right here. Electric on this map.
And on this half by FRZ with a Hero Vandal.
And the consequences for an MIBR loss here, excuse me, they're dire. Right now, 0-2. If they go to 0-3, chances of qualifying through nigh impossible. They'd have to win the next 2 games. There'd have to be some screwy stuff going on with the rest of the standings. This is essentially a must-win for them. A crucial win for NRG, but a must-win for MIBR.
Bit of pressure here. Look how deep Artisan's gotten. NRG have been able to stave him off and get a freebie. JZZ can't get away from B main. Ethan sees all of this. He's peered into all 9 billion realities. And apparently all of them, NRG, are winning this round. Great flash, little bouncy bounce. Yeah, and this half buy has been stuffed entirely.
Just styling on them because he can. Just because he can. I mean, I mentioned before.
You need a bit of a pick-me-up at the moment, I think.
For sure. When I'd seen this comp before, he was playing so supportively. He was nice. He was setting up other people. He had his moments, but right now, 12-3.
So guys, remember, I am playing a duelist after all.
Yeah, going for a couple clips for the montage there at the end. The confidence eco kills. You gotta get those as a duelist. And honestly, after what happened to them last week against Lev, they need every little bit of confidence, bit of joy that they can find in this game, because the rest of their season, it doesn't get easier. I mean, they have to play against, you know, a newly rejuvenated EG, a rejuvenated 100 Thieves. They're going up against those teams when they're on their crescendo, potentially reaching their peak. So a big win here, a confident, strong win from NRG, I think has lasting effects for the rest of the stage.
This is the time to come alive. You can get your third win here and be mostly locked for those playoffs. But you know, I mean, we heard chat, they have a ton to work on. Even a victory here for them is not convincing, it's not enough to make them feel like, you know, the work they put in have been justified. Still a long way to go, but Mark's smiling because he knows he might not be eating gruel tonight, so that's nice. It's a good little mix-up, don't you think? Bit of variety.
The NRG chef, they'll finally allow them to have access to him again. I forget his name, but man, that guy makes
Chet's been hoarding the canapes in the meantime, bro.
It's MIBR on the timeout now. Only 2 rounds to their name so far in this half. And I mean, there was a couple rounds where FRZ made some magic happen with the lurks, but aside from that, NRG just have their number right now. RGL at least though does have the Viper's pit, so if they can at least get into the site, maybe
that's been the problem.
Be a way to close out a round, get a third on the board.
Your tone seems awful non-committal, Doctor. Let's see what MIBR can do here. They've got themselves an elbow early. More of a passive hold towards the A side of the map. It's just this jump spot of halls that Demon One is frothy to take advantage of.
Again, changing up the Cypher setup is Victor. Different trips every time, something different to deal with. And you have to against the Sova too, because the predictable spots are often just going to get broken by a shock dart. And so mixing it up is crucial. If they do go for the shock darts, you want to, you know, have them waste them. Not hit your trips, not hit that setup. Droning up mid now. RMIBR trying to gain the space here, leave their options open as they are in this 1-3-1. Split into A, split into B. And they're actually going to leave Artsin over in the elbow as they regroup towards spawn. FRZ said, I'll be the jet this round. I will entry into A. You go for the late lurk, my brother.
All right. Gonna see a lot of players lit up here. Ethan a little bit stuck here. No gate crash. He is stranded.
30 seconds left.
It's up to Marv here. He's hoping someone would swing this wall, but he might have a chance to back away. That's going to come down. He'll be revealed briefly, but no one on MIBR able to capitalize. He'll hide behind yellow for now.
A little bit dangerous with the wall right now. And the retake wall is going to come up from the defensive side. And now with the fuel recharged, they feel more safe to go in. Get the plant down, pop that Viper's pit. Or trying to gain some space, but walks into a crossfire. This one's all but sealed for MIBR.
Artisan made his way over from elbow. Able to find that reflank through mid. That was something that Marv was not accounting for. Great round, very pivotal round here for MIBR.
Taken out.
To fight back. With 2 more following this left in the half as a chance to mount that recovery. Demon One would very much like to maintain access to this operator.
I mean, maybe FRZ and Artin, they should swap around more often. Artin was a little faster on that flank, got the right timing. FRZ got the entry.
Not too shabby for a Cypher. Again, they dumped everything on top of Ethan.
What can't that man do? What can he do, Mitch? A third on the board for MIBR off the timeout. Called from Bazooka. Well done so far.
And that didn't feel overly elaborate, really.
No, not at all. I mean,
Cypher entry?
They played in, I mean, you know, they went for the 1-3-1, left their options open in the mid-round, knew that they had the pit to close things out late. Textbook stuff, and it works out. I mean, they played it as they needed to. Crossed the T's, dotted the I's, all that.
It's one of the weaker points there for the Aura when you wait the round out, right? None of those gate crashes available to reposition away from those more forward postings.
Stuck in a one and done. Can't do anything about it.
You need more than just your one. Ethan's been getting for much of this game so far.
Here.
Cone of Silence straight up there, Demon 1. Nothing to see at elbow.
And with that cage down, FRZ is threatening that he could be pushed up elbow right now. So you see Demon 1, he has to reposition into tunnel. Keep his eyes on that area of the map. Just drawing a little bit of attention away, excuse me. And off that energy, they want to get some more information elsewhere on the map. Drone to re-clear in halls.
Slow and steady again. Probably a little frustrating for Ethan. Oh, love that! That's the cam cleared. Poison Orb thrown up to respond here. 54 in the round.
And that cam being broken is quite pivotal too, because Victor's trips there, they don't actually negate someone from just walking in through the orb. So they have to keep their eyes on it now actively with the cam down. And off of all this chaos, MIBR, they have just worked up all the way through halls and are prepping for an A-split.
And Crash is so passive holding that halls. Arzine on top of yellow here, Snakebite, that's uncomfortable. Some singed toes, but nothing to write home about yet. It can still be a factor. But here comes Demon 1. He's got the knives out, the murderous intent emanating from him. It'll be instead Crashies to find 2, and JZZ about to punch out Z's. 10 seconds left in the round. MIBR. Acceptable economy to go on with here. JZZ gets his and then heads on out.
At the end of the day, sometimes you just don't win the duels. I think we'll hopefully see it on the replay, but
you lose every duel, you don't win.
He did something to the effect of took 2 fights on the players swinging in main and killed them both. And it's tough to get an A split off when half of the split died to one guy holding the angle. Yeah, and there it is. So that's tough. Marv stepping up in that round. In a round that MIBR, up until that point, honestly, they were playing it well. I liked how they were working the B site. Yeah, they got all the way up halls. They were breaking all the util on B. Oh my goodness. Styled on. Has the rifle on the ground, too. Why not? Why not when you're rich?
Must be nice. Crashies here, able to bounce over towards Crow's Nest. Here's the drone in mid as well.
And how do MIBR respond to this now? They have Mazine pushed up in A main. He's gotten that space at least. Ethan doing that same thing he's done previously in the game, where he's pushed up close when his gate crash is about to expire, jump peek for info, sends it over towards B. I mean, look at the distance that gate crash gets. Running a, you know,
coast to coast, baby.
Quite a marathon over there. But it might have been a little bit of false info because Mazine was tucked in the corner and Ethan didn't actually spot out anyone. Demon 1 as well, just the wealth on these guys.
Okay, he did get pinged there. The Cloudburst wasn't quite fast enough. Also suppressed now, so stuck in this position for the time being. Very cognizant of the potential of FRZ to probe up through double door. As JZZ wins the challenge, Snakebite at the feet of the fallen demon. But Ethan will stand tall instead. FRZ, though, get into a dangerous spot here. Marv has to be aware of that off angle. Here's the flash. And FRZ down, he shows himself over towards stairs here. RGL tries to take the challenge, and he comes up second best. JZZ, it'll be an ignoble end to the half for MIBR. A paltry 3 attacking rounds.
The fundamentals on that round from NRG are just so drilled. I mean, what can you say? Just everything they need to be watched at the end being covered. I mean, that is filthy.
Dang, indeed.
That is absolutely nasty from Crash. Oh my god. Well, tough goings for MIBR so far.
Absolutely, and NRG eyeing off that 3rd win here. MIBR a lot to do after halftime. There's much to talk about here as well. How do MIBR bounce back? Let's hope our desk has the answers.
Thank you so much for that. All right, well, let's go ahead and dive into some of the takeaways we got here in this particular half. I see you're grooving with the beat.
Grooving.
So you know, I'm just going to start with you, buddy. How about that, since you're feeling it already?
Oh, no, you know what? Fine, you're fine. I think Uber was saying that there was a lot to talk about, but really, I just want to talk about the Yoru here, because we were frying with it.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan's Yoru was sick throughout this half. I think the way that Energy plays around it gives him a lot more options than with the KO. The KO is so much built around getting Demon 1 on angle, setting him up with a flash, and re-clearing space with the knife. You can do a lot of those same ideas with the Yoru, but you also get to create plays around this ult. You have those cross-map rotations, and Ethan was just a trickster, a troublemaker for MIBR in this half.
Yeah, we even saw him setting up his TP across the map almost every single round. He was ready for every single situation, and even getting behind enemy lines somehow. We saw that one round he was trying to hide behind the Viper wall just for a second. It didn't work out, but those are the kind of plays that Ethan brings to the table when he's playing that Yoru.
It seemed like in a very similar situation to the split map that this Yoru pick was able to make the late round super chaotic, and MIBR just could not handle Ethan.
And this puts MIBR in a troublesome position. Remember, Brazil is 0-7 to start in Stage 1 of VCT Americas. It has been brutal for this region, for this team thus far, and this game is looking similar. Glimmers of hope in map number 1, but that first half of Breeze was dominant for NRG, and they are running out of chances.
It just felt like MIBR could not find a way to push past Victor and Marv, just holding it down on either one of their sites, even when they were double senti. NRG's defense looking solid, but going into the attack, I want to see how that Yoru goes.
Well, MIBR have a long road to climb. Hey, if EG was able to do it, maybe they could, but to be honest, NRG look like they are hitting. Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters to take us into that second half.
Characteristically potent defense side there from NRG. Demon 1 not even having to do too much. And here comes MIBR now getting to settle in. NRG looking to close this one out.
I'm excited to see how they're going to use this Yoru here again on the attack side. You can be so proactive with it, flashing past your Viper wall when you've gotten into the site. I'm expecting to see him in situations like that, swinging through with Demon 1 in tandem. And there is that Viper wall on A. The gate crash is going to come through, possibly just drop the fake TP. Just cause a little bit of disarray in the defensive line here from MIBR.
Ethan here, probing and waiting. Demon 1 much the same. Only trying to punish an overextension in halls for the time being. And they do have Victor embedded in mid. Now down to 50 seconds. This is about the timing where it's go. We're seeing that now. Poison off for the defenders, but Recon thrown out. Actually lights Artazine. Oh, he just gets away, but barely. He's low though. JZZ, always good for one. The big iron rings out across the A site. Demon 1 now has to get more aggressive, has to try and take some space. But we stay back, but the door is open.
Left.
And NRG opt to pull out.
Wow, they're trying to peel off with 25 seconds left. They just felt like the site was ironclad. The mollies coming in from RGL, shutting them down.
I mean, they're not wrong though.
There's nowhere to be.
Down. Yeah, not a soul in B, but they might get caught. The players are coming to arches pretty quick. Mazine and FRZ, they're gonna be there. They might catch them at the cross, or at least be able to fight while the spike is going down. Going for a pre-take, getting fast. The Demon 1, what a shot.
Yeah, the retake wall for the defenders actually allowing NRG to cross. RGL's got nothing to see, and NRG have no reason to give them freebies here. Recon out with no pings. Demon 1 likely looking to either be the bait or swing off contact here. Another Recon taken down instantly. Crashy strikes. It's just RGL versus 3. That's a good opener. But with 9 HP, it's a big ask. And the answer is no.
And bizarre, because I mean, you're never winning a 1v2 with 2 guys standing on the little half wall. I mean, that's just so silly. I mean, it's good for them. I mean, you're just never expecting that peek around the corner. I mean, you can see his crosshair. Obviously not ready for that one.
No.
I mean, oh my God, what a shot. That was a great call from NRG, though, over here on the A site. Their hit got so disconnected, despite, you know, oftentimes that recon goes in to, like, someplace backside over to the right, but it went close, catches Artzine. But despite all of that, recognizing it would have been a failed effort to try and brute force into that site, they make that pivot, a really heads-up call from Ethan, presumably the IGL for NRG this year, or you know, whomever just had spotted that out, made that realization. It was a great little mid-round call. Nets them the pistol round win. And MIBR, they are in dire straits, on the verge of potentially their stage one just going up in smoke.
Hang on. Oh, Ethan sniffs it out, or rather he hears it, but they're gonna have to make the push anyway. Okay, that's 2. Victor chiming in, and Artzine sheepishly, with a third of their HP left, has nothing to do except emerge now into the crosshairs of your boy Crashies, who will deliver.
Those two not going to overface. They don't want to make Chet mad. They're doing so well so far.
No gruel tonight.
We don't want to throw away any needless lives. Let's just clean this one up. Keep him happy.
Last player standing.
RGL shut down.
MIBR, man.
A formality.
It's been lackluster. I've got to be honest with you, Wyatt. MIBR have not learned from their last couple of losses, it feels.
Down 11-3. This is, of course, Energy's map pick, but I think there's a lot to comment on in this series as far as MIBR. Some hopes going into it. I hope that if we go back to Split even, you know, they're starting on the defensive side of their map pick against a double duelist. They don't try to play into that. They don't run a Cypher or a Sentinel here on Breeze. You know, they're playing a comp that, look, it's fine, but they're not, this team, they're not playing to the meta. They're not pushing the meta forward, and that's what I want to see from these guys going forward. Because they have a good unit here, but I think that the game plan has been misguided for them in stage 1, and they're suffering the consequences of it. It's not over yet, but it's not looking good.
I like this play, by the way. Ethan can gate crash out, and alongside with the clone, it makes it sound like 3 people have tried to take position here in halls.
Just trying to seem big on that area of the map, but in reality, they are working towards the B side. Crashes with that drone active. Gonna begin to make some noise here, spot things out. The Viper wall is gonna come in as well. Gate crash now from Ethan.
Just flashing.
They're just trying to draw some noise, give Demon 1 and Victor an opportunity here to work up, get some space, find a pick. Not all that. 40 seconds left. You can see the spike now is actually going to begin rotating over. That's Crash. He's going back towards spawn. I mean, look at this pressure. They are just trying to get MIBR to vacate the A site, but they haven't bid on it.
30 seconds left.
Not particularly, right? In fact, we were starting to see Martin trend over towards B, but he's back. And Victor would get pinched either way. Demon 1, though, okay, gives us something to look at. Now NRG with 3 players over on A can get themselves a post plant. The setup's okay. Crashies has just cycled back into his recon now.
Here.
Life has the 1 molly. The Demon Run is ready to roll. Getting that Vandal for his trouble.
Crashies now finds the perfect timing. Another duel, another win. What can MIBR do? They are on fire right now, Mitch.
What a bonus. What a bonus from NRG. Arsene shuts Crashies down, but there is not realistically enough time to clear this adequately and have a defuse, but Arsene has no choice. He has to go. Crosses the site, checks that back corner, gives it a tinkle. Here's that first molly. Demon 1's down, but marked. He don't miss.
These attack rounds from NRG right now, they're looking, just the past couple have looked better than genuinely any rounds we saw last week against Lev. How they're working.
Not a high bar
right now. Trying to give him some credit here, Mitch. What a hater. This guy's in his hater arc. But the way they were working the map there, over towards B, all that pressure they were applying, creating space for Demon 1 and Victor was really nice. Working back. Even Chet's clapping.
He looks ecstatic.
Really, that's the happiest
I've never seen him happy in that. This is what NRG need to be doing. Remember, a win here puts him in position for playoffs. Despite the rough result against Leviathan, they've still had 2 big wins to start off this stage. And they'll have time to build in to a new level of form come playoffs, when the stakes really get ratcheted up. Okay, here's the TP. Okay, Ethan actually took that one in. Big pressure on this site now. Hunter's Fury going to start ringing out. But Ethan's there, right at the backside for 3. And MIBR are circling the drain here, folks.
Time to jump.
They're a long way from the action. You got RGL Meister trying to come through from mid, and a long rotate from Arsene. This is all NRG swarming over the site.
At least he was able to evade that tripwire, though, regardless. Ooh, Marv was looking for a second opportunity for a free kill. Oh, pulls the trigger. 2 versus 3.
Clever.
A lot more doable.
Clears the gate, crashes while it crashes. We'll be waiting. And RGL Meister falls. It's
Damn.
a clean 13-3 for NRG.
What a stomp, man.
And business is good.
Listen, when you have Chet clapping after a round win, the most emotion he's shown in years, you know the NRG guys are happy. They can go home They're going to be in a good mood. Chet's, that's what it's really all about. This was a good showing for them. Split, listen, I'm not entirely convinced. Chet wasn't convinced either, as he said in the halftime interview. He was disappointed in some of the mistakes they made there. But how can you walk away from this one disappointed? They played their game plan to a T. Everything worked perfectly. The way that Ethan was using the Yoru, both individually how he was outplaying people, but the game plan around it, his rotations with it, were just stellar. I mean, this is just their map right now. I think it's really going to come down to fleshing out the rest of their pool, because look at how dynamic they are here versus watching them on Sunset last week. Like, if they can get to this level on the other maps, then now we're talking. Now we're cooking with gas.
This is the kind of form that NRG look to maintain now through the rest of this stage. They got Evil Geniuses, 100 Thieves up next. No pushovers by any means, but important games for us to continue to take their temperature, to continue to put them under the microscope. As Chet made it very clear, they have a lot of work to do, a lot of development, but this is a world-class team. You've got world champions, stalwarts of the North American scene. A champion of yesteryear as well, leading them in that IGL role. This team has no business not being one of the very best in the world.
A world-class team with world-class expectations, and there's a reason that the fans, that the community have put them under so much scrutiny when this team messes up, like they did against Lev, but earning back a little bit of favor.
I mean,
they are today, but it's not going to be enough just quite yet to rectify that, but they're on the right path. They have 2 big games left in this stage, as you mentioned.
Dev is a huge team right now.
Opponents that have developed into serious hitters at
They're
this
playing
point.
tomorrow, I
Two teams
think.
they have to be scared of.
Yeah,
but
G2
two
Lev.
teams that no doubt they have the skills
That
to
can be an interesting game.
We're talking about conversely here.
Oh yeah, but tomorrow we have the Giga Day.
To return to here, we're hearing a lot about, this team, about
We have
who the
Liquid
stars gonna be.
Heretic,
Is the firepower available?
Vitality
Are their
Gentlemate,
fundamentals good enough even to stand
G2
on equal
Lev,
footing with some of their opponents
and
here in
after
America?
that we have
Because that is a
Kulao.
tough loss in what is becoming a longer line of them.
Damn.
Absolutely, and what I
What
appreciate
a
too
day.
about Breeze is that this is one of the maps where they're actually they're pushing the meta. They're innovating on this map. They're playing the Yoru, whereas some of the other maps like Split still. I want to see some innovation here. We're stuck in 2023. Yeah, that'll work against teams like MIBR, but that's not going to work against the heavy hitters that are really driving the meta forward. And again, for me, it's just coming down to the map pool with them. If they can make more maps look like Breeze, they could be the super team that they were expected to be.
That's it. That's all on the table here. But first, let's send it down to Elizabeth down at the stage for our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. An excellent VCT America's casting debut, Uber and Wyatt. But I'm here with the winner of the match, Victor. The people are on their feet, screaming and still screaming. We have an interview to do, friends. But first off, I want to ask you, I was watching you guys as you were celebrating or saying GG, to each other. You guys didn't really look quite happy or quite satisfied. How are you feeling right now?
Well, yeah, for sure I'm happy, but it's not like a feeling where we go like, oh my god, we won,
Right.
kind of thing, considering the scoreline.
Right.
But I think just for us as a team, like we like to win, but like we're not going crazy, if you know what I mean. Like,
No, absolutely
Like, it's our expectation to win, so like yeah, we'll get happy, but we're not like surprised that we win.
Right. The desk was talking about, or the casters were talking about how much scrutiny NRG is under. And we saw that with the Lev loss, that there was just constant criticism, Reddit posts, whatever you want to say. One thing I did want to bring up to you that the desk brought up was a criticism of not putting you on Raze, because you are a fantastic Raze player. I don't know if you see the signs that say like Victor right there, Victor Raze, please. What were your thoughts on that criticism when it was levied?
Well, the first thing I'll say is that I try not to look at these kind of like comments and like the public perception,
Right.
and I know that does like hurt players' confidence and stuff like that. So I try to stay away from it. But as far as like why am I not on Raze, we just wanted to put Max as comfortable as possible and give him as many Raze reps as possible. Like, obviously it's not going to be the greatest at the start, considering like people have like 4 years. They're 4 years ahead of him on Raze, so he's definitely not going to be the best to start. But we trust in him enough so that we're going to put him on Raze as many maps as possible, and we trust that he'll just get better in time.
On April 14th, you tweeted slowly getting into form, and then you lost to Lev 2 days later, or a couple days later. 2 days ago, you lost to Lev. Where are we now in that climb?
If I have to give it like a 1 to 10, 10 being the best, I'll say we're at like 6.
Okay.
6.5.
What do we have to work on in order to get to like a 7, 8, 9, 10?
Well, okay, the first round of the series, I think is a great example. It was the pistol round on split, where we lost the 4v2 at B, and I think that's just, like, that round is just one of our, like, glaring issues. It's not obvious when we win the round, but, like, when we lose those kind of rounds, it's very bad.
All right.
Like, losing a pistol in a 4v2 fashion, especially to start the game, that's the same thing that happened in the Lev match, actually. It was on Sunset, and we lost the pistol 5v3, and, like, they just snowballed on us, and we lost, like, we just got completely destroyed, so I think we have to clean up on those kind of rounds.
So one last question. I'm gonna end on a happy note, because it's been a lot of criticism, a lot of like, do better, do better. What do you think NRG is doing well at?
Aim.
It's
probably one of the
you
most
don't want to tell anyone what you're working on, right? Well, thank you so much, Victor.
most,
Congratulations
in
again. Give
terms
it up
of
for Victor one
aim.
more time.
Oh,
And we're
aim.
gonna head back to the analyst desk where Ethan, the IGL, has some words for us. So friends, please take it away.
Thank you so much for that, Elizabeth, as well as thank you, Victor, for that, too. We're joined by the IGL of NRG, Ethan, after the victory against MIBR. Excuse me, words are hard. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, well, you heard the question there. I actually want to pitch that over to you. You're the IGL. You're the kind of the tone setter for this team, so to speak. So I guess, you know, what does NRG... What was the question again? It was like, what is NRG doing well
right
at this moment, right? And what do you feel that currently is?
Yeah, I think we're doing a lot well. I think as a team, we're getting there every day. I think every day we're improving as a team, which is really good.
How's it been working with the guys?
It's nice. It's good. It was a rough start, obviously. Kickoff didn't go so well, but no, everyone professional-wise is kind of like the best you could ask for.
Is that kind of the vibe of the team? It's like more of the, you know, like we're going to give the constructive criticism. It's going to be a little harsh, but everything's going to be like very clear and concise.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's been playing for so long, except Demon 1, I guess.
Yeah.
So everyone knows how to be a good teammate, which is the most important thing on a team. So yeah, that's definitely the best thing about the team.
That's awesome.
I want to ask, after that Lev match, you described it in your pregame interview as the worst game the majority of your players have ever played, and that happens sometimes. What was the process with the team? What were you talking about? What were you focusing on leading up to now this second match to improve and turn things around?
Yeah, because of Super Week, we only had one day, right? So there was definitely, luckily it was a short game, both matches, 13-4, 13-4, or something like that. So not many rounds to go over and fix, but the obvious issues, they were small. They were small, and we just messed up the simple things that game. And, you know, we brushed up on it yesterday, and that's all we could really do.
Yeah, I feel like, kind of to pivot a little bit, you've always been a really big voice in all the teams you've played in, previous games as well. But now you're in this IGL role, so I want to know how you feel about it, and if you feel like your team is supporting you in that role, and who else are the voices from that team? Because you guys are all veterans, right?
Yeah, for sure. As for the help, everyone does it. Everyone's extremely helpful. Like I said, everyone's been playing the game for so long.
Yeah.
They know what they want, and they voice that to me, which is obviously very helpful. As a new IGL, and just as an IGL in general, getting a lot of voices and ideas too, because we're not perfect, so we don't know what to call every single round. That's just not realistic.
Sure.
And so, you know, they're very helpful. It's been good.
How does the energy of this team differ from EG, your previous roster, you won champions with? Those guys, it was a lot of rookies, a lot of players who it was kind of their first big roster of that level, compared to NRG, where the majority of these guys have been there before, yourself included.
Yeah, it's definitely more of like, I mean, it's still very early compared to last year. We were together for a decent amount of time, but since I've been on the team, I just describe it as professional. I think, like you said, it is a lot of people that have been playing for a long time, a lot of vets, and it's very easy to like bounce ideas around everybody, and it also improved too, because everyone, there's no cutting corners with this team. You know, it's all very direct, which is good.
Individually, though, I want to talk about the Yoru, just because, bro, you were cooking out there. It was beautiful to watch some of those plays. How's it feel for you to just be able to have that freedom on an agent that you conventionally would not have played previously? Because it's actually pretty awesome to see you put that to task like that.
It's definitely the most fun agent in the game, maybe apart from, you know, Jet mains having their fun, but no, it's very fun to call on.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if someone else played on it, there's just so many micro timings and just things you have to think about. So me having to play it and being able to call on my own timings is is best case scenario. And obviously, I'm very comfortable on it.
How does calling on that agent differ from when you were playing KO and Breeze?
There's definitely more possibilities for like just misdirection, I'd say, because he can't be everywhere at once, right? With teleports across the map, clones, and all that. KO is a little more like direct, I'd say.
Sure.
So, I mean, calling on either is fine.
Yeah, okay, fair. All right, well, seems like our community has more that they want to contribute to the discourse. So this Twitch chat question comes from Mint.IE. Do you believe that Demon One's raise is better than Victor's raise? You can, of course, shut that down right away.
No, I mean, I'll give it to Max. He puts a lot of work in.
I believe
I mean, as someone who's, only played Jet, maybe like Chamber and a couple other agents for as long as they've been playing the game, compared to a Raze that's been playing Raze for,
of course,
4 years.
Yeah,
Obviously, there's going to be the small things are going to be better at, but no, he's definitely picked up the challenge very well, and he's a quick learner, so it's been going well.
Yeah.
That's good. I know you mentioned a little bit about small mistakes being like the big reason why you had that loss. I was gonna ask if there was a big conversation. What was the biggest thing that you guys feel like you had to fix in order to come back from that? And as well as individually, like, do you feel like there was anything that you definitely did better?
Yeah, I mean, both games ended so fast. We got owned on all of our attack sides. So defense, we couldn't really tell if there was anything wrong because we didn't really get to that point. But everything on attack, there was a couple like glaring issues that were luckily very easy to fix in one day. And that's just what we did. We just fixed very simple mistakes. So it was pretty easy.
And I think with this group of individuals, right? It's like, as you mentioned, it should be like when you have those smallest mistakes, you should just be able to chop that off right away, right? And I think that showed in the results today. I'm looking forward, of course, seeing to what is to come. It's been a long day. All right, well, let's go and see what we have in our current standings right now with the NRG win and the EG victory, which was that was something. So NRG managed to fight their way all the way up to second place in the standings. Meanwhile, EG with that one win find themselves in third at 1-3. That is, of course, the team that you are going to be playing next week. Real quick, just want to get your thoughts on that match. I'm assuming you haven't really seen much of the game since you were prepping for this one, but any like just initial thoughts when you saw the score line? Like, holy crap, that was crazy.
Yeah, we watched both games completely.
Oh, you did?
They just have it waiting in the back. So we're all watching the games. Just as a viewer, I mean, they look, when one person pops off, especially Jaw, they look very scary. And, as a team, I know what Potter can do. I know what she likes to do with, newer talent, basically that whole team. And no, they look good when people pop off for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this was a wild day for sure, but it was an exciting one without a doubt, though. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what we have coming up tomorrow for our final day of Super Week. We got an explosion effect added. Whenever I say Super Week, we get an explosion. Look, you want to say it? You want to try it? You want to try it?
Super Week.
It's a freaking superpower, man. It's incredible. All right, well, we got G2 versus Leviathan, and then it's going to be Kruvisa taking on Loud. Will be our final 2 games of the week. That is, in fact, quite super. We are going to have some pretty excellent games here. I'm looking forward to that one. But, Ethan, thank you so much for your time, brother. Appreciate you as always. Get some rest, well-deserved rest after the gauntlet that you guys had to go through these last few days. But, hey, that's what, I guess what they say, that the pressure is what creates diamonds, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
You've already been there before, so who knows, man? Hey, always a pleasure to talk to you guys. Thank you so much, as always, to the rest of our crew. But that's going to do it for us here today. Don't worry, though. As we mentioned, there's plenty more Valorant right around the corner, and you don't want to miss it. We'll see you mañana. Thank you so much for joining us. Catch you then. Peace.
Thanks very much, Ethan.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks, brother. Thank you. It's the best day of my freaking life.
Absolute cinema.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I can feel it and sense it out. Sassy, burn to a crisp.
Okay. Tricky one, little bit curveball. Person signed to Sentinels born on February 18th, 1996.
You want a lifeline?
Yes.
You want a lifeline? He's watching right now.
Oh, my streamer, Tarek.
Let's go!
And all of this comes down to one. Derek starting with a defuse. Have on it!
Last player standing. One enemy remains.
Okay, it's gonna be it for VCT.
Bang, baby! A lot more doable. Please, the guy crashes while it crashes. We'll be waiting. And RGL Meister falls.
Absolute cinema.
Wait, is it looping? So tomorrow we have G2 Lev and Call Out, but before that we have the comeback from the EMEA VCT EU. And the games are, I said it earlier, but it's T-Heretics and Vitality Gentlemen. Just checking some stuff on the side. Okay. Question. Valorant? Missing. It's either Valorant or some PUBG. Could go for some PoE too. I don't know. Oh, the battle pass ends in 6 days. I really need to play. Holy fuck. I really need to grind a bit. I'm gonna go on PoE. I'll take a quick break, guide back, and yeah, see you on PoE.
Okay, I'm back.
full exile. Might want to take care of that.
My spirits are spent.
Win back your pride, challenger. Lightning descends. Vengeance is cold indeed. The storm comes swiftly. Perhaps you don't understand the rules.
I can't do this just yet. My spirit is spent. I can't do this just yet. My spirit is spent.
Oh, wow. Holy shit, man. The fucking kills damage.
My spirit is... I can't do this just yet.
Bring the beast in my sights, exile. We will be best friends.
Oh wow.
You have been captured, Beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be doomed.
My spirit is spent.
This one is captured. This one is captured. I will take it. I will take it. Off you go, little beast. Away! Off you go, little beast. Away! You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be doomed. No more worthy beasts alive. Now we'll go feed the ones we caught.
My spirit is spent. I can't do this just yet.
Those fiends are getting too close to my pump. You're making me nervous. Blessings. Exile? Celerim.
Exile.
I need to delve.
I can't do this just yet. My spirit is spent.
Almost full up, Exile. Might want to make use of our stored corpses. They're starting to smell. Got no more room in the mall. Let's talk. See what we want to do.
My spirit is spent.
want me to do? We can dump some.
I can't do this just yet. My spirit is spent.
You again.
Exile.
Exile.
My spirit is spent. I can't do this just yet. I do love the stink of victory. My spirit is spent.
Yes, design. Bye.
World Slayer.
Okay, I think I'm gonna call it for today. It was fun. Tomorrow we have big games. 3 best of 3s, 3 series. So yeah, I'm gonna go get some rest. And I'll see you then. Bye bye.